Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 611-620. During lunch, Furs informed Hobert that someone was dealing with the Beander characteristics of the door pathway and the witch pathway, and she knew that the spoils of war had not yet been fully distributed. Hobert, however, didn't pay much attention, telling her to take as much as she could get. In the afternoon, Hobert first went to the country of disorder to retrieve the Beander characteristics he had traded with Miss Sharon that morning, and had a servant send them to the Temperance faction. By this time, guests had already arrived one after another, and Hobert first met with Barnett, who was meticulously dressed and had his hair neatly styled. However, the gentleman had a rather poor expression at this moment, as the Tudor family suffered the greatest losses in this war. When the Witch Church launched its counterattack, their main targets were the Tudor family and Orovie Island. Orovie Island, due to its headquarters being on an island, often engaged in naval battles, so its group combat ability was quite good. But the Tudor family was different. Over 1,000 years of hiding had left them with little concept of Beander warfare. If Barnett hadn't been a sequence 3 inches chaos hunter, the Tudor family's 3 demigods might have been completely wiped out in the war. Fortunately, Hobert's support was timely, and he quickly withstood the pressure of the counterattack. But the Tudor family still had 1 demigod killed in action. Barnett and another demigod were also injured, and about a quarter of their family members died in battle. I will ask an angel to help shatter the Beander characteristics of the fallen members, Hobert said first. How the shattered Beander characteristics are to be distributed will be decided by you. Barnett's expression improved slightly then. Hobert continued, additionally, I will give you the main material for the imperative mage, in my possession, the crystal of the striped tiger. Who it is given to is also up to you to decide. Barnett visibly relaxed a lot. Hobert had long thought about the compensation for the Tudor family, an additional 10 slots for Angus's team, but the added personnel will be selected by Angus. In Jeffrey City, we will provide free housing by household for members of the Tudor family, and welcome members of the Tudor family to move in at any time. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Barnett's face. He was very satisfied with the compensation Hobert offered. Hobert then asked, how is your condition? Have you shown any signs of losing control due to your injuries? My problem isn't big, Barnett said. But Darnell's condition isn't very good. Darnell was another demigod of the Tudor family, who had once represented the Tudor family in a transaction of Beander characteristics with Hobert. Hobert nodded. He can pray to the Creator. I believe with the Creator's help, his condition will definitely improve. Barnett said, I will tell Darnell. It was then that he placed the wooden box at his side onto the table, pushing it towards Hobert. The wooden box contained Beander characteristics simply separated. The Tudor family's gains were not small, as they had been in the most intense battlefield, possessing 2 Demoness of Despair, Beander characteristics. Hobert said, you have 2 choices. The first choice is to exchange them for merits according to the relevant regulations, but I must tell you that I don't have that many Arbiter, Beander characteristics right now. The merits you exchange for might not be able to be fully converted into Beander characteristics, but you could consider exchanging them for some sealed artifacts, or Beander characteristics of the lawyer pathway. He paused and then said, the second choice is to form another Beander team of 25 people, with the captain and members all designated by you. However, they must obey my command and pledge loyalty to the Creator. After training, they will be sent to the South Continent. Barnett considered it for a moment before saying, I choose the second option. Because the family had just suffered significant casualties, he would temporarily have many Beander characteristics at his disposal. Barnett was well aware that the opportunity to designate the captain and members might only come this once, and he needed to cherish it, as this could be the key to continuing the family's will within the Creator's influence. Hobert smiled and said, all right. In fact, no matter what choice Barnett made, it was acceptable to Hobert, or rather, it was the outcome he hoped to see. This was the advantage of being a resource allocator. With the conclusion of this conversation, most of the Tudor family's forces were reorganized and taken over by Hobert, who prepared to have them play an important role in the upcoming operations on Longtail Island and the South Continent. After seeing Barnett off, Lawrence of the Bach family arrived. This family patriarch, who was a head taller than Hobert, immediately handed over all the Beander characteristics seized in this battle to Hobert. Hobert had also prepared 7 sets each of lawyer and barbarian Beander characteristics for him, 4 sets each of briber and baron of corruption Beander characteristics, and 2 sets of mentor of disorder Beander characteristics. I won't let you suffer a loss, Hobert smiled and said. After you go back, you can choose 3 chaos mentors, then set up an altar and, by praying to the Creator, loudly describe their character and abilities, as well as some of their past deeds. Ultimately, the Creator will designate one of them and bestow upon him a portion of the Earl of the Fallen Beander characteristic. Lawrence was overjoyed, making a gesture over his chest, praise the Creator. In this way, the Bach family would gain another demigod. Hobert smiled and continued, Eliot's team needs to be expanded to 25 people. As for you, Patriarch Lawrence, this is prepared for you according to the oracle. Hobert handed Lawrence an exquisite wooden box. Lawrence seemed to realize something and opened the wooden box. Inside was indeed a black crystal mask. This was the symbol of a God blessed. Lawrence was so excited he almost cried, feeling as if he had finally received divine recognition. He carefully stroked the mask and immediately felt a power within it that resonated perfectly with his own Beander characteristic. And this power was of a very high sequence. This surprised Lawrence, yet he also felt it was only natural. Something bestowed by a deity must be of a very high level. I believe you've heard of its function, Hobert smiled and said. It possesses extremely high-level anti-divination capabilities, as well as effective prevention of loss of control. Yes, Lawrence carefully closed the lid. I heard Eliot mention it. He carefully put the mask away, looking as if he cherished it greatly. Hobert then said, additionally, for you, and for the Bach family, the Creator will personally make arrangements. He smiled, congratulations, from now on we are on the same level. These words truly brought tears of excitement to Lawrence's eyes. He had originally thought that this, God blessed, would incorporate the Bach family, but he never expected the Creator to personally do so. Then the gains from this battle were truly immense. Hobert continued, let us pray to the Creator together. Saying this, Hobert rose and knelt on a cushion that had been prepared nearby, clasping his hands together and resting them against his chin, in a posture of prayer. The main account came online. Lawrence was a beat slow, but immediately followed suit, kneeling and praying. As soon as he softly chanted, the Creator's honorific name, a majestic image of the Creator immediately appeared in Lawrence's mind. The Creator said in a deep voice, from this day forth, in my name, sow the radiance and shadows of order. If you encounter danger, you may pray to me. If you have a request, you may pray to me. If you have doubts in your heart, you may pray to me. My command is my will, my thoughts are your will, you shall not harbor any disloyal thoughts. Lawrence was already in tears, continuously muttering, praise the Creator. The Creator began to issue specific commands. Go back and reorganize all combat-capable forces of the Bach family, organize them, and be ready for deployment at any time. From now on, they are first my loyal Beander forces, and only then members of the Bach family. You must always be prepared for the coming great changes, expand your influence, and gain true dominion. The specific plan will be explained to you by Hobert. After broadly stating these, the Creator's image disappeared. Lawrence sat there, unable to compose himself for a long time. This was the Creator's command, a direct command to him. This was the legendary oracle. After more than half a minute, Lawrence regained his ability to think and began to ponder the Creator's command. By this time, Hobert had already sat back down and picked up the teapot, refilling Lawrence's cup. Lawrence stood up, first thanking him before asking, the specific plan that the Creator mentioned, am I to ask you about it? Hobert said seriously, the Creator's plan for the South Continent has 2 parts. The first part is to build a light industrial base, a heavy industrial base, and a large agricultural production base in the South Continent. All investments and technical issues for these constructions will be handled by me. You need to help find a safe location, and during construction, you must consider how to protect these areas. Hobert paused and then said, the second part is to gather as many Beander forces as possible in the South Continent within 3 months. At the same time, During this period, all Beander forces of the Bach family must take turns completing official Beander training in South Colson. Only members who complete the official Beander training can enjoy the treatment of official Beanders. Afterward, I will send statistical and auditing personnel. Members who become official Beanders can convert their contributions and salaries into merits. Currently, merits will temporarily be issued by me. I will give you the relevant documents for the specific utilize of merits later. Lawrence nodded, taking a sip of tea from his cup, and thought to himself, these tasks aren't difficult to complete. After all, the Bach family is now involved in the Beander rule of 2 generals and an Earth King. As long as there is enough funding, acquiring a few plots of land won't be a problem. Then he inwardly sighed, from today onwards, all family members will be official Beanders, which is a truly celebratory event. But Hobert suddenly asked, do you know what this means? Lawrence was stunned by the question. What? Hobert said earnestly, to lay the foundation for nation building. Lawrence was startled, and the teacup in his hand dropped. Hobert waved his hand, using the ability of utilize, and the falling teacup slowed its descent. Lawrence quickly caught the teacup. Nation building. The Creator wants to establish a nation in the South Continent. The rule in South Colson and Longtail Island was just 2 attempts. The ultimate goal is nation building. Hobert then said, only a few, God blessed, have received relevant orders. Do not announce this news for now. I know. Lawrence's hand trembled slightly as he put down the teacup. He certainly knew this would be the highest level of secrecy. Then he let out a long breath. His family was once the royal family of the North Continent, but now, tormented by the family's curse, they had lost their ambition for a nation. Even he, as the patriarch, felt somewhat unreal after hearing the concept of nation building. Hobert then said, you go back and acquire the land first. Write to me about how much money you need, and I will raise it as soon as possible. He planned to have Audrey oversee this fund, with an initial investment plan of £500,000. Given the current size of Earl's Light, such a sum could be diverted simply by falsifying accounts. Afterward, the massive funds earned by Earl's Light, apart from a portion set aside for dividends, he would invest entirely in the South Continent. Of course, doing so severely violated relevant financial regulations, as well as rules regarding shareholders, dividends, and other commercial behaviors, so an absolutely trustworthy person was needed to operate and supervise it. That person was Audrey. Hobert also knew that with Audrey's personality, she would feel very guilty doing such a thing, but Hobert had already thought about how to persuade this kind noble lady. This thought flashed through Hobert's mind, and after chatting a few more words with Lawrence about incorporating Beander forces, he politely saw this newly promoted God blessed off. Hobert rested for a while before continuing to meet Jonathan and Monica, who had been waiting for more than half an hour. After the two entered, they first saw the stone boxes, wooden crates, leather bags, and so on piled next to Hobert. Sit, Hobert said with a smile, I've kept you waiting. After the 3 were seated, Hobert still poured them tea and then looked at them. Jonathan took out a small wooden box and handed it to Hobert. The wooden box opened to reveal a space the size of a wooden crate, filled with the spoils of this battle, including the captured sealed artifacts. According to the previous agreement, all spoils of war obtained from the battle against the demonist sect belonged to Hobert. Their spoils were not many, because in this battle, the door pathway Beyonders in the Council of Knowledge mainly served as scouts and rapid support, with only the witch pathway Beyonders participating in the frontal combat. Hobert nodded and casually placed the wooden box aside. These are the Beander characteristics that need to be pulverized. Jonathan handed over another small cloth bag, which also had spatial magic. Hobert took it with a smile and said, I'll give it to you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Jonathan and Monica exchanged glances before saying, we have a request. Hobert made a gesture for them to speak. It was Monica, still charming, who voiced the request. We hope to increase the number of people in Helen's team. After witnessing the strength of the Creator's faction, the entire Council of Knowledge had undergone a huge change in their perception of the Creator. Previously, most members of the Council had thought that the Creator's faction was about the same as the Theosophy Order before its split. It wasn't until this war that the Creator's faction erupted with terrifying strength, even having a huge advantage in frontal combat against the demonist sect. So now the council members were all complaining that Jonathan had negotiated too few official Beander slots when setting the terms before. Hobert, however, sighed and said, there aren't that many slots left. Jonathan and Monica were both a bit disappointed. However, I expect there will be some more slots by next year at the latest, Hobert said with a smile. If there are any Beander wars before then, I will prioritize giving slots to the Council of Knowledge. Finally, he added, after all, when I first came to South Coulson, we had a relatively good cooperation. Jonathan and Monica both inwardly sighed with emotion. Fortunately, they had pushed through all objections and decided to cooperate with Hobert at that time. Hobert smiled and said, additionally, I'm going to set up 2 research societies. You can pay attention to the relevant announcements, and if you're interested, you can go and take a look. This battle yielded a large number of witch, pathway and door, pathway Beander characteristics. If they were only used for Helen's team, it was estimated that less than a tenth of them would be used even by the time of the apocalypse and the changing of eras. And Hobert felt it was inappropriate to sell them to the Orthodox churches. Previously, when Hobert was alone, it was normal to exchange Beander characteristics for money. But now that Hobert was the leader of a Beander organization, his thoughts had changed accordingly. Since there were such large quantities of organized Beander characteristics, why not establish his own Beander forces of those pathways? Because Hobert currently didn't have a complete plan, he only spoke in general terms. Jonathan and Monica didn't understand Hobert's meaning, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Before that, members of the Council of Knowledge can continue to live on Shipyard Island, Hobert said. If you want to buy a house in Jeffrey City, you'll get a 5% discount. If you want to buy a house and settle down on Longtail Island, you'll get a 40% discount. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that you must obey the relevant local regulations. After registering with the government, you will all enjoy the rights of citizens. The reason why houses on Longtail Island were so cheap was mainly because Hobert's series of actions on the island had cut off the financial paths of many LotM people, forcing them to leave Longtail Island. Before leaving, they wanted to sell their properties and assets they couldn't take with them, but at that time, most LotM people were leaving the island, and no one was willing to take these assets. And the local barbarians didn't have much money. So, a large number of properties and assets were abandoned, and the governor's mansion, which had conducted an asset survey, naturally confiscated all of them without hesitation. Jonathan and Monica were quite satisfied with the conditions Hobert offered. For them, as long as they lived in South Coulson or Longtail Island, they wouldn't have to worry about safety. After seeing off the 2 from the Council of Knowledge, Hobert's work came to an end. He took out his pocket watch and looked at it. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Gray fog above, in a palace that seemed made for giants. This tarot club meeting had reached the free discussion segment. Justice, Audrey looked at the empty Emperor's seat, then asked towards the lower end of the bronze long table, Mr. World, has the war initiated by the Creator ended? Although she had heard that Christine had appeared in Backland today. Then the war should have ended, and Duke Christine and Hobert should not have been too seriously injured, otherwise Audrey would have already received news. But she still hoped to confirm it with the world. The others were also very curious about this matter. Among them, Star, Leonard, who was in Backland, had heard some news, but did not know the authenticity of those messages. The other members, except for Moon Emlyn who participated in the war, and Magician, Furs who was responsible for some logistical work, had not received any related news yet. The world, sitting at the lower end, said in a hoarse voice, the war has ended. Hermit, Catalia asked, was it a victory? The world, described in his usual way, from today onwards, the demonist sect's power in the North Continent will be almost completely disintegrated, and many socialites in various countries will disappear without a trace. Everyone was a bit surprised, each inwardly sighing at the power of this Beander war. The hanged man, Alger thought to himself, if I hadn't received the news in advance, I would find it hard to believe that a single war could almost completely dismantle a first-rate secret organization. Audrey smiled slightly. This is the Creator, this is Hobert. A force specifically fighting evil forces. Then she thought, Mr. World also participated in the war representing Fool's power. This is another cooperation between 2 gods. Catalia recalled Fool's reminder last week. The era will change because of this. She thought. Clearly, the gods who will leverage the era in the future are Adam. It is the Creator, it is Mr. Fool, these gods of the old era. At this moment, Emlyn raised his chin and added, from now on, members of this organization can only carefully hide in corners to survive. Everyone was slightly stunned. What did the moon have to do with this? But everyone immediately realized, Mr. Moon also participated in the war. Furs was already recalling the bloodline members she had seen, trying to find Mr. Moon among them. But she quickly gave up, because the male members of the bloodline all looked very arrogant, and many of them liked to raise their chins. Alger then asked, how much Beander power did the Creator's side deploy? The world seemed to recall for a moment before saying, there were 3 Beander families loyal to the Creator, and 1 organization loyal to the Creator. The organization he referred to was the Council of Knowledge. Because they were responsible for scouting during the battle, and for support and logistics after the war began. The crucial point was that they weren't like the members of Oravi Island and the Temperance faction, who occasionally slacked off. They were very dedicated in this battle, so Klein mistakenly thought they were forces loyal to the Creator. The world continued. There were also the Earth Mother Church, Oravi Island, the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought, and the bloodline participating in the war, as well as an organization that seemed to be established by the Trensust family. The so-called organization established by the Trensust family referred to April's organization, because Hobert called April his mother, so Klein thought it was an affiliated organization of Truncest. Everyone was very surprised by such a lineup. Leonard was the first to ask, did the Earth Mother Church also participate in the war? Yes, the world answered simply. In Leonard's view, this was a war between 2 secret organizations. If an Orthodox church participated, then the nature of it changed. As for Oravi Island participation, it was not surprising. After all, during the last Tarot Club, the Emperor had arranged to meet with the Queen Mystic. When they heard about the bloodline, everyone was calm. Similarly, last week the Emperor had also extended an alliance proposal to the bloodline. The Temperance faction's participation was also reasonable. The Emperor had traded with the Temperance faction a long time ago. And although the world did not state it, Fool's Power must have also participated under the leadership of the world, as they were allies. But when these very reasonable organizations were put together, it became terrifying. Catlia roughly calculated that the Creator's side alone should have had approximately 600 Beyonders participating in the war. Since she had entered the Beander world, she had never seen so many Beyonders at once in any single battle. Audrey then asked with some curiosity, Mr. World, what were the specific battle conditions? Were there angel-level powers participating? Yes. The world replied, during the evacuation, I specifically went to see the angel-level battlefield. There was a summer snowfield there, and a bottomless rift valley. Everyone tried to imagine how intense the battles between angels were based on this description, but they quickly realized that they lacked relevant material in their minds and couldn't imagine the specific scenes at all. The world then said, additionally, the Creator also made a move, directly destroying the headquarters of the demoness sect. Because at that time, he didn't dare to spread his spirituality, and Sharon was by his side, so he didn't enter the gray fog above, and didn't know the specific battle situation. So he thought that the ancient death god's corpse participating in the battle was the Creator making a move. The other members, who had just been imagining scenes of angel battles, now smiled with relief. After all, that was a god. It was normal not to be able to imagine what kind of abilities he possessed. South Colson, Lord's Manor. Hobert came to the backyard, to April's courtyard. Her subordinates were all arranged in a hotel, only April stayed in the Lord's Manor. The beautiful and dignified April was not surprised by Hobert's arrival. She asked with a smile, are you done with your work? Almost, Hobert said with a smile. April nodded. With a raise of her hand, a small, hazy door appeared in the room. This door opened, and from within emerged a standing cabinet larger than a wardrobe, made of thorny bones. Hobert's spirituality sensed that this cabinet seemed to be a spirit world creature. April snapped her fingers, and the cabinet door opened by itself, revealing a crystal archway inside. The center of the archway was very illusory, and the space behind it could not be seen clearly. Try to keep it in a sealed space with nothing in it, and seal it further, April said. It will constantly lure people around it into this door, and then send them to some corner of the universe. And there's a certain probability it will send them to the primordial moon. I haven't figured out its other negative effects yet, you can explore them yourself, but be very careful. It's best to have a higher sequence helper. Hobert smiled, Mother, this spoil of war. Before he could finish, April smiled and said, consider it a return gift for your black jade. However, the spoils of war obtained by my subordinates will likely be dealt with at the auction house. Then she spread her hands and added, our organization is a bit special. While I can order them to fight, I don't have the authority to make them hand over their spoils of war. Hobert sighed, this has already exceeded my expectations. At noon, Hobert heard Furs mention news of someone dealing with spoils of war. Just now, the auction house had already sent all the Beander characteristics they received to Hobert. For him, being able to acquire those spoils of war just by spending some money indeed exceeded his expectations. Originally, Hobert was going to promise some benefits, but from April's words, her subordinates didn't seem to want any benefits. After chatting with April for a while, Hobert returned to the main hall in the front yard. His work was not yet finished, but the rest was about rewarding his own people. Angus, Helen, Elliot, and Seal, having been notified, came together to the side hall to present their spoils of war. The first three represented the Special Operations Department, while Seal represented the military. This time, Hobert also arranged for military Beyonders to participate in the battle, but they were more responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. This was an opportunity for them to observe Beander combat. After this period of development, the military already had 3 Sequence 7s, and the combined number of Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s had reached over a dozen, already a not insignificant Beander force. Seal presented many spoils of war, but they were mostly obtained during the cleanup of the battlefield from the Demonist sect's headquarters, all from Beyonders killed by the ancient Death God's corpse. They only had 2 spoils of war that truly belonged to them. Seal wasn't discouraged, because the way military Beyonders earned merits wasn't in such battles, they now basically earned merits in battles against pirates. Angus and the other 2, through the ritual bestowed before the battle, each received temporary utilize of a level 1 sealed artifact from the creator. Each small team also received temporary utilize of 5 level 2 sealed artifacts, so the spoils of war submitted by the 3 of them combined were quite considerable. It was just that there were no demigod level spoils of war among them. After converting their submitted spoils of war into corresponding merits, Hobert said to Angus, your team has gained 10 more slots. Return to the family in the next 2 days to select people. Angus nodded happily, yes. This would bring his subordinates to a total of 35 people. This was larger than most Beander organizations established by wild demigods. Hobert then said to Helen, at an opportune time, I will initiate a battle with the Mountain God Church, and you must lead the main force of the second team to participate. Helen smiled, no problem. This was exactly what the members of the second team had been hoping for, as earning merits just by investigating cases was too slow. Finally, Hobert said to Elliot, next, the eastern port where you are stationed will be opened, so your subordinate quota has also increased. This is the last time to supplement personnel from the Bach family, because the Bach family has accepted reorganization by the creator. After this, if you want to supplement personnel, you can only choose from the 2 research societies. Elliot didn't know what Hobert meant by research societies, but he was still very happy, as this had been the family's long-standing wish. This made Angus and Helen very envious, because after this battle, they also very much hoped that their own families or organizations would be incorporated by the creator. After the 4 of them left, Hobert sighed helplessly. Once the Tony family's team and the Tudor family's second team were fully formed, he would be supporting 125 official Beyonders. And that wasn't all. When the Bach family's forces completed their reorganization, this number could very likely exceed 200. Given the current size of his territory, such an official force was too bloated. However, these official Beyonders needed to be trained in advance and have corresponding preparations made in advance. Preparations for the war on the North Continent needed to begin now. Hobert lamented, this is equivalent to an early investment, I suppose. Next, Hobert invited Mr. Doffus. After taking his seat, Mr. Doffus submitted an Beander characteristic of a demoness of despair. This was his only spoil of war from this battle. Hobert smiled. I have clues to a ferryman's Beander characteristic here. If you need it, I can help you acquire it. Now that the artificial death god was gone, the sealed artifact obtained from killing that feathered serpent could be pulverized and used as an Beander characteristic. Additionally, Hobert remembered that on the island he had explored with Alger earlier, there was a stranded ghost ship, and the one on the ghost ship was also very likely a ferryman in a very strange state. Not needed at the moment. As Dofus recovered more and more memories, his personality became increasingly cold. I need time to digest the potion. Hobert asked, how long do you think it will take to digest the potion? 3 resurrections. Hobert opened his mouth. 180 years from now. He remembered that the interval between each resurrection of an undying was 60 years. Dofus said with a somewhat indifferent expression, perhaps the Creator can help me digest the potion. He explained, as far as I know, Beyonders at the Order Killing Prince sequence and above can alter the interval between each death of an undying from 60 years to 60 days. Hobert felt somewhat helpless internally. You probably can't imagine that the Creator is currently only sequence 3. However, he pondered for a moment. Theoretically, the Creator's status should be sufficient. It was worth a try. Leave this to me. I will pray to the Creator for help. Dofus drank the tea in front of him and stood up, saying, remember to call me if there's another war like this. Then he said, I'm going back to Backland. Without waiting for Hobert's reply, he had already left the side hall. Hobert, who knew Dofus well, understood that the words he spoke when he stood up were a subtle way of expressing, always at your service. The last person Hobert met with was Archibald. The two sat facing each other, and Hobert smiled. In the blink of an eye, we've been working together for over half a year. Archibald also sighed with emotion. Yes, time really flies. Hobert said, I have to thank the Creator for sending me such a capable assistant. I am also very grateful for the Creator's grace in saving me back then. Archibald seemed to realize something and responded cautiously. Hobert stood up. Let us pray to the Creator together. This is exactly what I hope for. So the two knelt together on the soft cushion and prayed to the Creator. Soon, Archibald felt the Creator's gaze. For the past half year, Archibald had prayed to the Creator every few days to absorb the corruption on him, so he was very familiar with the Creator's gaze. This time, the Creator gazed for 7 or 8 seconds before beginning to absorb the corruption from him. During those 7 or 8 seconds, Hobert was observing Archibald, checking if he had mutated due to such a long period of corruption, or if there were any arrangements from that little boy on him. After careful observation, Hobert confirmed that Archibald only had ordinary trace amounts of corruption on him, and after it was completely absorbed, there would be no abnormalities. Archibald felt all the corruption on him being absorbed, and he excitedly said repeatedly, Praise the Creator. Praise the Creator. After praising for more than 10 seconds, he seemed to come back to his senses and smiled at Hobert, saying, Thank you, God blessed. After all, half a year ago, the Creator had ordered Hobert to observe his character. Now that the Creator had completely removed the corruption from him, it was naturally because Hobert had made a relevant report. It's mainly your performance over the past half year that has earned the Creator's trust, Hobert smiled. The Creator has bestowed a divine oracle. From today onwards, you are officially my deputy. You will be primarily responsible for war planning, military training and deployment, and the cultivation of military beyonders. Archibald smiled, I'm good at this. Hobert then asked, if you obtain another main material for an scholar of yore, can you truly advance to a real scholar of yore? Yes, Archibald said. I mastered my own Beander characteristic not long after I was born. Hobert nodded and said, I have clues to another scholar of your main material, and I will try my best to facilitate the relevant transaction. Archibald immediately said, I will forever show my loyalty to the Creator and to you. Hobert nodded. This was a smart person. After Archibald left, the distribution of spoils of war and the rewarding of subordinates were completely finished. Hobert let out a long sigh of relief. He had fought all day yesterday and spent another day today with his nerves taut. After suddenly relaxing, he actually felt a bit tired. Looking at the evening glow outside, Hobert showed a somewhat tired smile. After this battle, the Creator had the qualification to divide the world. Central Plateau, the destroyed headquarters of the Demonist sect. There was a priest dressed in a simple white robe with a light golden beard covering the lower half of his face. He looked very ordinary, so ordinary that no living being would notice him. It was the king of angels, Adam. He stood before the former stone statue of the primordial demoness, looking at the scattered rubble on the ground. After a long while, he finally spoke. Where did he come from? Why does he seem so out of place in this world? Who gave him the fate trajectory of recreating the order of the human world? Tuesday morning, South Colson. The West Bank's Harvest Festival officially opened. Due to the popularity and surprises of the previous tourism festival, this Harvest Festival once again attracted a large number of tourists. The West Bank was not like the East Bank, with so many dense buildings. Here, the focus was more on creating a pastoral landscape. The only thing that might not quite fit with the pastoral scenery was probably that long food street. Klein arrived early, hesitating about what to eat first. At this moment, he saw a very familiar food: braised pork belly cooked with spices and a little aged vinegar, mixed with green peppers, served in a round flatbread. Klein was stunned. Holy crap. Isn't that Rujamo? Could it be that this delicacy also came from Rosel's notes? The Harvesting Festival in South Colson was an eye-opener for members of various Beander organizations. Another purpose of this Harvesting Festival was actually to celebrate the victory. Hobert had also promised that all participating members, including logistics personnel, would have their expenses for the day covered by the Lord's Manor, as long as it wasn't intentional waste. So, except for the Temperance faction, most members of other organizations stayed to see. Firstly, the variety of food here amazed them, and the taste was also excellent, many things they had never eaten before. Secondly, the way agricultural products were sold was new to them. They actually allowed tourists to pick their own produce in the fields, while the farmers only weighed and collected money at the field's edge, and taught those who didn't know how to utilize farm tools to harvest vegetables. Many tourists didn't know that cabbage was harvested this way, potatoes were dug this way, young corn leaves could be so green, peppers were so colorful, and cucumbers were so tender when still on the vine. Many city dwellers with children had a great time, and many nobles were tirelessly enthusiastic about this kind of labor. Moreover, most of the vegetables here were below market price, and as people dug and picked, they accumulated so many vegetables that they couldn't carry them all. At this point, the Lord's Manor of South Colson offered two services. The first was vegetable recycling, and the second was vegetable storage and transportation. The so-called vegetable recycling referred to buying back at wholesale prices. This service was mainly provided for nobles, because they were truly just playing. When they found that the male servant following them couldn't carry any more, they simply had the servant sell the vegetables. As for vegetable storage, it could be stored at a certain point, or someone could be hired to transport it to the port, to be taken away together when departing by boat. Storage was free, but transportation incurred a fee. For most middle-class people, they only occasionally got to eat fresh green vegetables. Most of the time, they ate vegetables like potatoes, radishes, and onions. So, after picking, they certainly wouldn't be willing to sell them again. Most of them would choose to store them, which would last them for some time after they returned home. On the Full Moon Lake West Bank, the more fertile land was planted with vegetables, while the hilly areas were entirely covered with fruit trees. In fact, not all vegetables in the fields ripened at the same time. Fruit trees were also only planted last year, and according to normal growth rates, they wouldn't bear fruit so quickly. This was entirely thanks to the help of the Earth Mother Church, who made the vegetables and fruits ripen at approximately the same time. Today, the bishop and priests of the church also walked into the fields to enjoy the joy of harvest with everyone. At first, no one was willing to preach in South Colson, but now the bishops and priests of the church were scrambling to preach there. Because the Lord here did not oppose the church's clergy being close to the land, and would even give them monthly subsidies for it. However, officials in other places were very annoyed by this, believing that the church was competing for secular governance. Around 9 in the morning, Hobert led Lawrence, Barnett, and others to visit the Harvesting Festival. Hobert's familiarity with the place and his knowledge of vegetable prices amazed the demigods following him. These people, from a young age, had become key training targets in their families due to their talent, and had never worried about things like vegetable prices. Before, we used to export to Fenaport, but now we can consume all the vegetables here ourselves, Hobert said. Longtail Island consumes a lot of vegetables every day, and the plains part of that island still focuses on growing grain. In addition, there are the factories in Backland. Now our workers in Backland have reached about 20,000 people. Previously, we relied on the manors in the suburbs of Backland for vegetable supply, but later, when it couldn't keep up, we also started purchasing from here. Hobert smiled. Currently, our goal is to ensure that everyone in the territory can eat a variety of vegetables. Vegetables like carrots and potatoes are relatively common. But look at this is an eggplant. In my impression, its price is not high, but in Feniport City, it sells for about 8 pence per piece. Most middle-class people can't afford it. When Hobert learned of this situation, he was shocked. This thing could be sold by the piece. And it was so expensive. If you took a public carriage, you could travel 30 kilometers in Backland, which was equivalent to a long journey. Everyone had a concept of pence, but no concept of vegetable prices, so they didn't understand where Hobert's shock came from. Hobert also realized that he was not on the same wavelength as these people, so in the subsequent introduction, he focused more on introducing local policies. Some of these farmlands are directly operated by the Lord's Manor, because when they first switched to growing vegetables, many people were afraid that they wouldn't sell, so the Lord's Manor had to guarantee the sales, Hobert introduced. Only after discovering that growing vegetables was more profitable than growing grain did everyone start to confidently grow vegetables. This requires a very stable grain price, and a stable, good business environment. Lawrence, who was following behind, sighed. I don't know about other places, but I only know that there's definitely no such good thing in the South Continent. The Fursak people and the Intis people would utilize profit to coax farmers into growing vegetables, then raise grain prices, and buy vegetables at low prices. After such operations, farmers would have no choice but to sell their homes, land, children, and even themselves, just to fill their stomachs. He hadn't dealt with the Loan people or the Feniport people, but they should be similar to the Fursak people. Others also expressed that they rarely saw such good policies. Hobert smiled. Actually, this boils down to an accountability issue. In today's North-South continent, if there are people in an official's jurisdiction who cannot meet their basic needs for food and clothing and are very poor, that official will not be held accountable. But I will hold them accountable for such situations. He took the opportunity to say, this is what I mentioned before, the people-oriented governance strategy, which is the most special place in the Creator's territory. Of course, everyone understood that this was the will of the Creator, so they all acted as if they were diligently memorizing it. Afterward, they visited the orchard and raved about the dazzling array of fruits there. At noon, Hobert hosted the demigods for lunch, but when it was time to eat, he found that Klein hadn't come. Hobert then remembered that Klein preferred delicious snacks, so he didn't take it too much to heart. At this time, Klein was in the farmland, chatting with a farmer who used to be a vagrant in Backland. Klein asked with some surprise, "What did you say this policy is called?" "Poverty alleviation." The farmer with a full beard smiled. "I also find this word quite unfamiliar, but the lords here often have it on their lips." Then he sighed, "If someone had helped me back in Backland, how would my family have become vagrants? My wife and children didn't survive last winter, my little daughter was only 5 years old." The farmer, holding his farm tool, wiped away tears. Thankfully, the hard times are over, they're all over. At this moment, some tourists asked the farmer to teach them how to cut the lettuce in the field. The farmer wiped away his tears, seemingly emphasizing, it's all over. He held his farm tool and seriously told the tourists, this is a skilled job. Klein could see that the farmer with the full beard enjoyed the process of teaching tourists how to cut lettuce. Taking a deep breath, Klein stood at the edge of the field for a long time before smiling. Poverty alleviation, now, how kind that word sounds. Having read so many of Rosel's diaries, Klein was very sure that Huang Dao, influenced by Western values, leaned more towards colonial thought, and it was highly unlikely he would have left notes with such content. In the afternoon, Hobert, having finished his social engagements, found Furs and Zio in the orange orchard. Zio had already devoured 5 oranges. "Hobert, I've never eaten an orange so juicy and sweet." Hobert smiled. "This is a new variety cultivated by the Earth Mother Church." He had asked the church's bishop to cultivate it according to the taste and texture of jelly oranges. Furs put an orange segment into her mouth, eating as she said, "I never thought there would be so many good things in the orchard on the Full Moon Lake West Bank." Hobert sighed, "From now on, everyone here will be able to eat fresh fruit and vegetables." Zio finished the orange in her hand, stepped forward, and said to Hobert, "There's something I'd like to discuss with you privately." Hobert paused slightly, pointing to the tree over there. "Let's go talk over there." After reaching the tree, Zio hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hobert, that day, on Longtail Island, did the Creator really look at me?" "Yes, after all, we are adjacent sequences, it's normal for the Creator to look at you," Hobert smiled. "Then, why hasn't he given me any tasks yet?" Zio was now hoping that the Creator would quickly assign her tasks, so she could feel at ease. Otherwise, she didn't know what task she would receive, nor the consequences of being watched by the Creator, and instead, she was constantly on tenterhooks. Hobert thought to himself, "The Creator has been very busy lately, and might need 2 more days to attend to you." He smiled, "After this war, the Creator has many high-level issues to resolve, so you might have to wait a bit longer." Zio said somewhat helplessly, "All right then." After rejoining Furs, Hobert led them to continue strolling. "You can't always just eat oranges there. There are so many other fruits, come, try this pear, it's so crisp and sweet." Furs let out a satisfied burp. "I can't eat anymore." Seeing Hobert pause, she explained, "Zio and I came from the food street." "All right then," Hobert said, "let's find a place to drink beer." They chatted as they returned to the food street. Hobert went to buy some snacks to go with the drinks, and the 3 of them sat down at an open-air bar, each ordering a glass of light beer. Zio looked at the enthusiastic stall owners around them and once again sighed, "Even now, I still feel like this food street is a bit unreal." Furs smiled, "Perhaps this is the joy of governance." This made Zio continue to lament, "Furs, you've changed. Before, besides finding joy in writing books, you were only interested in staying in bed and reading magazines." Furs unconsciously glanced at Hobert beside her. Recently, she had also noticed her own changes over the past year. And these changes were basically deeply influenced by this man. Hobert smiled, "Everyone changes." He sighed, "A year ago, I was still a university student with only 15 gold pounds in pocket money. Look now, I have as much as 82 gold pounds in pocket money." Zio looked at Hobert with some surprise. "I heard Furs say." She looked around and then whispered, "I heard that South Colson's monthly financial income has already reached over 80,000 gold lire, which is about 70,000 gold pounds." Hobert sighed, "Because Furs hasn't given me pocket money for 2 weeks." Zio immediately felt that her previous words were a bit superfluous. Furs glanced at Hobert. "It is said that Earl of Light has made a lot of money." "That's the company," Hobert said seriously. "It's not like some of the Lord's Manor's investments, which are considered our shared marital property. Besides, haven't you always been the one to give me my pocket money?" Zio took a sip of beer and immediately felt that she was a bit superfluous at the moment. It was past 5 in the afternoon, and the staff began to stack firewood in the open space, preparing for the bonfire party that evening. Hobert stayed by Furs's side the entire time. Furs had agreed to dance with him later, but it was real dancing, not the kind of dancing done privately in the bedroom. It had been a while since Hobert had been intimate with Furs. Hobert was just thinking about taking the opportunity to touch Furs's plump, perky buttocks when he saw Brandon, with his neatly trimmed beard and affable smile, in the crowd. Hobert was not surprised by the appearance of his biological father Rex's good friend, the Cheritu family's saint. He was just a little helpless and turned to glance at Furs, who was chatting and laughing with Zio nearby. The afternoon's companionship had warmed his relationship with Furs considerably. If he were to suggest going to accompany the guest at this moment, Furs, though she wouldn't say it aloud, would surely think, "Accompanying me is not an important matter to Hobert." Hobert pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He quietly stood behind Zio. Since Zio couldn't block Hobert, Brandon continued to look in their direction. Indeed, a few seconds later, Zio noticed Brandon's gaze and whispered to Furs, "Why is that uncle looking at me with such a strange expression?" Brandon, from a distance, froze his smile, having surely heard it. Hobert then, belatedly, realized, "That's a friend of my father's." I was so busy chatting with Furs just now that I didn't even notice him. He paused and added, maybe he's wondering why we didn't go say hello to him. Furs, let's go say hello together, otherwise it'll seem impolite. Furs glanced at Brandon and said to Hobert, you go. I don't know him. Let's go together. In case he pulls me into a casual chat, it'll be easier to get away with you there. Furs smiled. A casual chat is a casual chat. It's a good way to foster feelings. Hobert sighed deeply. I originally planned to stay by your side all evening. Go on, Furs said considerately. Don't make him wait too long. Hobert reluctantly walked over to Brandon Zaratul. Brandon, who looked to be in his 40s, held a round, red apple and took a bite. You're better at coaxing women than your father. He only said that much and didn't continue the topic, instead raising the apple in his hand. In the Intis Republic, apples of such good quality can only be eaten by congressmen and the wealthy. And here, you just gave me one for free when you saw I didn't have any money. Hobert smiled, took out his wallet, and handed Brandon a 5 gold lire banknote, which was worth about 4 gold pounds when exchanged. Brandon took the money. Only one. Hobert sighed helplessly. Shouldn't elders give juniors pocket money? Why is it the other way around for us? I left in too much of a hurry and forgot my wallet, Brandon smiled. And I didn't want to steal or utilize historical projection. Then he smiled, however, I won't let you spend these 5 gold lire for nothing. I've brought you a big business deal. Brandon pointed to the outdoor bar over there. How about we go get some beer and sit down to talk? My treat. So he took the money Hobert had just given him, ordered 2 beers, and even had a marionette buy some good-looking food to bring back. Hobert mused, after the faceless sequence, were all seers so shameless? You know other seers? Brandon asked casually. Yes, he said his name was Little Zaratul. Hobert smiled. Cough, cough, cough. Brandon choked on his beer and coughed twice before saying seriously, my divination was correct. You can indeed resolve the doubts in my heart. He snapped his fingers, and the surrounding sounds gradually diminished, eventually becoming almost inaudible. Hobert smiled. This is a clever utilize of illusion. Brandon's mind was not on discussing Beander abilities at all, but he said earnestly, our patriarch has returned after disappearing for over 100 years. From my observation, he has successfully advanced to sequence 1. Hobert also did not hide anything. A friend and I encountered him during an adventure. At that time, we were all trapped in a very dangerous space and had to find a way out quickly. Your patriarch Little Zaratul came out with us. Brandon was slightly stunned before saying, child, do you know that you released a huge source of danger? I know, Hobert said with some surprise. But for the Cheritu family, shouldn't his appearance be your opportunity, your protector? Brandon took a sip of wine and mused, theoretically, yes, but I saw dangerous omens. If there were no angels in the family, we could live comfortably as wealthy people in the Intis Republic, only needing to act as thugs for them occasionally. But with an angel, even if he just sits there and does nothing, the church will be watching us, and the government will be watching us. Under so many gazes, we have to act carefully. Hobert praised, you indeed have great wisdom in dealing with the world. Otherwise, how do you think the Cheritu family, without an angel for so many years, has managed to gain widespread respect? Brandon concluded the topic. All right, I've brought the goodwill of the Intis Republic. They want to invite Earl of Light to build a factory in Intis and promise 3 years of tax exemption and half-rent exemption. Hobert considered it for a moment and then said, the conditions are pretty good, but you know the current situation. The relationship between LotM and Intis is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid of a sudden war, and then I'd be a merchant from an enemy country. Brandon said, you can change your company name. As long as I'm not dead, the government will just turn a blind eye. That's a good idea, Hobert smiled. I'll send someone to contact the Intis embassy. For Hobert, the ritual performed using Earl of Light was over, so changing the name didn't matter. I've delivered the message, Brandon stood up and said. Please tell Christine that I'll be going to Backland in a while. Hobert nodded. Okay. Brandon snapped his fingers again, and the surrounding sounds gradually returned. Watching the scholar of yore walk away, Hobert quickly went back to find Furs and, as he wished, began dancing with her by the bonfire. While dancing, Hobert whispered in her ear, in the next few days, some Beyonders will gradually head to Longtail Island. Furs was originally going to pull away, but hearing Hobert's words were quite important, so she didn't evade. After finishing the serious matters, Furs was about to push Hobert away a little, but then Hobert whispered again, "I'll go back to Backland and find something for Zio to do. At the latest, she'll receive a task from the creator next week." They talked about Zio for a while longer. When they started the second dance, Furs didn't push Hobert away, so the two of them continued to chat and dance intimately for several more dances. Hobert also got his wish and took the opportunity to touch her perky buttocks. After these few dances, their relationship finally returned to normal. However, Furs still didn't stay in the Lord's Manor. She returned to Green Meadow Manor and stated that she did not welcome Hobert to come along. Hobert didn't force it. It was already very good that things had progressed this far today. The next day, Thursday morning, the leaders of various Beander forces left one after another. Hobert spent the entire morning seeing them off. Finally, in the afternoon, all the socializing ended, and Hobert returned to Backland. Hobert was just about to rest in his study when he heard the sound of prayer coming from the country of disorder. He sighed, "I must rest this weekend, otherwise even my mental state as a saint will have problems." Hobert had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't even done a final tally of the spoils. Entering the country of disorder and sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw that it was the star representing Wrath that was expanding. He quickly extended his spirituality to the star. Somewhere in the ruins of the Divine War, the Blue Avenger, after a period of being lost, finally reached the location mentioned by Hermit earlier. After waiting for over an hour here, Alger noticed that the sun in the sky seemed to be falling into the sea. He quickly shouted, "All crew members, look at your feet." No one is to look up. Alger also lowered his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Raft praying nearby. He was very curious as to why this devout the Creator believer absolutely had to come here. The sailors, with their heads down, felt that the sunlight ahead seemed to be getting more and more dazzling, as if the sun had fallen onto the sea. Then, everyone even heard the sound of horses galloping, and the neighing of horses. Alger's spirituality was drawn by the dazzling sunlight ahead. His spirituality seemed to see two horses bathed in golden light, rushing towards them. Behind the horses, a magnificent chariot, seemingly made of gold, was being pulled. Just as they were about to approach the ship, Alger felt a surge of power descend. All the crew members, including him, immediately knelt on the ground, wanting to praise the great power before them. This mental pressure lasted for 1 or 2 seconds, and then, the mental pressure disappeared without a trace. Boom boom boom. Raft, exclaiming joyfully, praised the Creator. While vigorously kowtowing on the deck, "Ha ha. My potion is completely digested." Alger then noticed that the horses and chariot were gone. The sky as far as the eye could see quickly darkened. The left side became dusk, and the right side became dawn, but there was no noon. After a brief moment of surprise, Alger asked Raft, "What happened just now?" "What happened just now?" Raft laughed somewhat crazily, "That was a miracle, a miracle." In the country of disorder, Hobert looked at the golden scepter, which felt incredibly smooth to the touch. The head of the staff had beautiful spiral patterns, and its length could change freely. At this moment, it was taller than a person. When Hobert held it, he felt as if he was bathed in the sunlight of a warm afternoon. The moment he held it, Hobert immediately felt its effects. It could scatter sunlight, it could burn enemies within sight to ashes, it could boost the morale of allies and give courage to companions, and it could drive the sun god chariot. Hobert first responded to Raft, "Very good, I am very satisfied with your performance." His acknowledgement was equivalent to completing a bribe to the Creator, and thus, Raft's remaining potion was digested. Breaking the connection with Raft, Hobert quickly returned to the real world, then used travel to come to an uninhabited wilderness to test the scepter's abilities. So, after praying to himself, Hobert returned to the country of disorder, grabbed the golden scepter again, and used his star to return to the real world. Then he injected spirituality into the scepter, and 2 magnificent horses bathed in golden light appeared, standing docilely beside Hobert. Behind them was the sun god chariot, made of gold. The chariot was not large, with a guard reaching the abdomen in front, and 2 wheels burning with golden yellow flames. At this moment, the entire wilderness became extremely bright, as if a sun had fallen to the ground. Hobert jumped onto the chariot and quickly ascended into the clouds, the two magnificent horses galloping with all their might. Yahoo! Hobert cheered joyfully as the land below rapidly receded behind him. People on the ground along the way looked up at the sky, wondering why there were two suns appearing in the sky. Hobert, with a look of pleasant surprise, soon arrived at the raging sea, where mountain-like dark clouds and raging winds were right before his eyes. The sun god chariot suddenly emitted a dazzling light, breaking through the dark clouds and dispersing the raging winds. The harsh weather here did not affect the sun god chariot's progress at all. It was a pity that even though he was currently a sequence 3, his method of summoning himself had a certain range. Otherwise, he would definitely drive the sun god chariot to the south continent to take a look. Hobert gripped his scepter tightly, and the two steeds received his command, beginning to turn back. In Winter County, in the northeastern part of LotM, on a perpetually snow-covered mountain in the Minsk Mountains. In this remote place, there was a small church. The church did not worship any deity, but instead enshrined a huge cross. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be easy to overlook the priest sitting at the church entrance, half of his face covered by a light golden beard, deep in thought. Suddenly, something seemed to interrupt his contemplation. He looked at the sky to the south. Amen stole my sun god chariot. He smiled slightly, withdrew his gaze, and continued to ponder. In the hills of the southwestern Intis Republic, there was a region that had remained in a perpetual state of noon for over 1,000 years. This was once the divine kingdom of the eternal blazing sun, and there was a colossal open-air sun god statue here. The eyes of the giant statue suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. For a moment, the high priest and all the clergy at the headquarters knelt before the statue in astonishment. The statue slowly turned its head, looking towards the east, and then an incredibly sacred voice appeared in midair, his sun god chariot. Hobert returned to the wilderness and found himself in a praying posture. After ending the summoning of the sun god chariot, he held the scepter and returned to the country of disorder. Then, he quickly returned to the real world, using travel to return to the Earl's mansion study. Sitting behind the desk, Hobert couldn't help but smile. The speed of this sun god chariot was even faster than travel. Theoretically, it could reach the speed of light, but Hobert was not the sun god, so the sun god chariot couldn't reach its maximum speed at all. Even so, traveling back and forth between the north-south continent only took a little over half a minute. Thinking of this, Hobert's smile slowly disappeared, and he let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, currently only the larger, the Creator, can utilize it. Because the power of the sun in the scepter was too strong, even if Hobert was a sequence 3, he would be purified by the power of the scepter within a few seconds, turning into a fool who could only praise the sun. Only at sequence 2 could he briefly utilize the scepter in the real world. Knock knock knock. A few knocks on the door came, and Dophus reminded from outside, "Mr. Earl, it's time to prepare for tonight's ball." Hobert stood up. "All right." For this ball, Hobert prepared very grandly, getting a new haircut, picking out a brand new suit, and even putting on light makeup. After preparing all this, Hobert took a carriage to Christine's Duke's mansion and entered through the side door of the ballroom. His adoptive mother Monliza and younger brother Tyrone were also ready. After waiting a little longer, Audrey's family also arrived at the back of the ballroom. Audrey was wearing a pink long dress with lace today, which exuded a girlish freshness amidst its luxuriousness. As soon as she entered, she carefully scrutinized Hobert. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, she smiled and greeted Monliza. After the two families exchanged pleasantries, only Hobert and Audrey were left at the back of the ballroom. Hobert, dressed in a dark suit and white shirt, took Audrey's hand. "Our outfits match quite well." Audrey showed a beautiful smile. "No matter what we wear, you would probably say that, wouldn't you?" Hobert smiled. "My thoughts can't escape your eyes at all." Audrey knew Hobert was lying, because ever since Hobert was promoted to sequence 3, she could hardly discern Hobert's thoughts. However, she was still very happy that Hobert said that. "Hobert," Audrey asked softly with some curiosity, "was this war very intense?" "It was indeed very intense." Hobert said seriously. "Our side lost more than 50 Beyonders, including a demigod." Audrey resisted the urge to cover her mouth. "Goddess. More than 50 Beyonders. Then, what about the enemy? How many losses did the enemy suffer?" Hobert said. According to statistics, 289 Beyonders died, including 2 Sequence 3s. Among these Beyonders, more than 50 were killed by the ancient death god's corpse, and most of the others died during the pursuit. During their counterattack, not many people died instead. Audrey nodded. It was indeed a great victory. At this moment, the two heard Christine beginning her speech in the ballroom. Hobert asked Audrey, "Are you ready?" Audrey took a deep breath. "Hobert, I'm actually a little nervous." And it was the kind that couldn't be pacified, well. Hobert said seriously, "I have a way." As he spoke, he leaned over and kissed Audrey on the cheek, feeling better. Audrey said with a blush, more nervous. At this moment, Christine, who had finished her speech, said loudly, "Let's look forward to the dance of these two young people." Hobert extended his arm, and Audrey somewhat unnaturally linked hers. The two of them walked together through the back door of the ballroom and entered the hall. Audrey saw that many nobles in the ballroom still had very surprised expressions, apparently shocked by the newly announced news that the two had confirmed their romantic relationship. Hobert, on the other hand, saw that almost all the young men in the ballroom were trying to hide their disappointment, though many were not doing a good job of it. This made Hobert's smile grow even wider. The two came onto the stage, and as the music began, they started to dance gracefully. Audrey looked at Hobert's handsome face with a smile, and her nervousness quickly disappeared. She gradually became immersed in their world. Hobert's solid arms and straight back attracted Audrey, her gaze becoming increasingly gentle, gradually filled with love. This scene almost made many gentlemen below the stage lose their composure. They wanted to leave the ballroom, to leave the Duke's mansion. But Audrey was too beautiful today, and they couldn't bear to leave. Finally, some people really shed tears, because from then on, all of Audrey's beauty would belong to Hobert, and would have nothing to do with them. Earl Hall in the corner couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. For some reason, he always felt as if he had come to give his daughter away in marriage today. Soon, the opening dance finished. After the two on stage bowed, applause gradually started from below, finally becoming thunderous. Christine clapped while intently staring at the young nobles below. He naturally felt that the atmosphere in the ballroom today was very unusual, and everyone's emotions seemed to have been suppressed. If there was any sign of loss of control, Christine would immediately utilize his own prestige to quickly control the situation. It was the first time in nearly 100 years that a noble ball had been so thrilling. Audrey linked arms with Hobert, and the two slowly descended the stage. Although Hobert, Earl Hall's eldest son, did not quite approve of Audrey announcing her relationship so early, he was the first to step forward and offer congratulations. Next were Mr. and Mrs. Christine and Tyrone, as well as Earl and Countess Hall, Viscount Glaint, and so on. After that, the congratulations from others seemed very forced, but they had to show something to demonstrate their magnanimity and openness. However, their eyes and stiff expressions betrayed their true feelings inside. The noble men were generally very gentle in their tone towards Audrey, but when facing Hobert, they were stiff, and their upbringing from childhood basically failed today. Hobert feigned politeness with them, but in his heart, he sighed, "If others' thoughts of killing me could allow me to digest the potion, then tonight, my Sequence 3 potion would definitely be fully digested." Then he thought again. A few months ago, these people ridiculed my diet for not being like a noble's, saying that a noble's temperament isn't acquired by eating bread. I first taught you a lesson with Earl of Light, and then I'll marry the beautiful, wealthy, and white woman you've been coveting every day. This is nothing short of killing with intent. Watching the people who came to congratulate him, their expressions and eyes becoming increasingly awkward, Hobert, distortion, his emotions several times to keep from laughing out loud. Once the congratulatory segment ended, the atmosphere of the ball became a little more normal. Hobert and Audrey each took a glass of champagne and chatted in the center of the ballroom. Today, they were the absolute protagonists of this ball. Perhaps the nobles really didn't want to see Hobert's smug face, so no one came to talk to them. Hobert took a sip of champagne before saying, "I've really failed as an earl. I only see a group of men looking at me with resentment, but no ladies showing any displeasure. It's clear that you are very popular in noble circles, but no one cares about me." Audrey said, "Just now, I clearly saw two young ladies with tear stains on their faces, obviously having cried for you." Hobert looked left and right. "Where?" Audrey reached out and turned his face back. You'd better truly not have seen them. Of course, I didn't see them. Hobert immediately changed the subject. Go ask your father if he has anything to say to you. I've seen him look this way several times. Audrey almost pouted, but remembering this was a social occasion, she merely gave Hobert a slightly warning look and walked towards Earl Hall. Hobert took a big gulp of champagne, enjoying himself as he continued to appreciate the noble's unwilling yet helpless expressions. A moment later, Audrey and Earl Hall returned together. Hobert knew from their expressions that Earl Hall hadn't been looking for Audrey just now, but had something to say to him, so he smiled and said, "Uncle Hall." Earl Hall cleared his throat and said, "You should still call me Earl Hall." That address sounded more reassuring. Then he said seriously, "I've received some news. The Gas Association is preparing to submit a report to the Council regarding restrictions on the development of the electric light industry." Hobert was startled. "Their reason for restricting it is?" Earl Hall replied, "They say it's not environmentally friendly." Hobert resisted the urge to twitch his lips. "Is there something wrong with my ears?" "Not environmentally friendly." Hobert thought he had misheard. "Electricity isn't environmentally friendly." Earl Hobert smiled and said, "They reportedly saw a power plant with such a large chimney, emitting a large amount of white smoke every day, which obviously violates the relevant acts of the current Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee." "Ah, I see." Hobert nodded, a smile also appearing on his face. "It's clearly a misunderstanding caused by their lack of understanding of how a power plant operates." Earl Hobert, however, put away his smile and said, "Things are far from that simple. I hope you can handle it carefully." Hobert smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder. At the latest by next week, Earl's Light will have a response." Earl Hobert said nothing more, chatted with Hobert for a few more sentences, and then yielded the center of the ballroom back to Hobert and Audrey. Watching her father leave, Audrey then asked, "Hobert, does the power plant really cause a lot of pollution?" Hobert smiled and said, "Do you have time tomorrow? How about I take you to visit the power plant?" Audrey smiled helplessly. "Tomorrow might not work." The next few days might not work because the elders in my family, as well as my mother's side of the family, will probably come to inquire about our relationship. I need to entertain them." Hobert nodded. "That's okay. We'll visit the power plant together next week." He smiled and added, "Once you've visited the power plant, you'll know that their so-called, not environmentally friendly, is completely a joke. Or rather, whether it's environmentally friendly or not isn't their main point. The key is that the emergence of Earl's Light has suddenly captured too much market share in the lighting industry. This is the main conflict between them and me." Hobert took a deep breath and said, "Submitting a report to the council is just their first step to gain some attention. I've already thought for them. Next, a few people will definitely die from electricity utilized in Backland, and many electricity-related accidents will occur. Their goal is to suppress Earl's Light by exploiting fear of the unknown." Following this line of thought, Hobert suddenly realized that he was actually facing the entire gas industry's interest chain, and the politicians who benefited from this industry. As electricity becomes more widely used, conflicts with existing interest groups are almost inevitable. They won't think about who can better represent the future of humanity, they care about their immediate interests. This isn't short-sightedness, it's simply human nature. Unless Hobert can publicize all the current processes of the electricity industry, allowing the gas lamp industry to get a share of the electricity industry with very little cost. But for now, Hobert still needs to utilize Earl's Light to attract massive funds for developing the cause in the South Continent. Before the next commercial action is fully launched, he does not intend to release more monopoly technologies. Audrey listened to Hobert's analysis and asked with some concern, "Then what should we do?" Hobert smiled. "There's nothing to worry about. Gas isn't without safety hazards." He simply skipped this topic. "It seems you'll have to complete your promotion next week." "Yes," Audrey said with some regret. "This week is really too busy. I must be present during your promotion." Audrey smiled and said, "I know." While they were chatting happily, some nobles had already excused themselves, and then many nobles followed suit. Thus, the ball had to be cut short after only a few dances. Hobert and Audrey also joined the line of seeing off guests. After seeing off most of the nobles, Hobert smiled and said, "It seems their congratulations just now were equivalent to farting." Audrey said seriously, Hobert, your choice of words is very ungentlemanlike. Hobert nodded. Indeed, not gentlemanlike enough. I'll rephrase. Their congratulations just now were like expelling gas from the lower middle part of the body. Ah, it's good to have gone to grammar school, I can describe it so appropriately. Audrey covered her mouth and chuckled, then lowered her hand and cleared her throat, saying, I don't care. She said seriously, even if all of Backland opposes our relationship, I don't care. Hobert naturally placed his hand on Audrey's waist, and as they walked back to the ballroom, he said, it's not that serious. Their departure at this time was probably out of fear of losing face, anyway, I didn't take it to heart. Back at the ballroom entrance, Audrey pushed Hobert's hand off her waist. I'm just afraid it will create more enemies for Earl's Light. Don't worry, Hobert said confidently. They don't know the true meaning of Earl's Light. Audrey was stunned. What is it? Hobert smiled. You'll understand once you start working at Earl's Light. As they spoke, the two returned to the ballroom. Many nobles close to Christine and Earl Hobert had not left, as well as Hobert and Audrey's friend Viscount Glaint, and Lord Bradley, whom Hobert had saved before, and many other nobles remained. Hobert sighed with emotion. I didn't expect them to be so ungentlemanlike. I think we should be gentlemanlike in this regard. Hobert smiled. They probably truly can't accept that the Pearl of Backland would fall for an ugly, poor, stinky brat. I think if they continued to stay here, they might actually cry. So we should be gentlemanlike, let them go. The young people burst into laughter together. Hobert also laughed uncharitably a few times before saying, your sarcasm is truly sharp. If Hobert was ugly and poor, then there would be no handsome and wealthy young people in Backland. They then held a smaller ball, which ended happily and lively around 10 in the evening. Back at the Earl's mansion, Hobert collapsed into bed and slept soundly. His sleep had been very good these past few days. On Friday, Hobert finally had a day off. He spent most of his time staring out at the garden from the window, only occasionally considering his next plan. After a day of rest, Hobert felt refreshed, so he went to work at Military Intelligence Section 9 on Saturday. As soon as he arrived at the office, Hobert asked his secretary Charlene to retrieve the Aurora Order's files. The demonist sect has been crippled. They will definitely lie low for a period, making it difficult to launch new strikes against them for a while. So it was naturally the Aurora Order's turn. There were many files on the Aurora Order. 2 archive staff members helped move them all to Hobert's office. Hobert looked for a while and found that most of these files were records of tragedies caused by Aurora Order members. Moreover, he discovered that many cases were clearly not actions of the Aurora Order, but because they remained unsolved, they were attributed to the Aurora Order. These madmen of the Aurora Order not only didn't defend themselves, but sometimes even claimed responsibility for many cases. Thus, they became scapegoats. Military Intelligence Section 9, when doing some shady things, would sometimes frame the Aurora Order when they had to find an explanation. Pushing aside these case-type files, only about a dozen files remained. Hobert flipped through them and found that the intelligence on the Aurora Order's strongholds, personnel, etc., in Backland was very detailed. After a moment's thought, Hobert quickly realized that this intelligence must have been obtained by Military Intelligence Section 9 during their cooperation with the Aurora Order. Hobert carefully reviewed the information on these Aurora Order members. He planned to have Zio verify it, then organize a wave of assassinations to see if they could draw out any big fish. As for the Aurora Order being able to trace the mastermind behind all this to Earl Hobert based on the intelligence provided by Military Intelligence Section 9, that would be even better. Hobert could just wait for their demigods to come to their deaths. The recent victory had significantly increased the power Hobert could control, especially the 3 demigods of the Bach family, who could now be freely mobilized in the name of the Creator. The change this brought to Hobert was that, before the war, he had to find opportunities to attack the Aurora Order, trying to avoid them detecting his actions. Now it was different. Hobert could openly investigate them and wasn't afraid of direct conflict with them. With this change, Hobert suddenly found that he had many more means at his disposal. Hobert spent the entire morning reading documents. After having lunch at Military Intelligence Section 9, he was about to continue reading when Georgina suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Hobert put down the folder in his hand and smiled. Director General, you could have just had Charlene convey anything. Why did you come in person? As he spoke, he stood up and invited Georgina to sit on the sofa over there. Georgina, however, glanced at the documents on Hobert's desk and asked, I heard you're looking into the Aurora Order's files. Yes. Hobert smiled. The existence of these terrorists is a challenge to the peace of the entire Loan Kingdom. As a member of Military Intelligence Section 9, my sense of justice absolutely cannot tolerate their existence. Georgina smiled as she sat on the sofa. Tell me the truth. Hobert smiled. I just got some information that the Aurora Order seems to have some connection with the demonist sect, so I wanted to investigate. This was a reason he had prepared long ago. Since they were cooperating with the Rune royal family, they must have some connections. Georgina frowned. There's such a thing. Yes. However, Georgina didn't seem to care much about Hobert's answer. She then asked, actually, I'm very curious, why do you so desperately want to eliminate the demonist sect? Hobert said pointedly, this is a goal, an order. Georgina nodded thoughtfully. As for what she ultimately thought, Hobert didn't care. Then the Duchess added, I'm hosting a small ball next Friday. This is the invitation. Hobert took the invitation. You could have just had your secretary send it over. Then he casually asked, who will be attending? Some colleagues, a few friends, and a few members of the royal family. Hobert smiled. Thank you for your invitation. It is my honor. Georgina stood up and walked out, saying, oh, by the way, you'll be conferred next Wednesday. Remember to clear your schedule. Okay. Watching the Director General leave, Hobert looked at the invitation in his hand again. He suddenly couldn't quite figure out if Georgina was here to test him or to deliver an invitation. He shook his head and didn't think much of it, continuing to read the materials in his hand. After finishing the materials in his hand, Hobert also started slacking off. In the evening, Hobert had nothing to do, so he locked his bedroom door early and went to the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert pulled over the pile of Beander characteristic and began to tally the spoils of this war. First, the Sequence 0 and Sequence 1 sealed artifact had already been categorized. Moreover, the public war report did not announce the news that an angel from the Witch Church had cut off its tail to survive, nor the death of the Black Witch. So, only Hobert currently knew the specific details of these two spoils of war. There was also another Sequence 1 sealed artifact, the crystal archway that April had given to Hobert. The only utilize of this archway might be to place it on the battlefield during a fight, allowing some enemies who couldn't resist the temptation to walk into it themselves. Although it had the ability to roam the stars, there was a certain probability of being sent before the primordial moon, which for Hobert was tantamount to suicide. So, in Hobert's opinion, it was better to crush this sealed artifact into an Beander characteristic for utilize when needed. In terms of sealed artifact spoils, besides this archway, there were also 9 level 2 sealed artifacts. These sealed artifacts came from the Council of Knowledge and were seized by Angus and others. After naming the crystal door, 1112, Hobert went to inspect the mountain of Beander characteristics. It was no exaggeration to describe it as a mountain this time, as there were nearly 300 Beander characteristics. Hobert quickly categorized them: 62 inches Traveler, Pathway Beander characteristics, 218 inches Witch, Pathway Beander characteristics, and 9 inches Hunter, Pathway Beander characteristics. The Traveler, Pathway Beander characteristics included 1 Secret Sorcerer, 7 Travelers, 23 Scribes, and 31 Astrologers. No low sequence Beander characteristics were seized because the Theosophy Order did not have any low sequence Beanders participating in this war. The Secret Sorcerer and Traveler Beander characteristics were seized in the surprise attack on Jeffrey City, while the other characteristics were seized from the frontline battlefield. It could be said that after this battle, the Theosophy Order existed in name only. Perhaps a scribe was now the top combat power of the Theosophy Order. After categorizing these Beander characteristics, Hobert waved his hand again, and all the Hunter and Witch Pathway Beander characteristics came before him. The Hunter Pathway Beander characteristics included 1 Reaper, 1 Conspirer, 3 Pyromaniacs, 3 Provokers, and 1 Hunter Beander characteristic. Most of the low sequence Beander characteristics were seized from the headquarters of the demonist sect. According to the report from Seal and others who cleaned up the battlefield, not only were there low-sequence Beyonders there, but also hundreds of servants such as cooks and coachmen. None of them survived, they died the moment the ancient death god's corpse descended. The demonist sect's failure to evacuate these ordinary people before the war had already sealed their fate of death. Hobert pulled his thoughts back and continued to count the spoils. The witch pathway Beyonders included 1 demoness of undying, 9 despair witches, 19 pain witches, 62 pleasure witches, 75 witches, 33 instigators, and 19 assassin Beyander characteristics. Looking at these spoils, Hobert estimated that this time, basically 70 to 80% of the demonist sect's middle management had been eliminated. Even if they had the corresponding, sufficient Beyander characteristics, they wouldn't be able to recover for 3 to 5 years. Moreover, it was impossible for them to have enough Beyander characteristics to quickly restore their strength. It could be said that they wouldn't recover for several centuries. Hobert smiled at this thought, very satisfied with the effect of this strike. He glanced at the pile of Beyander characteristics before him. This was precisely why he hoped to utilize these Beyander characteristics to build his own Beyander force. Because there were simply too many, even if Helen's team of 25 people ate them like meals, they couldn't finish them. Hobert couldn't give them to Jonathan and the others for no reason, as the Council of Knowledge had not yet been incorporated. Furthermore, Jonathan and the others had a dual identity with both the Abraham family and the Council of Knowledge, and their recognition of the Creator's subordinates would be relatively weak, so Hobert was not entirely at ease with incorporating them on a large scale. Therefore, it was better to simply build his own force. Although it was a bit troublesome, this was an investment in the future. Next, Hobert was troubled by the issue of potion formulas. While the traveler pathway potion formulas could be obtained from furs, what about the witch pathway potion formulas? It should be noted that part of the reason the Tony family abandoned these Beyander characteristics was the difficulty in acquiring potion formulas. Hobert sighed. He could indeed trade for relevant potion formulas from the Council of Knowledge, but it was doubtful if they had complete Demoness of Despair potion formulas. For a long time to come, the Demoness sect would rarely appear in public view, making opportunities to acquire potion formulas even rarer. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly had a bold idea. So Hobert found an instigator Beyander characteristic in his hand, association. Immediately, some knowledge of dark magic appeared in his mind, along with the instigator potion formula. Sequence 8, Instigator. Main ingredients: heart of a demon throat bee, poison sac of a dark lurker. Auxiliary ingredients: 100 milliliters of pure water, vocal cord of a demon throat bee, 5 drops of blue mandrake juice, 10 grams of water fern powder, 1 unpeeled walnut. Hobert was first stunned, then smiled. It really works. Theoretically, uncrushed Beyander characteristics all contained a small amount of mental residue from their previous owner. Klein, in Saphira Castle, could utilize these mental residues to divine the corresponding potion formulas. Although Hobert couldn't divine, he could associate. After all, the association between Beyander characteristics and potion formulas was very high. So he quickly started from sequence 9 Assassin, performing association from bottom to top, and it was all very successful until Demoness of Afflictions. However, when associating the sequence 4 Demoness of Despair potion formula, he only associated with the advancement ritual and one of the main ingredients. Hobert realized, this means that currently, I can only associate with potion formulas below demigod level. But this was enough, because after advancing to sequence 2, he would definitely be able to associate demigod level potion formulas, and by that time, the Beyander force he established would probably not yet need potion formulas of that level. After comfortably categorizing the Beyander characteristics before him, following the train of thought for potion formulas, Hobert suddenly thought of Klein's Scholar of Your potion formula problem. Hobert smiled to himself. I wonder if, at the next tarot club, when I tell Klein that he can obtain the potion formula from the Evernight goddess, he will feel extremely regretful, wondering why he hadn't thought of it before. Hobert also thought that he actually remembered the main ingredients for Scholar of Yore: the eyes of a root of corruption hound and the flocculated heart of a mist wolf. He then thought, I could tell Klein the 2 main ingredients. After all, potion formulas of this level, even just a part of them, are extremely valuable. At this point, Hobert suddenly had an inspiration. I wonder if, associating, these two main ingredients in my mind could, associate, some other information. Following the principle of trying without losing anything, he, associated, the two main ingredients of Scholar of Yore. What he didn't expect was that he immediately received a lot of information. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. Main ingredients. A pair of eyes from a root of corruption hound, also known as Saphira Castle Watcher, +1 flocculated heart of a mist wolf. Auxiliary ingredients. 100 milliliters of root of corruption hound blood plus 30 grams of mist wolf's hoarfrost crystals plus a large amount of authentic ancient historical records. Ritual. Completely detach from reality for at least 300 years, and consume the potion after oneself has become history and no longer belongs to the current era. The essence of the ritual is to eliminate detailed interference, providing a clear and accurate positioning imprint for oneself to become an Scholar of Yore, preventing loss. This was actually the complete Scholar of Yore potion formula. This result surprised Hobert. As long as he knew the main ingredients, he could associate the complete potion formula. Hobert immediately realized, that's not it, these potion formulas were already in my mind. He quickly understood that this was information he had seen before when reading books. But even as an old reader, he couldn't have memorized the complete potion formula, only the impressive two main ingredients stuck in his memory. At this moment, using Beander means, this information he had once seen but not remembered was restored from his mind. Hobert unconsciously smiled. This is a huge treasure. There were indeed many potion formulas that appeared in the original work. Following this line of thought, Hobert recalled a lot of crucial information. For example, Klein's flocculated heart of a mist wolf was also obtained from the Evernight goddess. When Hobert first thought of this matter before, he had no impression, but now it seemed that because this matter involved the Evernight goddess, there was hidden interference, which was why Hobert couldn't remember it. But now, firstly, Hobert's sequence was higher, and secondly, he had the guidance of the Evernight goddess, and he himself could sometimes appear in a hidden state, so he recalled this matter. The flow of memories was like a burst dam, and Hobert recalled more and more things from before his transmigration. He was then surprised to find that his memories from before transmigration had obvious gaps. Even though he recalled many things now, the memory gaps were still very apparent. For example, Hobert racked his brain but couldn't remember what job he did before transmigration. But another perplexing thing was that when he explored that unnamed island with Alger last year, he could connect the cultural elements of the elf to some knowledge he gained from his work. Also, when he was planning the Beander auction house, he remembered watching a large number of videos about auctions due to his work. But he just couldn't remember what his job itself was. Hobert realized that there was a big problem with this matter. His memory having gaps wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that he hadn't realized before that his memory had obvious gaps. Hobert suddenly thought of some of Amon's clone's previous words and Truncest's related descriptions. This should be related to the person, or rather, the existence, that changed his fate. But he had no clue at all now. Hobert sighed. There's no other way, I can only strive to advance to find new clues. Moreover, facing such unknown forces in this Beander world, overthinking is useless and might even affect one's state. So Hobert simply stopped thinking and instead picked up the Black Emperor card from the Iron Throne's armrest, looking at the last few pages. He mainly looked at the rituals for Sequence 2 and Sequence 1. The Sequence 2 ritual was to cause a chaos involving all social strata in a world-renowned large city, and then utilize a unique, unprecedented new order proposed by the advancer to quell the chaos, drinking the potion amidst the confusion and helplessness brought by the chaos and the unwillingness of people to accept the new order. Regarding this ritual, Hobert had already had some ideas when he decided to establish Earl of Light. He was going to establish a new company that would research and produce a series of electrical products such as telephones, motors, radios, phonographs, electric cars, and refrigerators, thereby initiating an electrical revolution. Currently, the mere popularization of electric lights had already caused dissatisfaction in the gas industry. In the coming period, Hobert would certainly engage in a series of struggles with them, and Hobert was confident of victory. His victory would undoubtedly bring immense chaos to the entire gas industry. As various electrical appliances and plastic products are applied, they will have a significant impact on the lives of backland residents, which in turn will affect the upstream and downstream industries of various sectors, leading to corresponding chaos across all social strata. However, because electrical appliances are more convenient and offer more functions, once such a wave forms, it is by no means something an individual can stop. At that time, whether everyone is willing or not, they will be forced to be swept along by the tide of the times. This carries lower risk than orchestrating a rebellion in LotM and establishing a new order, and such a wave can be used to plunder most of the wealth created in the North Continent over the past century, then utilize it to establish a kingdom in the South Continent. The impact it can achieve is also greater than launching a coup. Because even if Hobert utilizes a coup to become the king of LotM, he will still be constrained by the church. Hobert is very clear that the Evernight goddess's investment in him now is not to allow him to have conflicts of interest with the Night Goddess Church in the future. In terms of control, Hobert certainly won't bow to divine authority, so the moment he becomes king, he might have to be prepared to break with the church. So far, no one, or rather, no god, who has opposed the seven gods has met a good end, and Hobert certainly doesn't want to be the next. Therefore, establishing a kingdom in the South Continent is the optimal solution. Additionally, tonight, Hobert discovered that his marriage to Audrey could complete the final step of this ritual. Nobles have a very keen sense of smell. After Hobert earned the first wave of money from electrical appliances, nobles would certainly rush to invest in the electricity industry. At that time, nobles and wealthy individuals might not fall into chaos, instead, it could be a huge opportunity. However, Hobert's marriage to Audrey is enough to make many nobles in Backland envious, angry, and hateful, but in the end, they can only accept it helplessly. Although it's not the same as the electrical revolution, it can cause the most leisurely noble class in Backland to fall into a certain degree of chaos because of Hobert. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled, withdrew his thoughts, and looked at the description of Sequence 1 again. Sequence 1, Order Usurping Prince. Main material, 1 Order Usurping Prince Beander characteristic. Auxiliary materials, 30 grams each of 5 local specialties that the populace can associate with the Transcender. Ritual, overthrow the rule of a country, or establish a nation through rebellion. In the established kingdom, create a system that violates the common sense of this world, and establish a culture and order that all people in the territory find difficult to accept. This is also why Hobert insists on establishing a nation, because at Sequence 1 Inch Order Usurping Prince, one must have their own kingdom. Additionally, this ritual reminded Hobert of the United Empire, of the Fourth Epoch, where Truncest and Tudor both betrayed Solomon and jointly established the United Empire. Hobert is not very clear about the system followed by the United Empire, but he knows that the architectural style of the Fourth Epoch has always been known for its asymmetry. Just like the tall tower Hobert saw on another planet before, the left side had one style, and the right side had another, looking as if 2 completely different architectural styles had each taken half and been glued together. This is a culture that is difficult for people to accept. Of course, decades later, the populace got used to it, but in the initial period, all citizens should have found it very difficult to accept. Such asymmetry seemed to have been prevalent during the Solomon Empire era, but the Solomon Empire did not control the entire North Continent. At that time, the divine kingdoms of the 7 gods were not just the headquarters of the churches as they are now. At that time, they were truly 7 countries. It was only after the establishment of the United Empire that it basically controlled all the territory of the North Continent, and at this time, the asymmetrical style became popular in the original divine kingdoms of the 7 gods. The rituals for Truncest and Tudor to advance to Sequence 1 were basically completed. It's no wonder they completed their advancement not long after their rebellion. It turns out their rebellion was equivalent to completing half of the ritual. Hobert sighed. This is truly a pathway without a sense of security. Establishing a nation through rebellion is also quite difficult for Hobert, because it is a rebellion and not a coup. One must first pledge allegiance to the ruler of a country, and then rebel. Just gaining the acceptance of the ruler is very difficult to achieve and may consume a lot of time and benefits. Even the LotM kingdom and the Fenaport kingdom could not fully accept Hobert, because he still carried the label of the creator's dear. So it's better to overthrow the rule of a country, and Hobert had already found that country. the Highland Kingdom in the South Continent, ruled by the Rose School of Thought. Currently, the colonization by the 4 North Continent countries has not completely wiped out the Balam Empire and the Highland Kingdom, they each still have a lot of territory and population. It's just that these two countries have been suffering from economic plunder by the North Continent. At that time, launching an Beander war that can destroy a country, completely crushing the rule of the Highland Kingdom, would complete half of the ritual. Taking a deep breath, Hobert once again sorted out the general plan: plunder the North Continent with the electricity revolution, and then quickly establish a nation with the plundered wealth. After glancing at the spoils of this battle again, Hobert left the country of disorder. Back in the real world, he still wasn't sleepy, so he began to consider how to digest the potion. The ritual for Duke of Entropy had been considered, but the frenzied mage potion had only just begun to digest. The method of launching an Beander war only showed signs of potion digestion, but it wasn't a significant digestion. Hobert estimated that launching an ordinary war, and it must be one that invades another country, bringing great disaster to the people of that country, would likely lead to a substantial digestion of the potion. After all, that would be chaotic enough. Thinking of this, he shook his head, feeling that launching a war was not the correct approach. After all, it was frenzied mage, not war mage. Based on previous experience, Hobert believed that the key to digesting the potion should primarily be in the rampage aspect, and mage might just be a title. For example, Klein's Secret Sorcerer. Hobert remembered that he mainly focused on acting out Secret Sorcerer, and did not consider acting out mage. The mage in Hobert's concept was not the kind who conjured fireballs, but the kind who ate vegetarian food, chanted Buddhist scriptures, and knocked on wooden fish. Acting out these two roles seemed to miss the point a bit. So how should rampage be acted out? Hobert thought of the previous acting directions for Earl of the Fallen and Mentor of Disorder, and felt that his rampage might be one aspect. It should mainly be about making the people in the territory rampage, or making others rampage himself, which is likely the correct direction. Hobert smiled slightly. Next, there was a very good experiment on Longtail Island that could test whether this direction was correct. Finally, Hobert thought of Truncest's problem again, and he planned to consult Klein individually at the Tarot Club the day after tomorrow to see if he had any good ideas. On Sunday morning, Hobert had planned to rest for a day, but Alan, the butler from the Lord's Manor in Jeffrey City, came to report via Traveler's Gate that the special envoy of King Fernando II of Fenaport had arrived and requested Hobert to personally receive him. Hobert was not surprised by this and arrived at the Lord's Manor from Traveler's Gate. Entering the main hall of the front yard, Hobert saw that the king's special envoy was none other than the valiant Princess Ethel, dressed in a lady's tailcoat. She smiled and said, "Congratulations on your victory. The Fenaport Kingdom also strongly dislikes these secret organizations and has always been working hard to combat evil organizations. Your victory is also what we hope to see. For this, the king has sent me to comfort the warriors of this battle and to reward you personally." The so-called rewards primarily involved relaxing policies on South Colson and delivering many supplies. Previously, although the Fenaport Kingdom did not explicitly stipulate isolating South Colson, it had commercially mandated that many high-tech products could not be sold to South Colson, university-level professors could not go to South Colson, and restricted goods from the South Colson region, among other things. In short, almost only tourists could enter and exit South Colson normally. Other goods and people were almost all subject to certain restrictions and regulations. Additionally, on the two main roads leading in and out of South Colson, there were large numbers of stationed troops and Beander forces. It was basically treated as a country within a country. Now, all these regulations have been lifted, and the stationed troops have basically withdrawn. The second reward was a financial allocation, preparing to build a railway directly from Fenaport to Jeffrey City, and all costs incurred for the railway construction in South Colson would also be borne entirely by the royal family. Moreover, the royal family thoughtfully gave Hobert the power to decide how and by whom the South Colson section of the railway would be constructed. Hobert expressed his gratitude and stated that he would organize manpower as soon as possible to begin the railway planning work. Building a railway is also quite good. It can better connect the South Colson region with the outside world, and tourists can also travel by train instead of only by boat. Hobert hosted Princess Ethel well, taking her to visit the already completed Geoffrey City, and it seemed that both host and guest enjoyed themselves. While the two were having lunch, Princess Ethel quietly asked, "We discussed this before, about the Kastja family members hoping to believe in the Creator." "Has the Creator responded?" Hobert smiled and said, "Not yet. The next time I pray, I will mention this matter for you." Although he could tell that Ethel's words this time were not a test, he currently did not need followers from the Kastja family, so he had no interest in it. Although Ethel was a little disappointed, she did not bring up the matter again. That afternoon, the princess departed by ship, and as she boarded, she invited Hobert, who was seeing her off at the dock, to her manor for a hunt. Hobert casually agreed, not taking it too seriously. After seeing Ethel off, Hobert stayed at the Lord's manor for one night. On Monday afternoon, he arrived at Green Meadow Manor and indeed found Furs there. Since they had already had lunch together before, Hobert staying for lunch today was not met with Furs's dismissal. After lunch, Hobert began chatting with Furs again, showing no intention of leaving. Furs said somewhat helplessly, "It's almost time for the Tarot Club. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Hobert said as he lay down on the bed, "What are you waiting for? Come lie down. Are you going to participate in the Tarot Club standing up?" Hobert smiled at Furs and said, "Come on, it's not the first time you've attended the Tarot Club. Why are you shy?" Furs was a bit speechless. "I'm not shy, you're occupying my bed." Hobert lay on the bed, crossing his legs. "It's almost 3 o'clock, just 2 minutes away. What if I don't make it back to the Lord's Manor in time? Are you really going to make me stand during the Tarot Club? Besides, standing during the Tarot Club is too risky. What if someone discovers me and ambushes me?" He paused and added, "We're attending the Tarot Club, not doing anything else." Furs thought he had a point, but as soon as she sat on the edge of the bed, she felt something was wrong again. "Who told you to just lie there and not leave? You just. All right, it's almost 3 o'clock, hurry up and lie down." Saying this, Hobert gently pulled Furs. Furs glanced at the grandfather clock, and indeed, it was almost 3. She half-heartedly lay down with him. They watched the sun outside the window, sometimes hidden by clouds, sometimes emerging from them. Hobert yawned. What a perfect time for a nap. Furs also yawned, staring blankly at the sky outside. The two of them quietly watched the outside, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, Hobert took Furs's hand. Furs was about to pull it back, but her vision was covered by gray fog. When she came to her senses, she was already sitting at one side of the bronze long table. Furs raised her hand, about to say something to Hobert, but then suddenly realized it wasn't the right time to say anything. She could only sigh helplessly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey was sitting in the same direction as Furs. She only saw Hobert purse his lips and smile, but she didn't see Furs's hesitation to speak. So her greeting was unaffected. After Audrey had greeted everyone, this tarot club officially began. Hermit Catalia first spoke to the Fool, Klein at the head of the table. "Respected Mr. Fool, I still haven't received Emperor Rosel's diary this week." Klein was slightly taken aback. He had clearly seen Queen Mystic, Bernadette from a distance at the Harvest Festival held in South Colson last week. She didn't seem very busy at the time. After a brief thought, Klein first ruled out the possibility that she no longer had Rosel's diary. Considering the content of the previous diaries, he suspected that perhaps the diary Bernadette was about to provide was extremely important, crucial, or uniquely Beander, which was why Queen Mystic was hesitating. It must be so. After Klein had a general idea, he nodded slightly and said, "No need to rush." Then he smiled and said, "You may begin." Then Klein immediately had the world say, "I have 2 items for sale, both of relatively low sequence." Catalia, however, said, "Low sequence doesn't mean useless. Many low sequence abilities can even turn the tide in sequence 5 battles." The world nodded slightly and explained the functions and negative effects of the Fishman's sleeve stud and the Green Splendor ring. The former was a magical item Klein obtained when he was an adventurer in the raging sea. It allowed him to move freely underwater for 10 minutes, with illusory scales appearing on his body, making him as difficult to catch as a fish. The latter was a magical item obtained from the puppet Enzo, which could treat minor illnesses and external injuries. These two magical items were indeed not high sequence, but their abilities were good. So Klein added a premium: Fishman Sleeve Stud £500, Green Splendor, £1,000. Magician, Furs immediately said, I'll take both. Almost at the same time, Audrey also said, I want the Fishman Sleeve Stud. The two looked at each other. Audrey, who was usually very deferential, refused to give an inch this time. I'll add £150. Furs also felt that Justice's attitude towards her had changed greatly since these past few gatherings. She even wondered if this noble young lady from Backland was Audrey. Regardless, Furs was unwilling to back down at this moment. I'll also add £150, £800. Audrey almost immediately said, I'll add £200. £1,000. Klein was a bit confused. He manipulated the world to ask, are you serious? But the two ladies ignored the world. Furs said, I'll add £300. Audrey, I'll add £200. Hobert quickly said, £1,500. As he spoke, he winked at the world. Klein understood and immediately said, deal. Then Klein thought to himself, what just happened? Why could a sequence 9 magical item sell for such a high price of £1,500? Justice and Magician were acting strangely. Because the news of Hobert and Audrey's relationship was not published in the newspaper, Klein did not know about it. The other members were also a bit puzzled, not knowing why the two ladies were competing for this merman cufflink. To avoid a new round of arguments, Hobert simply said, I'll also take the Green Splendor ring, £1,200. Without needing another wink, the world immediately said, deal. Catlia keenly sensed, Emperor knows why Miss Justice and Miss Magician are arguing. How could he know? The hanged man, Alger, also realized what caused the argument between these two ladies. Could it really be that they both liked these two magical items? No way, these aren't particularly rare magical items. Or, did they know each other in the real world? Did something happen between them in the real world? At this moment, although Furs was not looking at Justice, she already had a guess in her mind. Justice, as Audrey. She is a spectator, so she recognized me long ago. She glanced at Hobert. Does he know Justice, as Audrey? Am I the only one who doesn't know this? At this point, Audrey also calmed down. She first said, sorry, and then hinted, I really wanted to have him. She could compromise on other things, she could be a lady, she could show her magnanimity, but on this matter, she was unwilling to give an inch. Furs also said, I also really want to have him. Moon Emlyn on the opposite side smiled and said, ladies, you're using the wrong word. It's it, not him. But then he realized that only he was smiling, and Emperor next to him was looking at him in a very unfriendly way. Alger crossed his arms. Could it be that these two ladies in the real world both fell for the same man? Klein also seemed to have guessed something. This doesn't seem like a choice Miss Justice would make. Was it a choice Hobert forced her to make? Haha, what a scumbag. To prevent the topic from continuing, Hobert immediately said to the world, I have your payment ready. I didn't expect the creator to have what you need. Klein naturally knew that Hobert was referring to the scholar of your potion formula. Let's communicate privately. After establishing a private communication environment, Klein said, does the creator know where to obtain the scholar of your potion formula? Then he smiled and explained, now, all that's missing is the potion formula. The implication was that Mr. Fool had already prepared the main ingredients for him, and finding the potion formula was just another test for him. Hobert first breathed a sigh of relief, then, embracing the spirit of not exposing others' difficulties, he smiled helplessly, I understand, my situation is similar to yours. Then he said, I obtained the complete scholar of your potion formula from the creator. The world was stunned, somewhat surprised, a complete potion formula. I was also quite surprised when I got the formula, Hobert said truthfully. I can tell you the complete formula, but because the value of the formula is too high, you must pay something more for us to consider it an equal exchange. Klein thought Hobert's request was very reasonable, so he manipulated the world to say, all right, what do you need? I need your help in the future. Hobert said, with the Creator's help, I finally learned the truth about my family's curse. It turns out to be a resurrection method left in the bloodline by Night Emperor Trencest. When I advance to sequence 2, he will resurrect within my body. Klein was somewhat surprised. True gods are indeed not that easy to kill. He immediately used the world to ask, how can I help? I don't know either, Hobert said with a bitter smile, because I haven't thought of a solution yet. Then he added, here's the thing. Back then, Trencest and Empress, beauty goddess, Aelernia changed the spiritual and physical bodies of their descendants. Hobert briefly explained the problem he encountered, and how his father had tried to fight the family curse by changing his own fate, but now his own fate could no longer be changed. Finally, he said, you also helped me think of a solution. If I need your help, you must help me deal with Trencest. All right, Klein agreed, and then the eyes of both, the Fool, and the World, stared at Hobert. This branch of your descendants is very much like clones constantly ready to carry the Night Emperor's consciousness. Hobert thought he misheard. Klein was too careless, wasn't he? How could he say a word like, clones? But then Hobert realized that Klein was staring intently at him. Damn it. This guy is observing my reaction. He quickly showed a hint of confusion. Clones. What does that mean? Klein smiled. Nothing. From the world's perspective, Hobert had a brief moment of panic and evasion just now. And, Fool, by observing Hobert's astral body, discovered that Hobert had lied just now. Klein was certain. Hobert also knew what clones were. Then he thought, if he had heard it from the Creator, he could have openly admitted it, but he was quick to deny it, which means he knew it himself and didn't hear it from the Creator. Finally, Klein thought, so, haha. He said, I will definitely help when the time comes. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid actually ambushed me. But where did I expose myself? He clearly seems to be quite certain that I am a transmigrator. Then he realized, the time was quite pressing just now, and my handling was very problematic. I shouldn't have denied it immediately. If Klein was really testing me, I've already been exposed. So he said, it's good that you know. Klein controlled the world to nod. He understood that this secret was the deepest level of confidentiality for both of them. Explaining it too clearly would only create a psychological burden. It was better to wait until it was needed to fully discuss it. At the same time, he naturally knew that by testing Hobert, he himself was also exposed. However, in his eyes now, Klein was just an identity. If needed, he could completely create a new identity, an identity that Hobert had no way of knowing. If worst comes to worst, I just won't let the world participate in the Tarot Club. Hobert can't possibly connect Klein with Fool. So Klein felt that probing Hobert with such a risk was very worthwhile, because he could truly know Hobert inside and out. In some matters, others might not be trustworthy, but Hobert could be completely trusted, and there was no need to be so constrained anymore. Hobert, on the other hand, sighed in his heart, I didn't expect that this tarot club would reveal a hidden identity right from the start. He also felt that this was good. At least the shared identity of being a transmigrator was more reliable at critical moments than the identity of a fool's attendant. However, it was enough to stop at this layer. The identities of Klein being the Fool and Hobert being the Creator could not be revealed for now. Otherwise, if they participated in the Tarot Club, everyone would feel awkward. Klein pondered for a moment, then manipulated the world to say, is there anything or anyone Trencest is particularly afraid of? Hobert was initially stunned, then realized that his previous line of thought seemed a bit off, always trying to find loopholes from fate, his own path, and Trencest's arrangements. This was typical lawyer thinking, while Klein's method was typical seer thinking, if I am not the target's opponent, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Speaking of what he fears, it's not really fear, but there truly is someone he is wary of. Hobert smiled. It's that little boy from the bounty I posted earlier. But the problem is, the little boy is also very dangerous to me. If I'm not careful, I also might. Speaking of this, Hobert finally had some ideas. At that time, I might ask for your help to restrain the little boy. He is currently only at sequence 4, which should not be difficult for you to deal with. The world said in a hoarse voice, no problem. Hobert straightened his back and stretched a little. Truncest's matter had put a lot of pressure on him during this period, and today he finally had a good idea, which greatly relaxed his body and mind. Then he asked Mr. Fool for help to materialize the scholar of your potion formula. After the world had read the formula, Hobert said, I also want to initiate a trade with you, exchanging the tyrant card for a pair of eyes from a hound of Folgen. Klein suddenly thought of Archibald, the chief of staff he had met earlier at the Lord's Manor. The Creator also has Beyonders of the Seer pathway among his subordinates. Is he also about to advance to Sequence 3 now? After a brief thought, Klein immediately nodded and said, when I acquire the Beyonder characteristic, I will try my best to complete this transaction. At this moment, he regretted a little that he had spoken too confidently just now. For the search for Beyonder characteristic, he could no longer utilize the Creator's channel. Hobert said, good. He thought to himself, for you, as long as you broaden your horizons, this is not a difficult task. Just as Hobert thought the private exchange was about to end, the world suddenly asked, do you have any information about the abyss? Hobert was stunned. I do have some here. He was a bit surprised why Klein suddenly needed information about the abyss. Then Hobert added, because of some of my experiences, I even have some real-time information about the abyss, but it's quite valuable and requires a trade. Okay, the world said, I will initiate the trade after the private exchange ends. A few days ago, when he was dealing with the Jacob family demigod's loss of control, he encountered Amon's avatar, which made him realize that he needed to make some preparations to avoid being caught off guard when encountering Amon's avatar. Klein remembered that Amon's avatars could enter and exit the God-forsaken land through the abyss. Although the passage in the Backland suburban cemetery was destroyed by the Church of Steam and Machinery, he wondered if those avatars could still utilize the abyss in other forms. In addition, he had seen many descriptions of the abyss in Rosal's diary, and had long been very interested in the current situation of the abyss, and had long wanted to initiate a related transaction with Hobert. Hobert smiled. This meant Klein even hoped to share the debt with other members. Okay. The two ended their private exchange. Before the world could say anything, Katlia first said to Emperor, I wish to initiate a private transaction with you. Everyone was stunned. Another private transaction. Hobert readily agreed. Okay. After the private exchange environment was re-established, Katlia said, I wish to obtain detailed information about how Emperor Rosal was contaminated. During several intelligence trades about Emperor Rosal at the Tarot Club, it had been generally mentioned that the contamination he suffered came from the Old Ones, but no detailed exchange had been made. Previously, Katlia always felt that such information would involve some information about the Old Ones, and even if detailed information was exchanged, it could not be brought into the real world. However, a few days ago, she had just received a letter from Queen Mystic, asking Katlia to trade for this information. Hobert also guessed that this should be the information Bernadette wanted. He was a bit strange. Why didn't Bernadette ask him directly when they met before? After thinking for a moment, Hobert understood. At that time, Bernadette represented the leader of the Oravi Island, and it involved dividing the spoils after the war. Making such a transaction at that time was not a wise choice. Hobert considered for a moment before saying, I mentioned before that we have some hidden information about Emperor Rosal, so I am relatively knowledgeable about this matter. But I must remind you, if I describe it in detail, you will need Miss Justice to help you with psychological suggestion later, and you won't be able to bring it into the real world. Of course, I can also trade with you for some information that can be brought into the real world. You choose how to trade. Katlia barely hesitated. I choose the transaction that can be brought into the real world. No problem. Hobert smiled and said, then it just so happens to utilize up the opportunity you had to listen in for free at the last Tarot Club, or accrue another 1,000 pounds of debt. Utilize up that opportunity. Hobert grunted, pondered for a moment, and then said, the reason Emperor Rosal was contaminated was because he learned some overly advanced information when he was at a too low sequence, without any protection. You should be aware of this point. In the Beyonder world, some things can cause contamination just by being known. In addition, the contamination Emperor Rosal suffered currently has no way to be completely removed. Klein, who was listening behind the gray fog, couldn't help but think, Rosal's current state is very strange. He hasn't revived like Solomon, and there's no news about whether he still has an undamaged tomb. Now, another point has been added: the contamination on him cannot be removed. Katlia couldn't help but frown. Does the Creator also have no solution? Not at present. So that means there will be in the future. Hobert made no promises, merely saying, we all know that the esteemed Mr. Fool and the Great, the Creator, are gradually reclaiming their authority and power. Then he said, there's also a piece of information. At some point in the future, I may seek Bernadette's assistance in finding Rosal. Now I must state that we have no ill will towards Rosal, and I also ask Bernadette to improve herself as soon as possible. If she remains at her current strength, we will not ask for her help. Regarding this point, Katlia was somewhat surprised. The Creator seems to be the Black Emperor, or a true god of an adjacent pathway. What does he want to find the Emperor for? This sounds very dangerous. Klein was also a little strange. What does the Creator want to find Rosal for? But what is certain is that he is not looking for him to exchange pleasantries. Hobert seemed to sense Katlia's concerns, so he continued, if the Creator wanted to harm Rosal, even if he did nothing, Rosal would completely die once he recovered some strength. And we have always shown enough goodwill to Bernadette, which is sufficient to demonstrate our stance. Katlia was stunned at first, then said seriously, I will convey your words. The two's private exchange ended, and everyone noticed that the hermit seemed much more solemn. Audrey was very curious. What information did they just exchange? What caused such a big change in the usually steady the hermit's emotions? Furs pondered. I wonder if Hobert and the hermit know each other in the real world. Have they met before? Just then, the world initiated a new trade. I hope to obtain information about the abyss. Katlia regained her composure. I know some information about the abyss. Alger, Emlyn, and Star, Leonard also stated that they knew some information. Finally, Hobert said, I have more comprehensive information, and I've even deduced why the abyss has become so abnormal recently. Emlyn frowned and glanced at Emperor, as if saying, why didn't you say so earlier? After the war meeting ended, Emlyn finally realized, Hobert is Emperor. Because Archibald and Jonathan, who were planning the war at the time, were clearly different from Emperor, and after thinking it over, only Hobert seemed like Emperor. The other members of the Tarot Club all thought this was normal. The information from Emperor had always been the most complete. The world then said, I choose to trade with Emperor. Is anyone here trading with me? Audrey was the first to raise her hand, and Furs was not to be outdone. The other members, even Katlia and others who claimed to know some information about the abyss, also raised their hands, indicating their participation. In the end, everyone was willing to trade with Emperor. Hobert said succinctly, £800 of debt per person. This price was also accepted by everyone. Leonard had the most debt, reaching £4,600, but he was not worried about it, as Emperor had not urged him to repay. After confirming the price, the transaction began. Hobert organized his words before saying, first, let's talk about the concept of the abyss. We all know that the abyss is the source of all fallen and malice, and it is the dwelling of demons. At the same time, as far as I know, this is also the name of sequence 0 of the demon pathway, which is the criminal pathway. Klein, who was behind the gray fog, already knew that sequence 0 of criminal was called abyss. He thought to himself, the value of this information alone is more than £800. Alger slowly nodded. Another sequence 0 name learned. Pay close attention to some of Emperor's seemingly casual descriptions. Katlia reminded herself again in her heart, these often contain a lot of unexpected information. Leonard was curious, why is abyss the same name as sequence 0 of the criminal pathway? Hobert continued to explain according to his own thoughts. In my understanding, the abyss, I mean the place, abyss, if referring to the true god of this pathway, I would call him Farbati. Audrey and the others quickly recalled the information they had previously traded about the ancient gods, and at the same time, they realized that Farbati was indeed a very inconspicuous ancient god. Aside from being mentioned in the Tarot Club, they had never heard any information about this ancient god anywhere else. I understand, abyss, is the embodiment of corruption and malice, or the evil aspects of humanity, Hobert said. It is different from the moon and the sun, it is a true entity, but it can indeed affect the real world. Just like death, we understand what death is, and we know its specific meaning, but the concept of death is still somewhat abstract. After all, we have only seen the process and outcome of death, but we have never seen the form of death itself. And death is the embodiment of death, the physical manifestation of death. Similarly, abyss is the same. We all know the process and consequences of corruption and malice, but who can clearly explain what corruption itself is? Because this is just a human concept, it is abstract, something passed down by word of mouth among most people. Abyss is the manifestation of these abstract concepts in the real world. Yes, this is very similar to the description of a deity's authority. Connecting this to the name of the sequence 0 of the criminal pathway, it's not difficult to draw the conclusion that the place, abyss, is the same as the sequence 0 of the criminal pathway. They all share a common abstract meaning. Perhaps the root of Farbody's power, to a certain extent, comes from abyss. Leonard leaned back in his chair. Every time the Emperor explained such conceptual things, he always had a sense of déjà vu, like being back in a grammar school classroom. In his impression, abyss was just a name, but with the Emperor's explanation, the hidden meaning behind this name became clear at a glance. Klein, on the other hand, sighed, "How did I never think of this before?" Hobert's perspective and thought process for looking at problems are entirely a combination of a modern person's mindset and mystical thinking. Then, he smiled a little sheepishly in his heart. Hobert must have been doing research-related work before he transmigrated, otherwise he wouldn't like to do this kind of conceptual thinking. Just like me, I haven't done much of this kind of thinking. Katlia recalled the information she knew about the abyss. She silently sighed. The information I have is like a child's doodle compared to a world-famous painting when compared to the Emperor's information. Hobert continued, I don't know if the creatures of the universe first had evil thoughts and then the abyss came into being, or if the abyss existed first, and then creatures had evil thoughts. But its existence should be very, very old. Perhaps at the beginning of the universe's formation, the cosmic consciousness, like divinity, also had some evil thoughts, and perhaps its evil thoughts formed the initial abyss. We won't delve further into this here, as there's no evidence to prove these conjectures. Next, let's talk about demon monarch Farbati. We've had some previous transactions about this ancient god. How he became a god is now unknown. But what is certain is that he had already become a god in the early second epoch, primarily mastering the Beander characteristic of the criminal pathway. As for the other pathways he mastered, they are unknown. However, from my observation, he didn't show much madness, and he was quite restrained during the second epoch, so I speculate that he mastered fewer Beander characteristics from other pathways. The members who had previously traded information about ancient gods didn't have many associations. Only Leonard sighed inwardly. Information about the second epoch is like commonplace talk in the Tarot Club's transactions. Hobert suddenly paused here and then said, once, when I was reviewing the history of the second epoch that I know, a question suddenly came to my mind. I don't know if it's correct, but again, for reference only. He paused for another second or two before continuing. I found that ancient gods might be quite different from current deities. According to some information I've obtained, the first blasphemy slate should have appeared in the mid to late second epoch. So, the 8 ancient gods who appeared in the early second epoch should not have had any concept of a ritual to become a god. In referring to Mr. Door's related information, for deities, whether or not they performed the ritual to become a god seems to make a significant difference. In my understanding, the ritual to become a god should bring about an elevation of status. For example, even if one has accommodated the uniqueness and consumed the Beander characteristic required to advance to a true god, if there is no sublimation through a ritual, then he is still in King of Angels. Only after performing the corresponding ritual can one become a deity in the true sense. Audrey smiled slightly. Hobert is starting his blasphemous remarks again. Leonard was still a bit unaccustomed to such descriptions. This is too blunt, but why isn't anyone uncomfortable with it? Klein recalled some information he had obtained earlier. No wonder Rosel's diary described Mr. Door as the King of Angels closest to a deity. It turns out that he was only one ritual away from becoming a god. Then he thought, why didn't he perform that ritual? It doesn't make sense that he found both the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 characteristics, but didn't know the ritual to become a true god of that pathway, right? Hobert continued, ancient gods, at the very beginning, should not have held the corresponding rituals. This is very interesting. They are richer in abilities than current true gods. For example, Destruction Magic Wolf simultaneously possesses the abilities of an King of Angels from both the Sleepless and Seer pathways. But at the same time, the status of his Sleepless pathway ability is half a level lower than that of the current Evernight goddess. For a moment, the hall became very quiet. Everyone wasn't surprised, but rather found the Emperor's explanation and his line of thinking very interesting. Katlia took a deep breath. This explanation made me completely understand the concept of ancient gods. The Emperor is more suitable for writing textbooks. With him, all vague problems seem to have a systematic understanding, as if even mysticism is no longer mysterious. Furs, on the other hand, thought to herself, so, that means there were no true gods in the early Second Epoch, only deities formed by stacking Beander characteristics. The madness and disorder of that era can indeed be felt intuitively through Hobert's description. Hobert continued, the reason I wanted to explain this first is because, according to my observations and conjectures, unlike other ancient gods, Farbati later became a true god of the criminal pathway. The specific time he became a god is unknown. I speculate it might have been in the late Second Epoch or early Third Epoch. It is precisely because he became a true god, and he didn't have many Beander characteristics from other pathways, that he is an ancient god who has not fallen to this day. Alger sighed again. This ancient god is really inconspicuous. It's already the 5th epoch now, and he has survived 4 long epochs, but there are very few records about him. I believe many Beyonders now haven't even heard of this ancient god's name. Emlyn then asked, Mr. Emperor, have you seen Farbati? He noticed that the Emperor said based on his observation and conjecture. Did he mean he had seen Farbati? Or was it an observation based on some phenomena? Yes, Hobert said. As I said before, during an exploration, I obtained an oil painting related to Farbati. Later, by chance, I saw Farbati through that oil painting. And because I completed some relatively high-level tasks, I got the opportunity to communicate with Farbati. I learned a lot of first-hand information about the Second Epoch from him. For example, a lot of information about the War of Gods where Blood Ancestor Lilith fell. Katlia understood. So this is how the Emperor got so much information about the Second Epoch. I wondered how the Emperor knew so many secrets about the Second Epoch. Klein, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair. This is what they call opportunity. It seems that transmigrators have quite a lot of opportunities. Audrey sighed. An ancient god from the Second Epoch, just hearing it, such a conversation feels very historically profound. Furs recalled. Hobert seemed to have mentioned this, but he didn't seem to say what information he had obtained from the ancient god. According to Farbati's description, Hobert continued, he once sought out Destruction Magic Wolf for several divinations. Perhaps those divinations helped him avoid several crises later on. He also said that during the Second Epoch, the then god of spiritual items, who later became bound god, was already affected by Mother Tree of Desire at that time. However, according to Farbati, Mother Tree of Desire's influence on the real world was very limited at that time. From God of Spiritual Items' perspective, he merely cooperated with a hidden existence. At that time, Farbati was at least at the King of Angels level, so he was not affected by Mother Tree of Desire. But it's not ruled out that he was affected, but he himself didn't know it. Klein couldn't help but frown. Mother Tree of Desire was already influencing the real world during the Second Epoch. Then, if we trace back further, can we see an even earlier presence of her? Alger silently sighed. It's Mother Tree of Desire again. After getting some information about the old ones, I realized that the essence of this world is actually more dangerous than it seems. Furs, on the other hand, sighed. Fortunately, I have the protection of Fool and the Creator, which prevented Hobert and me from facing some terrible dangers directly. Leonard, who hadn't experienced the previous transactions, asked, Mother Tree of Desire. Isn't this an evil god who only appeared in the 5th epoch? Her existence is very old. Hobert vaguely explained, she might have appeared before the Second Epoch. He didn't intend to dwell on this issue and continued, "We all know that Farbati has almost no presence in Beander history. The main reason he rarely appeared might be because of Mother Tree of Desire. According to Farbati himself, in the fourth epoch, Mother Tree of Desire's power grew considerably, to the point where she could corrupt him. By the fifth epoch, the struggle between Farbati and Mother Tree of Desire entered a white-hot stage. When Farbati realized that he was bound to fail, he split himself. The part that was split off is the cosmic dark side. Leonard was stunned upon hearing this. This is also an evil god who only appeared in the fifth epoch. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The Hanged Man, Alger was somewhat surprised, as the cosmic dark side the demon monarch Farbati. This feels like a mask has been removed. Then he thought again, it's truly incomprehensible how these deities divide themselves. And what state did they enter after dividing? The fool, Klein thought, Farbati's failure was inevitable. After all, he is only at the true god level, while the Mother Tree of Desire is at the Olden level. Even if I don't know the reason why these outer deities cannot project too much power into the real world, the little power they project often has a slightly higher authority than a true god. Hermit, Catalya thought, I heard that the cosmic dark side occasionally responds to prayers. So, according to the Emperor's description, Farbati is using the identity of the cosmic dark side to influence the real world, while Farbati himself is hiding. The other members had at most only heard of the cosmic dark side and did not know the specific situation, so they did not make the corresponding connection. Emperor, Hobert continued, Farbati's struggle with the Mother Tree of Desire can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage was Farbati hiding and the Mother Tree of Desire searching. In the second stage, the Mother Tree of Desire found Farbati, and Farbati had no choice but to confront the Mother Tree of Desire directly. However, Farbati knew that he would definitely not be an opponent in a direct confrontation. So he split off the cosmic dark side, using the cosmic dark side to contend with the Mother Tree of Desire. This way, even if the cosmic dark side is corrupted, Farbati's main body can effectively avoid corruption. At the same time, Farbati can also utilize the struggle with the Mother Tree of Desire for control of the cosmic dark side to force the Mother Tree of Desire to focus its main energy only on this battlefield. Klein smiled, what a brilliant strategy of feigned retreat. Justice, Audrey thought, the struggles at the deity level become unimaginably difficult. The third stage is a stalemate. The Mother Tree of Desire still cannot completely control the cosmic dark side, Hobert said. And Farbati, hiding in the dark, has no chance of winning the struggle for the cosmic dark side so far, but he won't lose anytime soon either. So they fell into a stalemate. He paused and then said, additionally, as far as I know, since Farbati went into hiding, he has basically stopped responding to the prayers of the demons. According to Farbati himself, he once used the cosmic dark side to give some divine oracles, telling all the demons to pray to the cosmic dark side. But many demons, thinking they were clever, believed that their monarch had encountered some difficulties or was perhaps sealed by some power. So some of them continued to pray to the demon monarch, while others simply offered sacrifices directly to the abyss. Although Farbati never responded to them, these prayers and sacrifices themselves still caused Farbati a lot of trouble. Everyone should have heard that there are a total of 3 demon families in the Beander world. Among them, the Andraland family and the Buria family began to decline more than 1,000 years ago. The reason for their decline was that they always offered sacrifices to Farbati, putting Farbati in a very dangerous situation, so Farbati simply killed the angels of these 2 families. Klein leaned back in his chair, every deity who needs to hide always has some clever followers. Emperor of the Underworld Salinger was also like this, his followers made his resurrection plan very convoluted. The demon monarch Farbati wanted to hide to avoid direct conflict with the Mother Tree of Desire, but the demons repeatedly called him Star. Leonard folded his arms, so that's why those 2 demon families began to decline. Then he thought, the information I can access only states that 2 demon families declined, but it doesn't explain why they declined. I wonder if the church has complete information on this matter. Moon Emlyn smiled, Farbati encountering these brainless demons was his misfortune. As for us vampires, although we know the ancestors' state or situation is not good, we have never offered random sacrifices or prayers. We just quietly wait for the ancestor to give some response. The knowledgeable Katlia already had a guess: were those demons influenced by something? Otherwise, why would they violate the divine oracle of the cosmic dark side? Hobert smiled. I thought so too. The mother tree of desire can easily exert some influence over the criminal and prisoner pathways. The mother tree of desire should have realized that the cosmic dark side was just a bait, which is why she tried to influence the demons to offer sacrifices and prayers to Farbati, seeking Farbati's whereabouts. And if the demons were allowed to pray, Farbati would risk exposing his hiding place, so he had no choice but to kill the angels of those two families. But this also exposed Farbati's plan, because even if the cosmic dark side were to kill those demons, it would mean confirming the mother tree of desire's guess that the cosmic dark side was indeed just a bait. This is where Farbati's plan shows its brilliance. Even if the mother tree of desire knows the cosmic dark side is a bait, she cannot stand idly by. So the mother tree of desire, who already finds it difficult to infiltrate power into the real world, has to fight on two fronts. On one hand, she has to continue to contend for control over the cosmic dark side, and on the other hand, she has to search for the whereabouts of the demon monarch Farbati. Meanwhile, Farbati can hide and only needs to contend with the mother tree of desire for control of the cosmic dark side. Alger suddenly realized, this is the struggle between deities, possessing unimaginable wisdom and means. Leonard, on the other hand, sighed, is this really just the Emperor's conjecture? Why are his conjectures always so detailed, as if he also participated in the planning? Katlia breathed a sigh of relief. I never really had a concept of the criminal pathway before. I didn't expect there to be so many stories behind this pathway. Then she noticed, why would the Emperor say that the mother tree of desire easily influences the criminal and prisoner pathways? Klein also thought of this question: could the mother tree of desire have some connection with some Beander pathways in the real world? At this moment, Hobert added, according to some intelligence I've obtained, the abyss seems to have become somewhat strange recently. It is said that even demons can no longer survive there. And based on what we know about the mother tree of desire's struggle with Farbati, it's not difficult to make the corresponding conjecture: the abyss should have been influenced by the mother tree of desire, which is why some changes occurred. It's even possible that the mother tree of desire influenced some demons through the abyss, which is why they kept praying and sacrificing to Farbati. In short, the abyss has undergone some changes, some not so good changes. Additionally, we must be wary of Beyonders of the demon pathway. This pathway represents fallen and malice. The prisoner pathway can still control its desires and distortion through temperance. But based on my observations, Beyonders of the criminal pathway, after reaching the cold-blooded sequence, basically have no more good intentions. Even if they don't act as demons, their Beander characteristic will gradually make them evil. As soon as Hobert finished speaking, Leonard immediately said, Beyonders of this pathway are inherently enemies of all of us Beyonders. Alger also made a rare positive statement: that's right, the appearance of demons is usually accompanied by heinous tragedies. They seem to enjoy destroying everything beautiful or good. Audrey and Furs both recalled the serial murder case from last year. One nodded, and the other said, yes, expressing their agreement. At this moment, the world suddenly said, I received news that Amon's avatar can enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods through the abyss. Before everyone could express their surprise, he asked again, do the changes in the abyss have any impact on Amon? Katlia and the others were all surprised by Amon's methods. They didn't expect him to be able to utilize even the abyss. Only, the son, Derek looked at the world, and said, Mr. World, are you saying that one can reach your world from the forsaken land of the gods through the abyss? It was Hobert who answered his question. Amon can utilize the abyss because he is an king of angels. I believe that only angels or higher levels can ensure that they will not immediately become fallen in the abyss. And according to legend, even angels will become fallen in the abyss, which shows that even at the angel level, one cannot stay in the abyss for long. So don't even think about using the abyss to leave the forsaken land of the gods. That would easily turn everyone in City of Silver into demons. Little son was not too disappointed. I understand. Thank you for your answer. Then Hobert went on to answer Klein's question. Theoretically, the changes in the abyss have little impact on Amon's actions. The world pondered for a few seconds and then asked, can Amon's avatar utilize the abyss to quickly support other avatars? Hobert smiled. I feel it would be easier for his avatar to do that through the spirit world. Klein, of course, had also thought of this. He asked this only to confirm his own idea. So, Amon's avatar can at most utilize the abyss to enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods. So he manipulated the world, and said to the top of the bronze long table, Respected Mr. Fool, I wish to have a private conversation with the Emperor and Star. Leonard was slightly startled, not knowing what Klein wanted with him. Hobert, however, roughly guessed what Klein wanted to do. So, after establishing a private communication environment, the world said in a hoarse voice, I encountered Amon's avatar in Backland. Hobert said, indeed, in his heart, then asked knowingly, Backland. Leonard was already considering whether to take the old man out of Backland, or perhaps just hide in the church for the time being. Then he carefully checked if the world had a habit of wearing a monocle. Yes, in the suburbs of Backland. Klein, manipulating the world, added, he seems to have been attracted by a demigod from the Jacob family, but I don't know if that's his true purpose. Hobert smiled, or perhaps that fellow came to look for the creators or fool's deer. After becoming Sequence 3, when he faced Amon's avatar again, he felt more confident than before. Of course, in a direct fight, he still couldn't win, but he was confident he could escape. This was Hobert's confidence. After all, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, Amon's avatar wouldn't be difficult to deal with. The fear was not even having a chance to escape. Leonard was slightly startled. He's not looking for the old man. And the Emperor's words seemed to have some deeper meaning. Hobert asked Klein, what are your plans? Actively respond. Hobert nodded, glanced at Leonard, and asked as if completely unaware, this Mr. Star. The world explained, he can contact an angel of the Marauder pathway. Hobert said, oh, as if he recalled that Star had previously traded information about the Zoroaster family. Then Hobert said, you also know that I participated in an operation to hunt down an Aemon clone. Leonard's expression didn't change much, but he was very surprised internally. What? Did I hear wrong? He participated in an operation to hunt down an Aemon clone. Then, he carefully observed whether Emperor had a habit of wearing a monocle. The most important thing about such an operation is its secrecy. Hobert continued, if we can't prevent Aemon clones from spreading information among themselves, a batch after batch of clones will be drawn in once the battle begins. It would be best if we could ask for Evernight Goddess's help for this operation. Klein said, after the tarot club ends, I will perform the corresponding prayer ritual. Leonard was a bit confused. Will Klein's prayer receive a response from the goddess? However, although he was a Nighthawks, he didn't dare to pray to Evernight Goddess too much. He didn't think that when performing the corresponding ritual, the goddess wouldn't detect that a Marauder pathway angel was living inside him. Hobert added, the power to deal with Aemon clones must be sufficient. Fool will send an angel to participate in the battle, that is a Sequence 1. Klein was referring to Serpent of Destiny Will Osepton, who had already confirmed participation. Then he looked at Leonard, will the angel behind you participate in the battle? Sequence 1. Leonard was first a little surprised in his heart, then he took a deep breath and said, I can't make a decision for him, but if it's secret enough and our side's power is strong enough, I think he should participate. Klein then looked at Hobert, who smiled and said, I also don't dare to make decisions for the Creator, but the Creator also doesn't like Aemon. Also, I need to inform you in advance that the Creator will not dispatch angels to Backland for now. Hobert suddenly felt like two boastful people were sitting together chatting, one saying that Fool would send an angel, and the other saying that the Creator would not dispatch angels to Backland for now. They both sounded very powerful, but Hobert knew about the angels serving Fool. Many years later, they might truly serve him, but for now, it could only be considered a one-sided service in Fool's words. As for the Creator's angels, not only would they not be sent to Backland for now, they couldn't be sent anywhere, because Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch were already offline. If Hobert wanted to dispatch angels, he would have to find the messenger Beverly or Raymond at Tony Manor. They would most likely be willing to help, but Hobert wasn't entirely confident. So it was better to simply state that if a cooperation intention was reached, the creator would personally take action. After all, the creator had no problem facing Aemon clones directly now. Among the three, perhaps only Leonard felt that their previous conversation was very impressive. What? Mr. Fool will send an angel to participate in the battle. That old man will most likely agree. What? The creator will not dispatch angels to Backland for now. Does he have certain agreements with the Orthodox Church or the royal family? Klein finally said, I will make the necessary preparations in these few days. I hope you will also make the corresponding preparations. Hobert immediately stated, after the gathering, I will immediately pray to the Creator and report this matter. Leonard also said, I will also give you a reply as soon as possible. Klein was very satisfied with this outcome, and the three of them ended their private communication. Since no one initiated new transactions, this tarot club entered the free communication segment. Alger was about to ask Emperor some details about the previous Beander War, but Emlyn cleared his throat first and said, everyone, I've encountered a problem. The higher-ups of the blood race seem to be investigating me. I only realized this after an unintentional conflict with a blood race member. What should I do now? Alger pondered for a moment and asked, do you know why you're being investigated? I know. Emlyn glanced at Hobert, because I have acted as the liaison between Emperor and the blood race twice. Especially after this Beander War, the Marquis of the Blood Race, and the Duke who just arrived in Backland, seem very interested in the Creator's power. And theoretically speaking, my life trajectory has no way of knowing Emperor. I think they mainly want to investigate how I met Emperor. Everyone nodded, understanding Mr. the Moon's predicament. Previously, if Emperor had only initiated transactions with the blood race hadn't paid much attention to the forces Emperor belonged to. However, in this large-scale Beander War, the blood race realized the strength of the Creator's forces, so they began to pay attention to this power. Of course, they would first investigate Mr. the Moon, who had acted as liaison twice, to see if Mr. the Moon was reliable. If they considered him reliable, then Mr. the Moon would likely be responsible for liaison work with Emperor in the future. If Mr. the Moon was not reliable, then they might find someone else to do this. Hobert pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, I think, rather than saying this is an investigation by your higher-ups into you, it's more like your higher-ups want to observe my reaction to this matter. He paused and added, according to the Creator's consistent intention, the blood race has always been an ally we can win over. So, after this war, I once again extended an invitation for long-term cooperation to the blood race, and your higher-ups have not yet replied. They should be discussing this matter while testing you, and at the same time, probing us through you. Emlyn was a little confused. Probing you? Yes. Hobert said, first, I want to congratulate you. You have become a relatively special one among the blood race's higher-ups, even being regarded as a link to the Creator's forces, so of course, they will test you. Moreover, for our long-term cooperation, the blood race will definitely consider it carefully, so they will observe us again through you. I think the blood race member who had a conflict with you, even if you didn't discover him, he would find a way to actively let you discover him. In this way, if I ignore your plight, it means we have no sincerity. If I kill that blood race member, it means we have some malice towards the blood race, at least not as much goodwill as we showed. Emlyn opened his mouth. Before this, he didn't know that both sides were preparing for long-term cooperation. After Emperor's analysis, he felt that it seemed to be the case. Everyone also felt that this analysis was clear enough, clarifying the relationships perfectly. Furs complained inwardly that the blood race was too cautious, not cherishing Hobert's invitation, they would regret it. Audrey was also a bit unhappy, the blood race was too careful. What did they have to suspect? If they truly meant harm to the blood race, they wouldn't have extended an alliance invitation. Emlyn asked Hobert again, then what should I do? Hobert extended 2 fingers, in 2 steps. The first step is for you to proactively admit your mistake to the higher-ups, explain that it was an unintentional conflict with another blood race member, and tell them how we met. Emlyn was a little surprised. You want us to expose the tarot club? Hobert looked at Emlyn with some helplessness. Emlyn froze for a moment, then seemed to come to his senses. I remember, we've met before, there's no need to expose the tarot club. The other members immediately understood. so Emperor and the Moon had known each other for a long time. Alger even suspected, could it be that the Moon joined the club through Emperor's introduction? Hobert continued, as for the second step, that blood race member must be punished, and I cannot participate. It must be other forces from the Creator's side that take action, so that there will be enough buffer between us and the blood race. Finally, Hobert said to Emlyn, as for how to punish him, you decide. Then he sighed inwardly. I originally thought that Furs and the others didn't encounter danger while looking for Beander materials, so that punishment for the blood race wouldn't happen. But what I didn't expect was that the Tarot Club's joint action turned into an action planned by Emperor. Emlyn had considered this. I think that blood race member was acting on orders, so there's no need for him to pay with his life. He hesitated before saying, I hope to trick him into the Harvest Church and make him a believer of the Earth Mother Church. Klein behind the gray fog almost covered his face. How malicious. Catlia leaned back in her chair. Perhaps Mr. the Moon knows very well the psychological blow that becoming a believer of Earth Mother would bring to a blood race member, which is why he has such an idea. Audrey smiled and said, such a punishment is very appropriate. Then she asked Hobert, is this punishment easy to carry out? Everyone was slightly stunned. Miss Justice seemed to care about this matter a lot too. Only Furs narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Justice, then at Hobert. That's not difficult. Hobert met Furs's gaze openly, then continued with a smile, I'll transfer a demigod from somewhere else and just alter his thoughts. Actually, the key to this operation is the scale. Although we need to punish that blood race member, we can't fall out with the blood race, nor can we put too much pressure on them. Catlia and Alger nodded in succession, feeling that Emperor's words hit the core of the matter. No matter how the punishment was carried out, no matter what Mr. the Moon did, it was all for their higher-ups to see. As for Furs, after Hobert's open gaze, she instead wondered if she had guessed wrong. She felt a little embarrassed. Finally, Hobert said to Emlyn, give me 2 days. I'll transfer people to Backland. At the same time, you also need to make some preparations during these 2 days. Once the personnel are in place, I will come to you and discuss the entire plan with you. Emlyn nodded. Okay. Since this was a matter between the blood race and the Creator's forces, no one intended to inquire too much, so Alger moved on to the next topic. Mr. Emperor, the Beander War happening in the Central Plateau has already spread across the sea. It is said that after Disease Lieutenant General went to participate in the battle, she still hasn't returned, and her fleet is very likely to disband or be incorporated by others. Catlia slowly nodded, but she didn't say that she also participated in the division of Disease Lieutenant General's fleet. Hobert said, Disease Lieutenant General very likely died in battle, because in this war, the Demonist sect suffered the most casualties among middle sequence Beyonders. I believe 7 or 8/10 of their middle ranks have died. Although they knew a considerable victory had been achieved, the other members, including the World and the Moon who participated in the battle, all showed varying degrees of surprise. They clearly understood that for such an Beander organization, such a blow was absolutely devastating. Leonard thought to himself, the Church's conjecture was still too conservative. This war actually achieved such a great victory. Then the Demonist sect will hide in the shadows licking their wounds for a very long time. Catlia sighed with emotion, this is the power of an Beander war. One battle can determine the fate of the warring parties for decades, even centuries. Klein thought, so, the strategic effect achieved in this war will also be quite significant. Besides defeating an opponent, neither the Orthodox churches nor the royal families of various countries will underestimate the Creator's forces anymore. Or rather, the Creator's influence is already considerable, possibly comparable to the god of craftsmen back then, just lacking the Orthodox Church's recognition of his legitimate divine status. Then he thought again, however, the Creator doesn't seem to be in a hurry about this. He doesn't really care whether the true gods acknowledge him or not. Hobert continued, even if she didn't die, Disease Lieutenant General wouldn't dare to appear in the public eye again, because that would inevitably attract the search and encirclement of the Creator's forces. Finally, he smiled and said, after all, we are already preparing to develop our maritime forces, and it's a good opportunity to practice by encircling and suppressing Disease Lieutenant General. Catlia sighed inwardly, to Emperor, we pirate generals, the recognized powerhouses at sea, are simply not that important anymore. Alger was also very concerned about the opponent's intention to develop maritime power. Could it be that the creator's forces feel that the raging sea has various mixed powers, so they also want to infiltrate their power here? He was a little worried. I wonder if the power belonging to the creator will conflict with the Storm Church. After all, the true ruler of the raging sea is actually the Storm Church. It is Sea King Jan Koutman. Klein recalled the members of the Tony family. At that time, some members of the Tony family occasionally wore clothes with the style of the Rorstad archipelago. He believed that should be the creator's main force in the raging sea. Furs, who probably understood Hobert's plan, smiled slightly at this moment, a sense of pride filling her heart. Audrey was also very curious about this, but now was clearly not the time to ask. At this moment, Emlyn asked Hobert, so, the biggest achievement of this war was the blow to the demonist sect's middle-level forces? No, Hobert said. The demonist sect had 2 angels in very poor condition. One of them was beaten into an even worse state, and I believe she will be on the verge of losing control for a long time. The other angel in poor condition was killed by the creator and his 2 other angels working together. Therefore, the demonist sect's high-end combat power also suffered considerable losses in this battle. An angel died. Even if it was an angel in poor condition, it was still an angel. The other members, including Klein, felt a bit unreal after hearing this news. Last year, when they first heard about angel-level battles, they thought it was quite high-end. Now, suddenly hearing that an angel had died, they always felt that such a thing was very, very far from them, but it had indeed happened around them. Klein sighed. The creator made a huge profit this time. Just the Beander characteristic of this angel is a priceless war trophy. Then he smiled helplessly. Originally, I thought that obtaining a Sequence 1 sealed artifact was already quite a rich haul of spoils, but now it seems my perspective was still too narrow. Furs was a bit unhappy. Hobert didn't even tell me about this. But then she recalled that she hadn't really given Hobert a chance to talk about these things recently. Audrey was also a bit unhappy. We even attended a ball together, and Hobert never mentioned this to me. At the same time, she also seemed to realize that it wasn't really appropriate to discuss such things at a ball. The Sun asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, did the creator's side dispatch 2 angels this time? No, Hobert had long wanted to brag about this. He smiled and said, both sides dispatched 4. Klein was stunned. There were actually 8 angels participating in the battle that just ended. Was this even a war we participated in? Why do I feel that the biggest enemy I encountered was that demoness of undying who was sent back to her resurrection point by Hobert? Alger shifted his sitting posture, somewhat restlessly. In terms of the number of angels, the creator's forces are indeed capable of challenging the Storm Church. They wouldn't be planning to start a new war in the raging sea, would they? Katlia was slightly startled, once again shattering her understanding of the creator's forces. Before, I thought the creator's forces were similar to the Moses ascetic order. Now it seems that this force must be stronger than the ascetic order. I am very certain that the ascetic order does not have 4 angels. Even Furs was somewhat surprised, feeling that the power deployed in the war that just ended exceeded her expectations. After receiving everyone's astonishment, Hobert smiled and said, however, 2 of those angels were invited external aid. Then he added, the demonist sect also invited an external aid. The creator's enemies came together. At the same time, the creator also made a move, and correspondingly, the primordial demoness also descended her power. However, she was stopped by the creator during the process of descending her power. Everyone sighed with emotion. This is the real inside story of this battle. Then everyone almost unanimously believed that the external aid invited by the demonist sect was very likely an angel from the Rose school of thought. Everyone knew that they were the creator's enemies. Audrey recalled that during the Backland Smog event, she had received a very high-level piece of intelligence from Mr. Fool. The primordial demoness was named Cheek. So she asked, how did the primordial demoness descend her power? Was her power very strong? By using her own idol, Hobert did not hide this. According to the creator, the primordial demoness is in a very poor state. Klein recalled some intelligence he had traded for before. Could it be that the damage the primordial demoness sustained in the 4 Emperors' War has not healed even now? The other members also recalled Emperor's description of the primordial demoness during the previous Hades transaction. But everyone immediately had a realization, even in the worst state, she was still a god. And a god at the true god level. Members who had not seen the Creator's image thought along this line, the Creator stopped the primordial demoness, so does that mean the Creator is at least at the King of Angels level? Alger cleared his throat and said, even if the external aid is very impressive, not everyone can invite angel-level external aid. Klein suddenly realized that he could do that. Leonard pursed his lips and smiled, there's an angel living inside my body. Emlyn was also thinking, I wonder if our bloodline duke would participate in such a war at my request. The other members did not have such channels. The only channel they could think of was to ask Mr. Fool for help. Alger also noticed the expressions of the three of them. I'm not surprised that the world can ask an angel for help, but Star can too. The new member's background is not simple either. Audrey also noticed this, is Mr. Star asking an angel-level member of his family for help? He wouldn't be asking an angel from the church, would he? Mr. Moon can also ask an angel for help. Oh, right, he mentioned that the Bloodline's angel had come to Backland. Finally, she smiled slightly, the forces behind our Tarot Club members are all very powerful. Katlia couldn't help but frown, when did angels become so cheap? Half of the members can even ask for an angel's help. To Alger's compliment, Hobert smiled slightly, it's not that I can do this. They are mainly coming for the Creator. He did not continue the topic of angels, but instead said, as for the demoness sect's demigod-level losses, they are also considerable. The only one with minimal losses is probably the low-sequence Beyonders, who had fewer participants. An undeniable fact is that the demoness sect has been completely defeated by us. A more intuitive manifestation is that most of the courtesans in various countries on the North Continent will disappear. Furthermore, the Theosophy Order's high-end combat power was almost completely wiped out in this battle. From now on, the Theosophy Order will become a third-rate secret organization. They don't even have a single Sequence 5 now. Audrey immediately asked, Mr. Emperor, what is the relationship between the Theosophy Order and the Demonist sect? Originally, the Theosophy Order was an organization founded by some members of the Abraham family, Hobert briefly explained. However, after long-term infiltration by the Demonist sect, the Theosophy Order has already become a subordinate organization of the Demonist sect. After the Theosophy Order suffered heavy losses, they became even more dependent on the Demonist sect. In the future, this might become an Beyonder organization mainly composed of low-sequence Beyonders. Audrey nodded slowly, so the Theosophy Order is also an evil organization. After the description of 8 angels participating in the battle, the other members were no longer surprised by the subsequent descriptions. The Sun saw that the topic of this Beyonder war was over, and then he spoke, everyone, my ritual for advancing to Priest of Light is to bury my entire body in unmelting ice in pure darkness. In City of Silver, similar ice is not hard to find, but how can I create pure and safe darkness? Everyone was almost stunned, so the advancement ritual for Priest of Light is like that. Audrey smiled slightly, the Sun is truly honest and simple. Hobert immediately thought of using alter or distortion to create a safe dark space, but then he thought that City of Silver was Klein's private domain, so he should let him handle it. Klein had already thought of a method at this time, have Leonard provide a dark domain charm, and have the Sun pray to Fool. Klein would then mobilize the power from gray fog above to provide the Sun with artificial darkness. But he thought that there were too many dangers in the forsaken land of the gods, and he didn't know if this would work. He needed to verify it in advance, so he manipulated the world, and said to Derek, I will help you search for information and find a method, but during this process, you may need to cooperate to verify its feasibility. Derek immediately said, no problem. Then he thanked him, thank you, Mr. World. After this topic ended, no one initiated a new topic, so, the Fool, Klein said, that's all for today. Everyone stood up and bowed, and this Tarot Club meeting ended. At Green Meadow Manor, Hobert and Furs returned to the real world together. The first thing Furs said when she opened her eyes was, I want that merman cufflink. Hobert was already prepared for Furs's request. I know, you definitely want to put the merman cufflink up for auction at the Longtail Island auction house that's currently being prepared, right? After all, this magical item is very suitable for auction at sea. Furs was stunned. I didn't have that idea at all. Hobert then said seriously, although we need to make some preparations for the new auction house, you also need to consider the price. If the price of an item is too high, don't acquire it for now. Furs suddenly didn't know how to explain. That's not it, Justice, didn't. I know, Justice was the first to raise the price, but didn't I ultimately help you snatch the merman cufflink? Hobert said earnestly, don't do such silly things in the future. Furs immediately felt the urge to scratch her head. Hobert didn't stop them because he didn't want to see me and Justice contend for that magical item, did he? He thought I wanted to get that merman cufflink to prepare items for the new auction house. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. In Hobert's development plan for the eastern port of Longtail Island, one of the key construction projects was to build an Beander auction house there. And now, after several months of construction, the eastern port city was about to open to the public. A magical item like the merman cufflink would surely fetch a good price at the auction house on Longtail Island. As Furs was pondering this matter, Hobert suddenly leaned over and kissed Furs. Furs's cheeks immediately flushed. Just as she was about to pull away, Hobert leaned into her ear and said, the world is preparing to hunt an Aemon clone. I need to go discuss this with him. I won't be eating dinner here. Furs was slightly startled, looking at Hobert as he put on his coat. You be careful. The matter of the merman cufflink was no longer her most pressing concern. Hobert smiled. This time I'm just helping him make contact. I won't be participating in the actual operation. After putting on his coat, Hobert pinched Furs's cheek. I'm leaving. Remember to keep an eye on Conrad and the others. Make sure they complete their preparations. Furs nodded. I know. Watching Hobert leave, she suddenly felt a little lost. Looking out the window, a damp breeze blew in, and it began to drizzle outside. What a good time for a nap, Furs sighed. She lay down again, suddenly remembering that it had been a long time since she had taken a nap with Hobert. Hobert returned to Backland. In his study, he pretended to pray to the Creator for a while, then took out £1,100 in cash and offered it to Mr. Fool. Klein's two magical items ultimately sold for £2,700, but due to two previous intelligence transactions, Klein had already accumulated a debt of £1,600, so Hobert only needed to pay £1,100. While offering the sacrifice, Hobert reported to Fool, respected Mr. Fool, please inform the world that the Creator is willing to help him when he needs it. Also, please tell him that it's best to pray to the Creator at the beginning of the battle, to avoid not having enough time to make the corresponding plea once the battle has started. A few minutes later, Hobert received the world's reply. Thank the Creator for his promise. Having resolved this matter, Hobert sat in his chair and recalled the conflict that had erupted between Audrey and Furs at the Tarot Club. For Hobert, although the conflict between Audrey and Furs made him break out in a cold sweat at the time, he later realized that this conflict was essentially an effective communication between the two of them, and also a self-reconciliation. What he feared most was not conflict, but maintaining indifference even when meeting. After this conflict, Hobert believed that they had both felt each other's bottom lines, and would respect each other's bottom lines in the future, which was quite good. Hobert, of course, also knew that they were both intelligent people, and his reasons wouldn't fool them. But they both needed Hobert to provide a reason, even if that reason was absurd. Some things simply cannot be spoken too clearly. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Hobert's face. After this incident, the love triangle was basically over. Taking a deep breath, Hobert checked his pocket watch. While there was still some time, he entered the country of disorder, and found the star representing Furs. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, extended his spirituality and saw Furs chatting with Zio, yawning. Hobert smiled helplessly. It was clear that Furs wanted to take a nap, but with Zio beside her, she couldn't sleep. Because Zio had never prayed to the Creator, she could only be contacted through Furs. Fortunately, recently, Zio knew that Furs was not in a good mood and that Longtail Island was still somewhat dangerous, so she had been staying by Furs's side. Hobert aimed his spirituality at Zio, then said in the Creator's supreme voice, find these two people. At the same time, he inserted the relevant information into Zio's mind. In Green Meadow Manor, South Colson. Zio was describing to Furs her shopping trip to the West Bank orchard that afternoon when suddenly, a majestic figure appeared in her mind. Find these two people. Before she could see clearly, the majestic figure disappeared, and then two pieces of information appeared in Zio's mind. This information was very detailed, including portraits, their previous residences, and descriptions of their strength. Zio was slightly surprised. I received a mission from the Creator. Furs paused, then smiled. What mission? Does it need to be kept secret? Zio swallowed. The Creator didn't say. Then it doesn't need to be kept secret. The Creator wants me to find two people. Zio found that the two pieces of information seemed to have become part of her memory. With just a slight recollection, the two pieces of information would reappear in her mind. They are two members of the Aurora Order. Furs nodded. That should be correct. The Creator views many evil organizations as enemies. Zio added. They are both in Backland. Then you should return to Backland. Zio was a little worried, but your safety. Don't worry. Furs smiled. Another group of official Beyonders who completed their training arrived last week. The Beyonder power here is even more abundant. Besides, I'll be advancing to Sequence 6 next month, so I won't need protection. Backland. Hobert issued the mission to Zio, then took a carriage to Earl Hall's mansion. At the ball last week, he had arranged to have dinner with Earl Hall tonight. After chatting with Earl Hall for a while, Hobert went to the studio and saw Audrey, who was painting. Let me see what you're painting. Audrey, wearing a relatively loose long dress, smiled and put down her paintbrush, displaying her unfinished painting to Hobert. It was Hobert's manor in the suburbs. Although it wasn't finished yet, Hobert noticed that the colors she used were mostly warm tones, indicating that her previous visit to the manor had left her with pleasant memories. Audrey covered the painting and said, I want that merman cufflink. Why do you want something of such a low level? Hobert said, I've already sold it to a pirate. I brought you something better. When he bought that merman cufflink for £1,500, he didn't intend to give it to Furs, nor to Audrey, nor to sell it. Its fate was to be left to gather dust in the country of disorder. Because there was no one else in the studio, Audrey pouted unceremoniously, looking very cute. You don't believe me. Hobert smiled. He took out two wooden boxes from two different pockets. See for yourself. Audrey didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't disbelieve that. Hobert seemed to understand something. I get it, you must want to go swimming with me using the merman cufflink, right? He looked Audrey up and down. I'll go get the merman cufflink back from the pirate right now. Audrey felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. She quickly pulled Hobert back. That's not what I meant either. Hobert clapped his hands. This time I really know. It must be that we haven't seen each other for days, and you miss me, right? No. Then you must want a kiss. Finally, Hobert picked up Audrey and spun her around, and the topic finally ended amidst her giggling laughter. Since it wasn't dinner time yet, the two simply went to the laboratory. Hobert glanced at the hypnotist's potion formula and helped her concoct the potion. Are you free tomorrow? Hobert asked while weighing the auxiliary materials, then adding them one by one to the beaker. I already told my father that I'm going to visit the power plant with you tomorrow. Audrey watched Hobert's skilled movements from the side, smiling slightly. We'll visit the power plant at noon, and then go to Earl of Light in the afternoon. After adding the auxiliary materials, Hobert began to add the main ingredients, 60 milliliters of black hunt giant lizard brain fluid, and one fruit from a psychedelic wind chime tree. Soon, a hypnotist potion was concocted. Hobert checked it, and seeing no problems, he said, try to start working at Earl of Light this week. He estimated that by next week, a large amount of investment would be needed in the South Continent. Audrey took a deep breath. Let's talk after I consume the potion. Don't be so nervous. Hobert smiled. You'll be fine. Audrey picked up the potion. If I show signs of losing control, what will you do? Hobert glanced at Susie, who had followed them in. I'll grant your loss of control to this golden retriever. Susie, who had just entered the room, froze for a moment, then turned and walked out. Audrey chuckled. You scared Susie away. Hobert's expression looked a little strange. It didn't understand what I said, did it? Audrey quickly waved her hand. It's just a coincidence. All right, quickly take the potion. Hobert didn't continue the topic. With Hobert there, Audrey certainly felt much more at ease. After calming herself again, she picked up the potion and drank it all. After drinking the potion, Audrey's eyes immediately became vacant. A layer of illusory scales appeared on her body, and her eyes gradually turned into pale golden vertical pupils. Hobert constantly observed Audrey's mental state. If there was any risk of her losing control, he would immediately help her grant most of her mental pressure away. However, even if the advancement was completed this way, it would only prevent the advancement process from going out of control. Audrey's state would still not be very good after the advancement. Therefore, if intervention in the advancement process could be avoided, it was best not to intervene. Audrey's body began to swell, and the seemingly loose dress was stretched, with a risk of tearing. Her eyes gradually became sharp, but this was still within her tolerance. After about 3 or 4 minutes, after a struggle, Audrey's body gradually began to recover and finally became normal. Hobert felt a little regretful because the material of Audrey's clothes was very good and they had not been torn. A minute or two later, the illusory scales on Audrey's body disappeared, and her eyes gradually regained their luster. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. That was close, I almost felt like I couldn't find my consciousness just now. Hobert smiled and said, advancing to sequence 6 is generally quite dangerous. Quickly utilize meditation to rein in your spirituality. He noticed that Audrey's eyes were deeper in color than before, looking like a deep, charming pool of water. After waiting another 7 or 8 minutes, Audrey opened her eyes, refreshed. All done. Hobert spread his arms. A big hug as a reward. Audrey smiled and said, I don't want it. All right, all right. Hobert took out the 2 wooden boxes from before again. These are the rewards prepared for you. After you become a hypnotist, you will have strong control abilities like hypnosis, so the 2 gifts I prepared for you are mainly Beander items geared towards quickly eliminating targets. I named this ring the Light Priest ring. It can utilize most of the abilities of Light Priest, especially Holy Light, which can burn targets below sequence 6 into charcoal with 1 strike. Even for sequence 6 and sequence 5 enemies, 1 strike can make the target's body burn with flames and cause 2 to 5 seconds of mental disorientation. Against undead creatures or dark creatures, the attack power is at least doubled. This magical item was the return gift Philip I of the Feniport Kingdom gave to Hobert after acquiring an order crystal from him. Hobert then pointed to the other wooden box. This bracelet possesses most of the abilities of a guardian, such as Dawn Sword and Dawn Armor, and can also utilize Dawn Bulwark to protect yourself or your companions. This is 1 sequence higher than the sealed artifact of the Warrior pathway that I explained to Mr. Star before. I had already planned to give it to you then, so I simply didn't mention it to Mr. Star. In fact, he had forgotten the existence of this magical item. This was a magical item Christine had given to Hobert, and after he became a demigod, these magical items had been kept in the country of disorder. Hobert only found them a few days ago when he was cataloging his sealed artifacts. They were easy to carry and had good abilities, which is why they were put into wooden boxes and given to Audrey. Magical items of this level, after being resealed by Hobert, had relatively minor negative effects and were considered scarce items. Audrey, no longer a Beander novice, certainly knew that these 2 magical items were worth at least £25,000. After thanking him, Audrey happily accepted the 2 gifts. Hobert watched Audrey play with the 2 magical items for a while before saying again, I have a Dreamwalker Beander characteristic here, but no potion formula. Because this Dreamwalker Beander characteristic had already been pulverized by him, there was no way to associate the potion formula from the Beander characteristic. Audrey was stunned, then smiled and said, I didn't expect that I wouldn't have to worry about the main material right after advancing to sequence 6. She thought for a moment before saying, the psychology alchemist should have the formula, but it definitely won't be easy to obtain. Hobert waved his hand dashingly, leave it to me. Whatever they want, or whatever goals they hope to achieve, leave it to me. Audrey sighed, it's so good to have a lover. You should say boyfriend. Hobert spread his arms again, don't you want to reward me? Audrey pursed her lips and smiled, saying nothing. Hobert, of course, understood her meaning, took 2 steps forward, and gave Audrey a bear hug. After only a few seconds of hugging, Audrey shook her head. "Don't breathe in my ear." Hobert leaned on Audrey's shoulder. "I have to breathe, otherwise I'll suffocate." Audrey struggled out of Hobert's embrace and gave him a slightly displeased look. "You bad guy." Her slightly petulant look was very cute in Hobert's eyes, and he wanted to pinch her cheek, but Audrey dodged away. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door outside, and both of them immediately resumed serious expressions. The laboratory door opened, and it turned out to be a servant calling them to the dining room for dinner. Hobert stretched his arms. What a highly anticipated dinner. As they walked towards the dining room, Audrey asked, "What's there to look forward to?" Being able to chat with Earl Hall about the current situation in Backland is, of course, something to look forward to. Audrey was stunned. This was somewhat different from the answer she had expected. "And what else?" Hobert smiled and said, "Being able to chat with Mr. Hobert about political topics in Backland is, of course, something to look forward to." Audrey looked at Hobert. "Is that all?" "And being able to have dinner with the most beautiful Miss Audrey." Hobert smiled and said, "That's what I anticipate the most." Audrey snorted, as if to say, "At least you know what's good for you." Joking, the two arrived at the dining room. The moment they entered the dining room, both of them put away their smiles. After they were seated, Earl Hall served the appetizer to Hobert first, and Hobert thanked Earl Hall's family for their hospitality and invitation. After the simple pre-dinner pleasantries, dinner officially began. At the long dining table, Hobert was at least 5 or 6 meters away from Earl Hall. This wasn't intentional placement, rather, each person was spaced about 2 meters apart, and Hobert felt it didn't feel like a family eating together at all. Hobert inwardly complained, "Do nobles feel like they're attending a banquet at every meal?" At this moment, Hobert took a sip of aperitif and suddenly asked, "Hobert, I've always been curious why you give the workers of Earl of Light such high salaries and benefits. I heard that an ordinary worker's salary is almost as much as a clerk's." In this era, a clerk was still a very good job, the work content was not very tiring, and they received a middle to upper level salary in the factory. Earl Hall also asked curiously, "Is this a form of charity?" "No," Hobert said after taking a bite of baked escargot, "I am creating a middle class." "Creating a middle class?" Audrey asked curiously. Everyone else was also very intrigued by this concept, putting down their cutlery and looking at Hobert. Hobert also put down his cutlery, gently wiped his mouth with a lace napkin, and then said, "Currently, Backland's residents are roughly divided into 3 levels. Nobles and the wealthy, the middle class, and the poor." He further explained, "If you want to promote economic activity, consumption is a very important link. Although nobles and the wealthy are very rich, their numbers are small, and they cannot bear the main daily consumption of this city. Although the number of poor people is large, they have no money, so it is not difficult to draw a fact. Backland's main daily consumption is supported by the middle class. But the problem is, many current policies and regulations are not very friendly to the middle class. If we look at the homeless people on the streets of Backland, there aren't many poor among them, most are from the middle class. In my opinion, the middle class might even be more prone to bankruptcy than the poor." Earl Hall and Audrey listened very carefully. Even though they were the more open-minded segment of the nobility, Hobert's views held great appeal for them. "This is a very dangerous sign," Hobert said seriously. "If the number of the middle class sharply decreases on a large scale, it will lead to a phenomenon of wealth not circulating, and most factories and various companies will be greatly affected. So, in my opinion, one of the more important purposes of setting up a factory is to create a portion of the middle class, to make this society look more vibrant." Earl Hall picked up his cutlery again and said, "This idea is very special and very novel." He smiled and said, "Backland needs such new ideas." Hobert spread his hands. "I think every gentleman in Backland will realize the importance of the middle class. But whether they would protect the middle class and continuously create a middle class remained to be seen." Following this topic, everyone discussed Backland's economic situation, and Hobert did not stint on his praise. This was indeed the most prosperous city in this world, capable of plundering cheap raw materials from colonies and possessing very cheap labor. The only thing missing was a market that could never be filled. Everyone enjoyed this meal very much. Hobert used some knowledge from his memory to showcase his cutting-edge ideas and erudition. Earl Hall's family was very satisfied with Hobert. After 9 in the evening, they chatted over tea for a while longer, then Hobert got up to leave. As he left, Hobert glanced at Audrey. Her face was full of smiles. Her family's approval of her lover must have been the happiest thing for her. Upon returning to the Earl's mansion, Hobert was about to rest when prayers came from the country of disorder. He stretched, somewhat helplessly locked his room door, and entered the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw that it was Lawrence of the Bach family whose star was expanding. He probably guessed the purpose of the prayer, extended his spirituality, and indeed saw Lawrence and the 3 family members behind him. Last week, Hobert had promised to grant the Bach family a Earl of the Fallen Beander characteristic. South Continent, upstream of the Hodis River. Lawrence, as instructed by God-blessed Hobert, first carefully considered and selected 3 excellent Sequence 5 members from the Bach family. Only then did he set up the altar, and after praying to the Creator, he began to loudly report the talents of these 3 Sequence 5 members and their contributions to the family and to the Creator. These 3 Sequence 5 members, 2 men and 1 woman, had all participated in the recently concluded Beander War, and their performance in the war had been quite good. After Lawrence finished his report, the majestic image of the Creator appeared above the altar. Lawrence and the other 3 immediately lowered their heads and knelt on one knee, not daring to look directly at the Creator, only able to feel the immense pressure emanating from the Creator. The 4 of them bowed together, and then heard the Creator say in a deep voice, "To Leon." The young man named Leon joyfully praised the Creator repeatedly. The other 2 were somewhat disappointed, but only somewhat. For them, becoming a candidate and being noticed by the Creator was a great honor. After Lawrence bowed and affirmed, he began to arrange the bestowal ceremony, and indeed received a piece of the Earl of the Fallen's Beander characteristic. After thanking the Creator, the 4 looked at the Beander characteristic on the altar with mixed emotions. This was a Sequence 4 Beander characteristic. It meant that the Bach family could now have 4 demigods. After praising the Creator again, Lawrence first put away the Beander characteristic and was about to tell Leon about the promotion ritual, when suddenly the candle on the table turned green, and the space in front of them became illusory, with a coffin floating out of the spirit world. A letter flew out from the crack in the coffin and landed right in Lawrence's hand. Immediately after, the coffin disappeared, and the candle flame returned to normal. Lawrence knew it was Hobert's messenger and was not too surprised. He opened the letter and read it. God-blessed Hobert needs to transfer a demigod from the Bach family to Bachland to assist him in a task. He said to the 3 family members behind him, "Immediately go and call the elders for a meeting." Although Lawrence was also a God-blessed now, and Hobert had said they were now of equal rank, Lawrence did not dare to truly treat Hobert as an equal. In his opinion, Hobert should be the leader among the God-blessed. The Creator would usually give him some tasks, and then he would distribute them to the other God-blessed. Therefore, Lawrence still attached great importance to Hobert's letter, viewing his request for transfer as an order. Bachland, 62 Queens Avenue. After Hobert sent the letter to Lawrence, he lay down on the bed to rest. He first recalled his choice just now. In fact, the young man named Leon was not necessarily superior to the others. All 3 of them were excellent, and Hobert didn't know who to choose, so he just picked one at random. The choice just now was to prove the authority of the Creator. He did not interfere with promotions below demigod, but for promotion to demigod, especially using the Beander characteristic provided by the Creator had to designate the promoted one. What Hobert needed to consider now was how to divide the power of the Bach family in the future. As it stood, Hobert's development of influence in the South Continent still relied mainly on the power of the Bach family, but he could not always rely on this family. In the future, he would definitely have to separate their demigods. Otherwise, the country established in the South Continent would easily be a country dominated by the Bach family, rather than a country of the Creator. This could only be considered later when the opportunity arose. No divisive actions could be taken at present. Next, Hobert considered the transportation issue with the South Continent. If they traveled by ship, it would be very inconvenient to travel back and forth between the North-South Continent. Currently, Hobert could only utilize travel to bring 2 people back and forth between the North-South Continent. After the previous battle, Hobert now possessed the traveler's Beander characteristic again, and had already asked the fishing-loving alchemist, Old Lord Winston, to create 2 traveler's gates. Hobert planned to utilize the traveler's gate tomorrow to connect Longtail Island with the South Continent. However, the traveler's gate was gradually unable to meet Hobert's transportation needs between various regions. This magical item was fine for individuals, but for transporting goods, even carriages could not pass through, and only rickshaws could shuttle through the traveler's gate. And as the transportation of goods between Longtail Island and South Colson, and in the future between these 2 places and the South Continent, became more frequent, rickshaws would certainly not be able to meet the logistics demands. He could consider using workers to open the Creator logistics. But this was a bit demeaning. For example, "Great the Creator, please help me transport 30 pounds of cabbage." Transport or not. Or for example, "Great the Creator, please help me deliver this sock to so and so, he left in a hurry and forgot to bring it. Should I help?" Hobert sighed. The Creator logistics could transport high-end products, but once it entered civilian mode, it would truly become a logistics company. At this moment, Hobert suddenly recalled the teleportation arrays left by the civilization that once believed in Mr. on an alien planet. That thing was easy to utilize. Once the teleportation array was activated, let alone carriages, even small ships could pass through. He thought carefully for a moment. Although the array was complex, its principles were all based on Earth's mysticism theories, which were not difficult for him. Hobert thought it over and felt he could give it a try. So he sprang out of bed and wrote down the required quantity and size of diamonds and crystals on a piece of paper. Then he went to the country of disorder and took out the South Continent-style pendant Christine had given him. After injecting spirituality into it, the space in front of Hobert became illusory, and he stepped into the void. Following the pendant's guidance, Hobert arrived at Rex's treasure hiding place. Under the night sky, this was a primeval forest, where not only were human traces rare, but even animals were scarce. Hobert placed the pendant on the stone wall, and the stone wall split open, forming an archway. Amplify. Hobert amplified the hazy moonlight, making the light as bright as dawn. The amplified light was not wasted at all, shining directly into the cave. Alter. Hobert then altered the light at the cave entrance to prevent the glittering treasures inside the cave from shining outside. Inside the cave, in addition to stacks of gold pounds, there were many gold artifacts and gems, which were Rex's spoils of war from that year. Hobert's mouth could not help but curve upwards, his eyes dazzled again by the light refracted from the gems. Although his eyes would no longer be harmed by it, he still closed them, enjoying this wonderful moment. Taking a deep breath, the air was filled with the smell of gold pounds and gold. After smiling for a while, Hobert finally opened his eyes and began to search for suitable gems according to the list in his hand. Thus, half of the gems on the list were found in the cave. Hobert looked at the list again. He still needed a large amount of crystals and some large gems, which he could only purchase back in Backland. Coming out of the cave, Hobert glanced at the closed stone wall and suddenly realized that putting all his spoils of war in the country of disorder was not a very good choice. The risk was too high. If something went wrong with the country of disorder one day, all his spoils would be gone. He should put some Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts in here to offset the risk. However, he didn't have time these 2 days. He would consider it in a few days when he had time. Back in Backland, Hobert crossed off the gems he had found, then went to knock on Dofus's door. Dofus, wearing pajamas, opened the door and looked at Hobert. Hobert then realized it was already late at night. He smiled and said, "Sorry for waking you up. I have something I need you to do. Tomorrow morning, as soon as you wake up, immediately go and purchase some diamonds and crystals. Here are the required quantities and sizes." Dofus took the paper and looked at it. "I might have to go to the South Continent. The large gems you want, each one in Backland could cost over 10,000 gold pounds. There are many gem mines in the South Continent, and a large raw gem there might only cost a few hundred gold pounds, but after buying it, you'll have to find someone to cut it yourself." Hobert said, "Take the money from the safe, take as much as you need." Dofus reminded him, "There's not much left in the safe. You'll see there's more tomorrow morning." Hobert then asked, "Do I need to provide you with a magical item with travel ability?" "No need. Good." Hobert waved his hand, you can go back to sleep. He quickly went to the study, opened the safe, and saw that the gold pounds here in Backland were indeed running low. For a while now, Hobert had hardly worried about money. The South Colson area was already self-sufficient and could even support the construction of Longtail Island. Most of the construction of Longtail Island came from Hobert's investment. The 80,000 gold lire obtained from the previous transaction with Simpson had all been spent. By the end of July, Hobert had already invested another 50,000 gold pounds, which would last for a while longer. Similar to South Colson, Hobert intended to provide the initial accumulation for Longtail Island himself. Regarding the construction of Longtail Island, Hobert did not intend to utilize the Earl of Light's money. The Earl of Light's money was on a separate account, different from Longtail Island and South Colson. And the expenses here in Backland were a separate account, mainly Hobert's personal expenses and the daily expenses of the Earl's mansion. Hobert took out the last 50,000 gold pounds of his savings from the country of disorder. He was still not flustered, because he had inherited a large amount of legacy from Rex and had also received a large amount of property from Christine. These gold pounds were just gathering dust in the cave, it was better to take them out and spend them. The 180,000 gold pounds from the previous transaction with the Tony family mainly came from the money Hobert inherited from Rex. After taking out all the savings from the country of disorder, Hobert's total savings were still nearly 150,000 gold pounds, which was enough to cover expenses for a long time. And this was just cash. The large amount of spoils left by Rex, mainly gold and diamonds, were also a considerable fortune. This sea often has heavy fog, so people call it the Fog Sea. The Fog Sea is in the eastern part of the North-South continent, far from the channels between the two continents, or rather, far from the entire human civilization. However, scattered throughout the Fog Sea are many unexplored islands. For example, the island where Archibald took Hobert to hunt six-legged sprites was deep in the Fog Sea, and even since the colonial era, no human had ever visited it. At dawn, the low-altitude area of a certain sea region in the Fog Sea suddenly became illusory, and a giant object floated down from the spirit world, landing in the sea. Whoosh! The seawater was parted by the giant object, stirring up considerable waves. This giant object finally appeared completely in the real world. It was the entirely dark giant ship, the Black Emperor. At the front of the giant ship was a massive, mottled stone chair, on which sat the enormous King of the Five Seas, Nastor Solomon, dressed in a black robe with silver trim and a black beard. After rising from the huge stone chair, Nastor, who had looked like a giant, changed in appearance. The further he moved from the throne, the smaller he became, eventually reaching about 1.9 meters tall, only slightly taller than a normal person. The crew members who had been hiding in the cabins quickly emerged and, under the command of second mate Bird Mustin, went to unfurl the thick black sails and adjust the Black Emperor's heading. For a time, the deck became very busy. They were sailing towards an island in the Fog Sea not marked on any country's charts. It was the territory of the King of the Five Seas, his headquarters. Nastor went to the captain's cabin and sat in his throne-like seat. At this moment, a child of about 10, dressed in luxurious clothes, came in holding a tray with a bottle of wine and an empty wine glass. Seeing the child, Nastor frowned. "Child, who brought you aboard this ship?" He didn't recall having such a young crew member on the Black Emperor. The still somewhat naive child smiled slightly. Tamara. Tamara made the little boy perfectly integrated with the ship, with no imbalance, and even Nastor's spirituality had not felt any danger until now. But upon hearing the name Tamara, Nastor was startled and immediately tried to manipulate the Black Emperor to push the little boy overboard. However, he found that he could not control the Black Emperor. "Don't you find it incredible?" The little boy smiled and said, "It was I who told Solomon about the existence of the West Continent back then, and that's why he built this ship. Nastor Solomon, a descendant of the Black Emperor, I am the true master of this ship." Although Nastor didn't know who this little boy was, for the first time in many years, he felt such despair. However, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately, distorted space, preparing to escape. The little boy raised a hand, and Nastor's distortion was diluted by the surrounding cabin. But Nastor's figure still became illusory. After all, he had possessed the Black Emperor for such a long time and had long had an escape plan, though he hadn't expected that one day he would actually need to utilize such a plan. Just as Nastor's figure was about to disappear, Tamara's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Tamara stretched out her hands and pushed Nastor's back, causing him to stumble and breaking the balance of his escape method. Nastor's figure gradually solidified again. His escape had failed. But Nastor didn't panic despite the presence of an angel. He rushed towards the cabin door. "Opening the door is prohibition here," Tamara said faintly. Nastor turned around, gazing at Tamara, who was like a wax figure behind him, and he pointed at the little boy. "Who is he?" Tamara said calmly. "You should call him he, not he." Nastor was somewhat surprised. "Why are you looking for me?" "Because your surname is Solomon," the little boy smiled, raising his left hand. Everything was already foreshadowed in the fourth epic. Nastor's spirituality only now felt immense danger, but for some reason, the little boy's small hand seemed to possess great magic, draining all his strength. This was a suppression of the Solomon bloodline. No. He struggled to twist the doorknob and tried his best to distort Tamara's prohibition. Finally, the door opened, but Nastor was not happy, because the door only opened a tiny crack and could not be pushed open further. Clang! The captain's cabin door closed, and about half a minute later, the door was pushed open, and a 15 or 16-year-old boy emerged from inside. Judging by his appearance, he was the little boy from before. The boy came onto the deck, raised his hand towards the sea. Distortion. The crew members had already felt the changes in the Black Emperor, and jumped into the sea to escape, but under distortion, many crew members who hadn't managed to escape far had their thought of escaping turned into returning, and they began to swim back towards the Black Emperor. "Ha ha ha," the boy laughed uproariously. "I succeeded. The plan of over 2,000 years finally bore fruit." Tamara followed behind with some reverence, looking like a servant. "From today on, I am the King of the Five Seas," the boy said. "What name should I take?" "How about Erebus?" Tamara smiled. "A wonderful name." Then next, the boy Erebus said, "The Black Emperor will change course and head for Longtail Island." Wait a moment. He suddenly stopped. "I've recalled the clue to that lamp." Backland. Early on Tuesday morning, Hobert dressed neatly and took a carriage to Earl Hall's mansion, picking up Audrey, who was wearing a long dress more suitable for movement, and heading to the power plant in the suburbs. In the carriage, Audrey asked Hobert, "I heard my father say that today, several lords from the Gas Association are going to jointly submit a report to the Parliament." "Don't mind them," Hobert said with a confident smile. The Earl of Light had so many shareholders who were members of Parliament, he would let them resist for now and did not intend to actively intervene in this matter immediately. Hobert changed the subject. "Audrey, how much do you know about the South Continent?" "It's a colonial territory of various countries." Audrey paused and smiled. "Most of what I know about the South Continent still comes from you." Hobert nodded and smiled. "I have a plan to develop the South Continent, which in the future, hopefully, can bring peace there, but I need your help." Audrey was first startled, then asked, "How can I help?" "You'll know in a few days," Hobert smiled. "Right now, I just really want to know if you are willing to help." "Of course, I'm willing." Audrey immediately agreed. If it can bring peace to the South Continent, anyone would be willing to help. Then she asked, "What do you plan to do?" Hobert said faintly, "Unify the South Continent." Audrey was stunned. Unify. In terms of geographical conditions, Hobert smiled. The South Continent is easier to unify. First, its eastern part is a large area of plains, with almost no natural defenses. This is also why the Loan Colonial Army, after gaining a certain advantage in East Balam, was able to quickly expand its influence throughout East Balam. The northwest is the vast Star Plateau, which is key to the South Continent. Once this plateau is occupied, then the entire South Continent can be attacked wherever desired. For a long time, the North Continent countries have been vying for control of the Star Plateau, with frequent wars breaking out there. Audrey then realized that Hobert was serious. But where would you get so many soldiers? The population of the South Continent is no less than that of the North Continent, Hobert said. Perhaps even more. After all, large cities greatly affect the birth rate in the North Continent. Audrey still felt it was somewhat unrealistic, but the countries of the North Continent certainly won't just let it happen. "Of course, I know that," Hobert smiled. Currently, I am just making preliminary preparations and waiting for the right moment. Audrey didn't know how to comment, as this was a field entirely new to her. Let's talk about the power plant, Hobert smiled. In the future, the number of power plants will definitely increase, perhaps even several around each city. As they spoke, they arrived at the power plant. Audrey toured the massive boilers, the long steam turbines, and the generators at the tail end of the steam turbines. The power plant was well prepared, having sent out a guide to explain the entire process of thermal power generation to Audrey. Audrey looked at the long steam turbines, which were large turbines, and immediately felt a sense of industrial beauty. Finally, they came to the cooling tower, and Audrey then realized that the thick, large structure was not a big chimney, but a cooling tower. What emerged from the cooling tower was not white smoke, but water vapor. Now Audrey finally understood why Hobert laughed at the members of the gas association, because they were completely mistaken. The pollution generated by power plants was not as great as imagined. After touring the power plant, Hobert took Audrey back into the carriage. He cautioned, "Do not mention the internal structure of the power plant to anyone. Currently, this is the most crucial secret of the Earl of Light." Audrey, still somewhat excited, nodded, "I understand." After visiting the huge power plant, she truly felt the power of the Earl of Light. This was not just a company that sold light bulbs, it also represented many high-end technologies. Audrey asked, "Hobert, should we also invite those members of parliament to visit the power plant? To prove that the power plant's pollution is not significant?" "No," Hobert said seriously. "Perhaps the purpose of the Gas Association submitting their report is precisely to see the internal structure of the power plant. After all, any rational person knows that after the electric light appeared, gas lamps no longer had much competitiveness." Audrey then asked, "So what do you plan to do? Submit a report to the parliament about the atmospheric pollution caused by gas, and how dangerous it is to store and transport?" Hobert smiled. "First, we must understand one thing," Emperor Hobart explained to Audrey. "Whether it's gas, electric lights, or even candles, you always have to choose one lighting method. In a metropolis like Backland, candles have long been eliminated by the middle class and nobles who have a say. So, we can only choose between gas and electric lights. The brightness and convenience of electric lights basically determine that they will win this battle. This has little to do with safety or pollution. This was also why Emperor Hobart was not in a hurry to counterattack, because once electricity appeared, it would quickly form a tidal wave of the times, and it was not something that any one person or industry could stop. What if, Audrey said, what if the councillors unanimously agree that electric lights cause more pollution? She understood the faces of these politicians very well. In their eyes, there was only profit. Emperor Hobart smiled and said, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." To be precise, he currently did not plan to respond actively. Emperor Hobart actually hoped that this matter would escalate, and then the people from the council would ask him to clean up the mess. In addition, it would be best if the people from the Gas Association could also utilize some underhanded tricks, so that Emperor Hobart would have a breakthrough point for counterattack. The two of them took a carriage to Emperor Hobart's suburban manor. Of course, they wouldn't discuss such a disheartening topic during lunch. After lunch, they strolled together in the manor and climbed the hill behind the villa along the road. The location of this hill was excellent. From here, one could see far, even the buildings on the edge of Backland. But unfortunately, the gradually spreading thick fog blocked their view, making it impossible to see further. Audrey sighed, "What a pity. Perhaps, as Butler said, it requires the favor of a god to see the full view of Backland from here." Emperor Hobart smiled and said, "Let me try." He stretched out his hand, and when he felt a breeze blowing from behind to the front, he suddenly waved his hand, "Amplify." The breeze immediately turned into a violent gust of wind, carrying a whooshing sound at low altitude, blowing towards Backland. Emperor Hobart controlled his strength very well. This gust of wind did not descend, it swept across fields, forests, and suburban factories and towns. Audrey saw from afar that the smoke from the factories was quickly dispersed and carried away. Finally, the gale hit the pervasive fog, creating a huge gap in the perennial fog of Backland. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah! The thick fog of Backland is like a cake that has been cut and had a piece taken out." Emperor Hobart smiled slightly, this wind can only go that far. After all, he was not a meander of the sailor pathway, he merely amplified an ordinary breeze. Audrey's analogy was not entirely accurate. In fact, the scene before them was more like clear water flowing into murky water. The clear water created a clear part in the pond, but the power of the clear water was limited, only making a part of the murky water clear, without changing the state of the pond. But this was spectacular enough. Although Audrey did not see the full view of Backland, she saw an incredible sight. Because the gale blew at a low altitude and did not reach the streets, the thick fog above the rooftops was dispersed, but there was still fog lingering on the streets. These fogs gradually faded under the sunlight, looking somewhat magical, and Audrey even seemed to feel the surprise expressed by the pedestrians on the road. However, before the fog on the street could be completely dispersed by the sun, it was recovered by denser fog, and thus the area that had just been cleared by the gale was gradually reoccupied by the fog. Emperor Hobart sighed. Backland is very uncomfortable in summer. Because there was no strong wind, Backland was covered in fog almost all summer. Under the fog, it was stuffy and hot. Only when it rained heavily would such weather improve. The two of them gazed from the hilltop for a while longer before getting back into the carriage and returning to Backland. Since the official demigods in Backland were unaware of the danger, they merely conducted a simple investigation into the sudden change in the fog and haze, then cursed, "This kid is crazy," in their hearts, and that was the end of it. After Emperor Hobart's carriage entered Backland, the fog here was not as dense as it had appeared from a distance. If one looked closely, one could still see the outline of the sun. The carriage traveled all the way to Gear Avenue in the factory district, to the Earl's Light factory. Todd and Apton and others had already received notification and were waiting at the factory entrance. Here, Emperor Hobart got out of the carriage with Audrey and met with the executives and worker representatives of Earl's Light. Everyone was stunned when they saw the beautiful Audrey. They only knew that the Earl was sending a financial director, but they didn't expect it to be this beautiful noble lady. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Todd and Apton got into Emperor Hobart's carriage and took Emperor Hobart and Audrey to visit several factories. In the carriage, Emperor Hobart introduced them to each other. Todd and Apton were very polite. Currently, Emperor Hobart's romantic relationship with Audrey was only announced within aristocratic circles. Without media coverage, such information spreads very slowly. Although Todd and Apton did not explicitly know this news, they also knew that the relationship between Emperor Hobart and Audrey must be unusual. Led by the two executives, Emperor Hobart and Audrey successively visited the light bulb factory, wire factory, battery factory, and accessory factory. The so-called accessory factory refers to factories that produce cross arms, porcelain pots, and wire-fixing accessories for utility poles, etc. Currently, this factory also assembles and produces the main machinery for light bulbs. According to Todd's report, orders for the battery factory have been increasing recently. Several factories in Backland are already producing electric lights and wires, but they can currently only purchase batteries from Earl's Light. Emperor Hobart smiled and said, "Produce at full capacity. If that's not enough, add production workshops. We can only make money from batteries for another half a year at most." After half a year, many factories will definitely break through this technology. Emperor Hobart had previously considered selling rubber at that time to continue manipulating the price and production capacity of batteries through raw materials. But the sudden attack by these people from the Gas Association made him decide to completely open up the battery market to make the electric light market more active. Finally, they visited the electrician school established by Emperor Hobart. Although this school was not large, the opportunity to enroll was extremely rare. Except for students recruited by Earl's Light, whose tuition was only a few pounds, students sent by other companies were charged at a rate of thousands of pounds. To avoid recruiting people from other companies, each student had to sign a 10-year employment contract before enrollment. If they breached the contract, the penalty was as high as £2,000. For normal people, this contract was a dream come true. At least for the next 10 years, they would have a high-paying job with good benefits. But for people from other companies, it was better to honestly pay the high tuition fees. Even so, the opportunity to enroll was extremely rare. It is said that a single enrollment spot has now been hyped up to £300. Audrey was somewhat surprised by this business phenomenon, but because she didn't quite understand the inside story of the industry, she didn't make any comments. Now the electrician school encountered a new problem. Many clergymen of the Church of Steam and Machinery also wanted to enroll, and Todd didn't know what standard to charge these clergymen. Emperor Hobart decided, just charge them like normal students. These clergymen were probably more interested in work related to electricians. Currently, the entire Church of Steam and Machinery is still taking a wait-and-see attitude towards the electricity industry. Firstly, because the rise of electricity was too fast, it only took 2 or 3 months to occupy a considerable share of the lighting market. The Church of Steam and Machinery also had concerns about Emperor Hobart and the Creator, so it did not have any vested interests with Earl's Light, and is still observing. Secondly, the Steam Church had expressed a desire to understand Earl's Light, but they were not very interested in light bulbs and were very eager to participate in the construction of power plants and related research work. Emperor Hobart had Earl's Light politely declined. Although the power plant currently encountered many design and structural problems, compared to this, he was more concerned about the confidentiality of the power plant. The Steam Church later did not express enough sincerity, so there was no cooperation between them for the time being. Leaving the electrician school, Emperor Hobart laughed in the carriage. This school can still continuously create some income for Earl's Light. Because ordinary factories rarely set up schools, they only have experienced workers teach apprentices. This method of training is too slow and simply cannot compete with schools. Finally, they visited the battery distribution and repair center, where carriages were constantly coming and going, looking even busier than the factory district. Now, Earl's Light has established a very complete distribution system, especially after the middle class gets off work. There is always a Earl's Light carriage wandering on the streets. As long as you wave from the window, they can quickly go to replace the battery. After Audrey visited the entire industrial system of Earl's Light, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Earl's Light is truly a huge factory. Previously, Earl's Light was just a concept in her mind. Now she finally understood that Earl's Light represented production lines, smiling workers, and countless speeding carriages. Returning to the factory, Emperor Hobart convened a meeting of the senior management of Earl's Light. At the meeting, he first appointed Audrey as the financial director, who would officially start work tomorrow or the day after. Then, they discussed the gas association for a few minutes. Emperor Hobart asked the company to form a 3-person team to handle this matter, collect reports on the pollution caused by gas combustion and the dangers of gas storage, and then submit them to the council. Todd and others felt that such a disposition seemed too understated and that this issue should be taken very seriously. After all, most Backland residents still used gas lamps for lighting, and their market share was still larger than electric lights. However, Emperor Hobart had always been quite authoritative, and no one raised any objections. The meeting quickly moved to the third issue, building a factory in the Intis Republic. Apton is responsible for negotiating this matter with the Intis Republic ambassador, Emperor Hobart said. The conditions they offered are tax exemption for the first 3 years and half-price rent, which sounds pretty good. And I heard that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church has always been very interested in electric lights. Although the Steam Church has not expressed its stance, judging from their clergymen wanting to enter the electrician school, they are also very interested in electricity. This time, we also received an invitation from the Intis Republic government. Almost all sectors of society in this country welcome us. Moreover, I have also contacted the Cheritu family of the Intis Republic. Without saying it's foolproof, the resistance during the factory construction process should not be great. Perhaps the biggest resistance to building a factory in Intis might come from LotM. Finally, he said without preamble, so we must utilize this opportunity for the Gas Association to protest. Todd and Apton seemed to understand what Hobart meant. He realized that those people from the Gas Association might be in for trouble. Most people didn't quite know Hobart's style of doing things and didn't pay much attention to his last sentence, but they were very happy at this time because the growth rate of Earl's Light completely exceeded expectations. At this rate of development, Earl's Light factories would soon be everywhere on the North Continent. Next, they began to discuss the details of setting up a factory in the Intis Republic. Audrey realized that this was the main purpose of Hobart calling everyone to the meeting today. After Hobart designated the main person in charge of setting up the factory, the next issue was funding, because the massive funds previously obtained by Earl's Light were almost all spent on investing in power plant construction in other cities and establishing installation and distribution departments. The only large sum of money left on the books was what Hobart intended to utilize, and he said it couldn't be touched, so no one brought up the matter of moving these funds again. Fortunately, light bulbs were already prepared for sale in major cities. At that time, batteries, wires, and other goods would still be centrally distributed from Backland. In other cities, only corresponding sales, installation, and distribution departments needed to be established. It was expected that a large amount of funds would be received soon, and this money could be used to build a factory in the Intis Republic. With the funding issue resolved, Hobart then instructed Apton to ensure the power plant's secrecy. If people from the Intis government wanted to visit, they were to be firmly prohibited. If they were insistent, then work should simply be stopped. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church probably wouldn't be too interested in the power plant, they might be mainly interested in light bulbs. The main pressure might come from the Steam Church. Hobart told Apton to inform the Steam Church that unless their archbishop came to speak with him, they would still be prohibited from participating in the power plant's construction. In fact, the Steam Church's current reaction was a bit beyond Hobart's expectation. He had previously thought that after he refused them the first time, they would come with more sincerity to form a deeper interest binding with Earl's Light. But so far, they still hadn't taken any further action. However, Hobart estimated it would be soon. Previously, they might have chosen to observe to a certain extent, likely because they had found out about Hobart's background as the creator, and would certainly be wary of deep cooperation. But now it was different. The creator had just shown off his strength, and currently, both the Earth Mother Church and the Black Knight Goddess Church held a default attitude towards the existence of the Creator's power. The Storm of Lord Church had only actively investigated the Creator, but had never treated the Creator's power as an enemy. These should help the Steam Church make up its mind. The meeting continued until past 4 in the afternoon, and the general direction for setting up a factory in the Intis Republic was basically decided. At the end of the meeting, Hobart told Apton to report immediately if he encountered any unsolvable problems, and he would rush to help as soon as possible. Apton, of course, noticed that Hobart said, "Report upwards," which meant praying to the Creator, who would then inform Hobart. Everyone saw them off to the factory gate before Hobart and Audrey boarded the carriage and departed. Inside the carriage, Audrey was still a little excited and said, "Hobart, I didn't expect the scale of Earl's Light to be so large." Hobart smiled and said, "I also didn't expect that a company with 20,000 people would be so massive." This was the truth. In his memory, he indeed had no concept of a company with tens of thousands of people. It was only when Earl's Light developed to its current state that he realized what a company of 10,000 people meant. Therefore, some time ago, Hobart paused the expansion of the electric light business. Firstly, the power plants built in major cities in eastern LotM were basically finalized, and secondly, it was to let Earl's Light settle down, lest it lose control if it continued to expand rapidly. Audrey asked curiously, "How large must the cash flow of such a large factory be?" "On your first day of work, you might have to handle a transaction of £150,000, Hobart said with a smile. Audrey smiled and said, "Goddess above, £150,000. Even Audrey, who had lived a noble life since childhood, had never seen such a large single cash flow before, as she had not been involved in business previously. However, although her tone sounded somewhat excited, she was not surprised. Hobart did not reveal anything at this time but changed the subject. "The Beander reinforcements from out of town will arrive tonight. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they can deal with that bloodline together with Mr. the Moon." During the meeting earlier, he had already received Lawrence's prayer and responded by excusing himself to the restroom. He would pick up that Beander in Backland tonight. Hobart said, "Haven't you always wanted to participate in a Beander battle? How about participating in this operation? Try to hypnotize that bloodline." Audrey first said, "Okay." Then she worried a little, "I won't expose myself, will I?" No, Hobart already had a plan, I'll lend you my mask. The opponent won't be able to see your face, nor will they be able to lock onto you with Beander means. Audrey smiled and said, I'm very willing to participate. Once the plan is finalized, I will inform you which part of the task you will be responsible for. Hobart then asked, when do you plan to announce your promotion to the psychology alchemists? Also tonight, and by the way, ask them for the Dreamwalker potion formula. According to the usual modus operandi of Beander organizations, Hobart analyzed, if you are promoted to Sequence 6, you will definitely undergo their highest level scrutiny before they give you the Sequence 5 potion formula. When they take you for scrutiny, call me to come along. I may not listen in, but as long as I am there, even if I'm just enjoying the scenery on the street, it will put no small amount of pressure on them. Audrey was first a little delighted, but after considering it, she quickly refused. No. She said, the Psychology Alchemists is a secretive Beander organization. Your appearance will scare them, and they might never contact me again. Hobart did not insist. Then I'll secretly follow. No, that won't do either. Audrey already had her own plans. Have you forgotten? She whispered, I have the protection of Mr. Fool. Hobart thought to himself, if you knew that Mr. Fool is currently only Sequence 4, you'd know I'm more reliable. He didn't insist further, because Audrey wasn't the type of girl who liked Hobart to take care of her meticulously. She always pursued her own life and preferences. Hobart changed the subject again. Please tell Earl Hall that it's a pity I couldn't have dinner with him tonight. I still have many questions to ask him. Audrey revealed a very beautiful smile. Mr. Hobart, when did you become so humble? Hobart said seriously, in front of my father-in-law, of course, I must appear humble enough. Audrey's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes held a smile, but she deliberately put on an unhappy expression. HMPH. Hobart chuckled happily. This is too much fun. After sending Audrey home, Hobart returned to his Earl's mansion and, in the form of bestowing upon himself, took out a traveler's gate from the country of disorder. First, he went to Longtail Island to find a gate, established the relevant connections, and then carried the gate to the South Continent. At a place Lawrence considered very safe, he established a connection with the gate on Longtail Island. So, on the return journey, Hobart, accompanied by the Beander Chester and 2 Sequence 5s, returned to Longtail Island via the established Traveler's Gate, then passed through Longtail Island to South Colson, and finally returned to Backland from South Colson. Previously, South Colson had always served as a hub, but now it was different. Hobart's power was moving towards the South Continent. He planned to build Longtail Island into the future hub of the North-South Continent if the teleportation array could be used. Back in Backland, Hobart first treated Chester and his companions to a lavish Lowen-style dinner. During tea after the meal, Hobart finally brought up the reason for inviting them, to deal with a bloodline. One of the Bach family's Sequence 5 members said, those arrogant bloodlines are indeed quite annoying. He probably realized his criticism was too blunt, so he rephrased, I mean, although the bloodlines have a glorious history, there's no need to always brag about it. During the previous war, the Bach family and the bloodlines were in the same formation. Earl Rosalind realized that the bloodlines needed to cooperate with the Bach family to avoid too many casualties, but the subordinates of that bloodline Earl did not realize this. The bloodlines' performance at that time generally left the Bach family very dissatisfied. Hobart smiled and said, in the future, we may have further cooperation with the bloodlines, after all, we have common enemies. Fortunately, although they are a bit arrogant, they are not too evil, and most bloodlines are immersed in their own world, somewhat naive. Chester, in his 40s with some laugh lines, said, we were just saying, no other meaning. The Sequence 5 who had just commented on the bloodlines also regretted his straightforwardness. I also think they're sometimes quite boring, Hobart said. Don't look at their current hesitation in cooperating with the Creator. If they don't seize this opportunity, they'll regret it. The 3 members of the Bach family all felt much more comfortable. After chatting for a while longer, Hobart had Doffus, who had returned from the South Continent, arrange their accommodation. Then he went to the study to pray to Fool, hoping to meet Mr. the Moon alone in the giant hall on the grey fog above. This showed the advantage of Saphira Castle. Hobart's country of disorder could only send voice messages, and temporarily couldn't establish an environment for 2 people to communicate in real time. More precisely, it couldn't pull people in. However, Saphira Castle could solve this problem relatively easily. But the country of disorder also had its advantages. For example, Hobart could project power into the real world using a believer's star, completely skipping the mystical ritual and directly projecting a large amount of power. After Fool, Klein agreed, Hobart then asked Mr. Fool to convey the meeting invitation to Mr. the Moon. Soon, Hobart received Emlyn's reply. The meeting would be at 10 p.m. Hobart took out his pocket watch and checked the time. He still had over an hour. So, he recalled the method for making talismans that he had obtained from Klein. He planned to make a batch of Marauder Pathway talismans when he had time recently. Since Klein had previously taken advantage of the Creator as the Creator's deer, Hobart naturally had to get it back. According to the information provided by Klein, silver-thin sheets could be used to make talismans. So he had the servants find some silver-thin sheets, and after cutting them, he began to engrave the corresponding Beander symbols. First, the eyeless eye, representing Fool, was carved, and then the corresponding mysterious symbols were carved around the eyeless eye. After finishing the carving, Hobart picked it up and glanced at it, so ugly. He wondered if Fool would be unwilling to bestow the corresponding power upon his talisman because his carved symbols were too ugly. Hobart smiled. Distortion. He distorted the ugly symbols to make them much more appealing. He simply threw the carving knife on the table and used the power of distortion to make the carving knife carve by itself. The silver flakes carved this way turned out to be much more beautiful. Just as Hobart was about to carve the third silver flake, his vision was covered by the gray fog above, and he arrived at the giant hall where the Tarot Club was held. This time, the Emperor, Hobart and the Moon, Emlyn did not sit on the same side, but sat facing each other. Fool, Klein still, listened in, from behind the chair at the head of the table. It was Emlyn's first time here outside of a Tarot Club meeting, and he was still a bit curious about his surroundings. Hobart said, "For this operation, the Bach family has sent a demigod to assist. You should know him, it's Chester." Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, sighed. The Creator faction reacted very quickly. They sent a demigod to Backland so swiftly. Emlyn nodded. "I remember him. Our operation can begin at any time." Hobart then asked, "What is the name of the target we need to punish?" "Ounds Boyar. Is there a good time to act?" Hobart remembered this blood race viscount. "He's been following me recently," Emlyn said, "and it's always the kind of tracking that he lets me notice." Hobart smiled and said, "That's excellent then." Then he asked, "Will Ounds follow you to Harvest Church?" "No," Emlyn said, "he stops tracking me 2 or 3 blocks away from Rose Street." Hobart pondered for a few seconds before saying, "First, our action must be swift. We must end the battle quickly before your blood race saints react. You might only have 2 or 3 seconds. Within these 2 or 3 seconds, Ounds must enter Rose Street." Emlyn asked, "Subdue Ounds and then I carry him to Harvest Church?" "Of course not," Hobart said. "I will arrange for someone to hypnotize Ounds, making him chase you. He will chase you all the way into Harvest Church." He remembered that the members of the Tarot Club, originally, did this. After Audrey was promoted to hypnotist, this was indeed the optimal solution. Hobart then said, "The problem now is, can you pass 3 intersections and run to Rose Street within 2 or 3 seconds?" "Of course I can. Don't doubt the speed of the blood race." Emlyn raised his chin, but soon he became a little worried. "But Ounds is sequence 5, and his speed is faster than mine." "That's all right. We can make him not catch up to you during the hypnosis." Then Hobart asked, "When can you be promoted to sequence 5? Emlyn replied, "I can be promoted now, well, to be precise, tonight." Tonight was a full moon. Then he explained, "But because Ounds has been following me, I don't dare. Feel free to get promoted tonight." Hobart said, "The high-ranking members of the blood race will pretend not to see it, and they won't even inquire about the origin of the Beander characteristic." Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, also thought so. There was no need to ask, it definitely came from Hobart, from the Creator's faction. After this matter was over, this Beander characteristic would be regarded as Hobart's sincerity, but this sincerity would need Emlyn to pay for it. He secretly glanced at Emlyn. Mr. Moon obviously didn't understand this, otherwise he could have taken the opportunity to default on the debt. Emlyn said. Then the Beander characteristic for promotion. I will sacrifice it to Mr. Fool in a moment, Hobart said. Remember that £8,000 debt. Emlyn said. No problem. After setting the action time for tomorrow afternoon and discussing some operational details, the two left the Tarot Club meeting place. After Hobart sacrificed a Scarlet Scholar Beander characteristic to Fool, he then found Chester and explained the plan for tomorrow afternoon to him. The next morning, Hobart first used travel to arrive at Earl's mansion. The maid was brushing Audrey's hair. Audrey was somewhat surprised to see Hobart. She was about to utilize psychological suggestion on the surrounding servants, but found that the servants around her didn't notice Hobart at all. In fact, Hobart had distorted their thoughts, making them ignore Hobart's presence. The plan to deal with the blood race has been finalized, Hobart said. It will probably start around 1 in the afternoon. You need to meet this person on Mist Street before 1 o'clock. He will arrange for you to make your move at the appropriate time. Hobart showed Audrey Chester's portrait, and then he took out a wooden box. Inside is a black crystal mask with very high anti-divination capabilities. Next, Hobart told Audrey how to cooperate with Chester, how to hypnotize the target, and other details. Audrey listened very carefully, immediately asking questions about anything she didn't understand, as this was her first Beander operation. After clarifying the plan, Hobart smiled and said, "Good morning, beautiful lady, I won't be joining you for breakfast." Audrey was a little helpless. Shouldn't we have greeted each other with, "Good morning," right from the start? Because I am the assassin of rules, Hobart said with a mysterious smile, snapping his fingers and disappearing on the spot. Audrey smiled. Is this also a form of acting? The surrounding servants paused almost simultaneously. Was there a gentleman in the room just now? They looked around, then smiled slightly, all believing it was their own illusion. Today, Military Intelligence Section 9 was holding a conferment ceremony for Hobart, so Hobart arrived early at Military Intelligence Section 9, going to Georgina's office. "You're early," Georgina said. She had already changed into Military Intelligence Section 9's dark uniform, looking like a very majestic female general. Similarly, Hobart was also wearing the Military Intelligence Section 9 uniform, not as early as the Director General. "Let's go." Georgina led Hobart into a carriage. Once in the carriage, Hobart finally asked, "Aren't you going to confer a rank on me?" "Yes. The ceremony isn't at Military Intelligence Section 9. If it's the rank of Major General, it would be held at Military Intelligence Section 9, Georgina said seriously. "We would only need to invite some senior officers. But for the rank of General, we need to go to the Ministry of Defense." "General." Hobart was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be Major General? But he immediately understood that this was the Rune royal family trying to win him over. After all, it was just a military rank. They weren't actually handing over command of the army to Hobart. "Not only will you be given the rank of General," Georgina then told Hobart all the benefits William I had promised, "you will also be given a seat in the House of Representatives." Hobart nodded. This showed great sincerity. But he considered it for a while before saying, "My father is already a member of Parliament, and this conflicts with the regulations related to the Parliament." Georgina said meaningfully, "No one will care about that." No, I am a very law-abiding citizen," Hobart said. Georgina thought her ears were playing tricks on her. "So, can I give this opportunity to become a member of Parliament to someone else?" Hobart asked with a slight smile. I knew it. Georgina knew that in the Rune Kingdom, in Backland, no one could resist the temptation of being a member of Parliament. "Of course you can." Hobart nodded and said nothing more. Of course, he would not tie himself deeply to the Rune Kingdom, but having his own representative in Parliament would be ideal. Arriving at the conferment hall of the Ministry of Defense, many high-ranking generals who were invited as observers had already arrived. Among them were Aemilus and many other shareholders of Earl's Light, some colleagues of Christine, and many officers Hobart did not recognize. Everyone exchanged polite greetings, and around 9 o'clock, the conferment ceremony officially began. First, Minister of Defense Aemilus briefly described Hobart's military achievements. In essence, there were only a few. First, his military exploits in Feniport City, and second, his protection of Princess Alice, preventing the Rune Kingdom from being embarrassed in diplomatic settings. Everyone implicitly understood that this was a form of bribery. Some probably knew why the royal family wanted to bribe Hobart, but most did not. Then Georgina read out the king's commendation order, as well as the order signed by the king himself, bestowing the rank of general upon Hobart. Finally, Prince Covington presented Hobart with his epaulets and badges. Amidst everyone's enthusiastic applause, the conferment ceremony officially concluded. Lunch was a small celebratory reception. Such social engagements were impossible to decline. Fortunately, the reception started early and ended around 12 o'clock. Hobart then, citing feeling unwell, arranged with Georgina to discuss the matter of the House of Representatives member at 3 in the afternoon. Georgina knew he had something urgent to attend to, so she simply agreed and returned by herself in the carriage. Just as Hobart was about to travel, to return to Earl's mansion, he heard Emlyn's prayer coming from Country of Disorder. He quickened his pace, returned to his study, and didn't have time to build a spiritual wall. He directly entered Country of Disorder. Indeed, the star representing Emlyn was expanding. Hobart extended his spirituality and saw Emlyn, riding a public carriage, quietly praying to the Creator, asking the Creator to inform Chester to prepare to begin the operation. Hobart sent a signal to Chester, then glanced behind him. Following behind was a small but relatively exquisite private carriage. Ounds was openly tracking Emlyn like this, which was why even the slow-witted Emlyn could detect him. According to Emlyn, Ounds usually stopped tracking him at Mist Street because it was only 3 intersections and half a street away from Harvest Church. Today was no different. Ounds ordered the coachman to turn at the intersection of Mist Street, but it was already too late. Distortion. A Sequence 5 member of the Bach family, distorted the thoughts of the coachman and the horses, making them continue forward. Almost simultaneously, Chester, who was ambushed on the street, brought Audrey and instantly arrived at Ounds's carriage by distorting the distance, sitting opposite the Blood Race Viscount. Hobart oversaw the entire operation from the perspective of true sight. The moment Chester sat opposite Ounds, he activated the sealed artifact Hobart had given him, which was captured in the recently concluded war. One of the functions of this sealed artifact was to temporarily merge the surrounding mirror world with the real world. After Chester's utilize and amplify, they could enter the mirror world for a few seconds. Naibe Odra, the bloodline marquis who shared Ounds's vision, could only see Ounds himself, as if he were looking at Ounds in a mirror. He would, of course, realize that something was wrong with Ounds, but he didn't know exactly what. The bloodline's support personnel would definitely arrive immediately, so Audrey and the others didn't have much time. Chaos. In the carriage, Chelsea first plunged Ounds into chaos. At this moment, Audrey, wearing a mask, had her pupils turn a charming pale gold. Ounds, who had no time to react under the attack of a lawyer demigod, immediately fell into Audrey's hypnosis. Amplify. Chester, who was beside her, immediately amplified the effect of hypnosis, causing Ounds to fall into a deep trance. Audrey quickly said, "You will immediately go after Emlyn. Before entering the Harvest Church, throw out all the magical items and valuables on you. Once you enter the Harvest Church, the hypnosis will be lifted." At this moment, Emlyn appeared on the street. Ounds didn't even think, immediately opened the door, got out of the car, and chased after Emlyn. Almost at the same time, the bloodline's reinforcements arrived. They saw Emlyn and Ounds chasing each other and immediately realized something was wrong. They called Ounds's name while quickly catching up. To the ordinary people on the street, they only saw a figure pass by them, and some even thought they were seeing things. Chaos. After Chester on the carriage caused a temporary chaos on the road, he immediately left with Audrey. So many strange things happened on the road. Some pedestrians who were originally walking east suddenly walked west, and some who were walking forward suddenly walked towards a shop on the street. The same was true for the carriage. The coachman didn't know when he had turned around, but when he came to his senses, he was already going in another direction. Such chaos also temporarily blocked the bloodline. The one leading the bloodline reinforcements was Earl Rosalind. She, of course, knew that this chaos was blocking them and also telling them the identity of the attackers. When they chased into Rose Street, they found that Ounds was almost caught up to Harvest Church. No matter how they called out, it was useless. Just before entering the church, Ounds began to throw out all the magical items and valuables on him. A passerby followed behind, catching everything he threw out, one by one. Someone had already recognized that passerby is a sequence 5 of the Bach family. As Ounds entered the Harvest Church, the members of the Bach family also entered the spirit world. The entire process was smooth and fluid. The bloodline members following behind, even Rosalind, had no chance to stop any of it. They stood stunned on Rose Street for a long while before Rosalind said, "Let's go back." Otherwise, could they go to Harvest Church to snatch him back? Although it was said that the bishop of Harvest Church was only sequence 5, no one knew what would happen the moment they stepped into the Earth Mother's church. Hobert retracted his true sight. The operation to punish the bloodline's Ounds ended just like that. It took less than 20 seconds from start to finish, and the entire plan was very successful. Returning to the real world, Hobert came to the Earl's mansion's living room. Chelsea, Audrey, and other members who participated in the operation returned one after another. They didn't say a word and followed Hobert to a small reception room. The sequence 5 who picked up the Beander items took out all the spoils of war: a ring, a band, a ribbon, a red paper figurine, and a wallet. Hobert picked up the ring. As far as I know, this ring is a pair. As long as one is worn, the other can feel its existence. So I will return this ring to the bloodline. You can divide the other spoils of war. Chelsea chose first, he took the ribbon. Audrey chose second and took the band. The sequence 5 who picked up the spoils chose third and took the red paper figurine. The sequence 5 who merely distorted the thoughts of the horses and coachmen and then left chose the wallet. Hobert clapped his hands. This operation has concluded successfully. You can choose to go back immediately, or you can stay in Backland for 2 days. Chelsea smiled. We should leave. The bloodline must have recognized us. Hobert did not try to keep them. Come to Backland again when you have the chance. After seeing them off into the Traveler's Gate, Hobert returned to the reception room and asked Audrey, "How do you feel?" Audrey finally showed a hint of excitement at this moment. She held the band. "My first spoil of war. Let me see what abilities it has." Hobert took the band. Now he didn't need to enter the country of disorder. Simply by using his own level, his spirituality could roughly sense the abilities of a level 2 sealed artifact and more clearly sense the abilities of a level 3 sealed artifact. Hobert held the band and felt it for a moment. It can enhance spirituality and accelerate its recovery speed. This ability wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. Hobert returned the band to Audrey and asked, "Are you still willing to participate in similar operations?" Audrey nodded quickly, "Willing. Next time, we'll be killing people." Hobert added, "Killing villains from the Aurora Order." Audrey hesitated for a moment before asking, "By myself? Since this is your first operation, I will arrange for you to be a helper to others. Once you feel confident in yourself, then you can act alone." "Good." Audrey immediately agreed. Hobert sent Audrey back, then immediately went to a tailor shop opposite Harvest Church. The first time he traded with the bloodline was here. This time, Emlyn repeated his old trick and rented the tailor shop for the afternoon again. After hanging the "closed" sign, he closed the door and waited for Hobert in the tailor shop. This operation was very successful, Hobert said as soon as he appeared. After seeing Hobert's face, Emlyn was finally 100% certain that Hobert was the Emperor. Emlyn took a deep breath. Yes, very successful. Then he recalled Ounds listening to Bishop Utravsky explain the Life Bible and couldn't help but smile. Hobert handed the ring to Emlyn. "Just say that Earl Hobert found this on the road and tell the bloodline's higher-ups not to lose it again." Emlyn took the ring. Will I be punished by the bloodline?" "No," Hobert said with certainty, "they will even reward you, and the reward will even exceed your imagination." Emlyn couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Because you are of great utility to the entire bloodline." Hobert replied, "For example, they need to contact me through you. For example, they need to contact Mr. Fool's faction through you." Emlyn thought it made sense and completely relaxed. Hobert waved to Emlyn and left. He was still very busy this afternoon. Returning to the Earl's mansion, Hobert changed into a tailcoat and took a carriage to Lord Bradley's manor. Lord Bradley, hearing of Hobert's visit, quickly came out to greet him. Hobert, however, glanced at his pocket watch and said, "Mr. Bradley, hurry and change into formal attire." "We are going to the Parliament building today." Lord Bradley thought Hobert was taking him to expand his network, so he quickly changed his clothes and followed Hobert. Then he felt a little dazed all afternoon. In the carriage, he was informed that he would become a member of the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. At first, Bradley thought Hobert was joking, but when they picked up Georgina, the Director General of Military Intelligence Section 9, they really went to the Parliament building and really received a member's medal and a pass to enter and exit the Parliament building. And in the presence of the Speaker and several members, a simple swearing-in ceremony was held. After being sent back to his manor by Hobert, Lord Bradley was still somewhat in a trance. The member status he had once dreamed of was obtained so easily. A peerage could be bought with money, but a member's seat could not be bought with money. A peerage was now just an honorary title. Members were the true decision-makers of the country. Lord Bradley still didn't know what he had done to satisfy Hobert so much that he was given a member's seat. However, he was very certain that his decision to pledge allegiance to Earl Hobert before this was a very, very correct choice. Hobert left Lord Bradley's manor and returned to his study to wait. Around 6 o'clock, he finally received Emlyn's prayer to the Creator. Bloodline Marquis Nybe hoped to meet with Hobert. This also indicated that the bloodline had finally ended their last probing and began to discuss cooperation with Hobert. This meeting was still at the Moon Lake Hotel. Hobert met Nybe Odra, the bloodline's overall person in charge in Backland. He looked somewhat old, but he was still very energetic and looked very handsome. The tone of this negotiation had actually been discussed before. This time, it was just for the high-level officials of both sides to reconfirm. Their cooperation was mainly aimed at the worshippers of the primordial moon. The spoils of war would be divided according to the contributions made by both sides. Because the spoils from the primordial moon worshippers were more useful to the bloodline, in return, if the Creator launched another Beander war, the bloodline would send elites to participate and obey Hobert's command. The deep cooperative relationship with the bloodline was basically achieved according to Hobert's plan. Neither side mentioned what happened in the afternoon, as if it had never occurred. The next morning, Hobert woke up and lingered in bed until about 8 o'clock. He had to get up, so he reluctantly climbed out of bed. Using the Traveler's Gate, Hobert arrived at Longtail Island. At exactly 9 o'clock, he presided over the next phase of the Longtail Island work meeting. Starting this Sunday, Hobert will implement a series of plans on Longtail Island, the first of which is to launch a campaign against the Mountain God Church. In fact, after the Beander War in the South Colson region ended, Hobert had been actively preparing and deploying for this. First, Angus's first team was officially reorganized into the 1st Beander Brigade. After all, this team already had more than 30 Beyonders, so calling it a team was no longer appropriate. At the same time, the Special Operations Department was also reorganized into the Special Combat Force, which currently includes Angus's 1st Brigade, Helen's 2nd Regiment, and Elliot's 3rd Regiment. These 3 Beander units have all been transferred to Longtail Island, with nearly 90 Beyonders ready to enter the mountains at any time to search for and eliminate members of the Mountain God Church. In addition to these 3 units, there is also the Tony family's newly formed 4th Battalion, and the 5th Battalion sent by the Temperance faction. The Temperance faction was much more straightforward than the Bloodline, and Sharon quickly gave a reply. The Temperance faction would form an Beander squad loyal to Hobert. At the same time, when Hobert needed it, the Temperance faction would send elites to participate in the Beander wars he organized. The condition was that if the Temperance faction encountered an attack from a profligate faction, Angel, they would receive the protection of the Creator. Currently, these 2 Beander units are undergoing training with Dunn and Daly in South Colson, and they are also the current Beander force guarding South Colson. In addition, the military, led by Archibald and Seal, has assembled 2,000 soldiers, including an artillery battalion. After occupying the eastern mountainous area, it will be under military control for a period of time. This is the first and most prioritized matter. After the combat mission is basically completed, the second and third matters will be carried out. The second matter is to carry out land reform on Longtail Island and launch a campaign to change customs, using strong measures to alter some of the bad habits of the local natives. The third matter is to open the eastern port. Since he had already laid his cards on the table, with Klein, Hobert no longer concealed anything. he simply renamed the eastern port Tutuja Harbor and began promoting the port throughout the raging sea several weeks ago. This port, which has been under construction for several months, will also be opened once the war is basically over. At today's meeting, after Hobert made his final deployments, Angus, Seal, and others all began their final preparations. The current plan is to officially launch the battle for the eastern mountainous area this Sunday. And the preparation Hobert personally needs to make for this is to design his own honorific name. Hobert is already a frenzied mage and can have his own honorific name, and he can respond to others' prayers within a certain area. This is very practical in Beander combat. Hobert doesn't need to enter the country of disorder to understand the battle situation and provide timely support. As for what kind of honorific name to design, Hobert pondered for a moment. First, it must highlight his status as a favored one of the creator. Second, both the regions of Longtail Island and South Colson must be in the honorific name. And finally, it should describe himself. Hobert thought for a moment. The first line would definitely be, the creator's favored one. The second line would be, Lord of Longtail Island and South Colson. But considering that these two places are quite far apart, he would try this design later to see if it works. If not, he would simply call himself Lord of Longtail Island. The third line onwards would be a description of his abilities and himself. Since he is a sequence 3, such a description must have at least 2 lines to successfully point to Hobert. He thought for a moment, and the third and fourth lines would be, the mage who spreads rampage and stabs order in the back, Hobert Jeffrey, who brings light to Backland's night. Hobert took a deep breath and called Furs to help him try out the new honorific name. Furs was somewhat surprised after hearing this honorific name. She hadn't expected Hobert to actually have an honorific name. Then, she curiously helped Hobert try it out. Through the newly established Traveler's Gate, Furs arrived at Tutuja Harbor. And found a secluded place to pray. Oh, the creator's favored one. You are the Lord of Longtail Island and South Colson. The mage who spreads rampage and stabs order in the back. Hobert Jeffrey, who brings light to Backland's night. At this moment, Hobert, on the west bank of Longtail Island, immediately saw the scene of Furs praying in his mind, and her voice was heard clearly. So he responded, I can hear you. Then Furs left Longtail Island using travel, and prayed on the surrounding islands. After leaving Longtail Island, the image of Furs praying began to become very blurry, and her voice also became softer. Hobert could hear some prayers, but not others. After Furs returned, she marked the locations where Hobert could hear and could not hear on the sea chart. Hobert simply drew a circle on the sea chart, then measured it with a ruler. It was roughly a radius of 300 nautical miles centered on Longtail Island, almost reaching Blue Mountain Island where Byam is located. Then Furs went to South Colson again, and indeed, she couldn't hear prayers from there, but when Hobert also appeared in South Colson, he could hear Furs's prayers again. After some more tests, the distance from which prayers could be heard was roughly around 500 kilometers from the South Colson Lord's Manor. Similarly, after Furs left South Colson, the image became blurry and the voice became softer. After a little thought, Hobert roughly understood that because he is the true master of Longtail Island and South Colson, he can have corresponding connections with the spirit world at these two locations, so both geographical locations appearing in his honorific name can be linked to Hobert. However, Hobert must be present in one of those territories to respond to prayers in that territory. This result was acceptable to Hobert. After all, he was only a sequence 3, and the two territories were too far apart to be connected. In the afternoon, Hobert returned to Backland to try again. Although Backland was also in his honorific name, the range from which prayers could be heard in that city was far less than in his own territory. In other words, Longtail Island and South Colson, these two territories, can anchor Hobert, increasing the range of prayers there, but Backland cannot, as it is not his territory. Back to around 10 o'clock in the morning, Backland. Audrey first prayed softly to Mr. Fool before taking her maid Anne and her golden retriever Susie to the home of the furniture merchant, Stephen Humphreys. The carriage had just traveled for a while when a pale white pillar of light suddenly appeared before Audrey's eyes. Within the pillar of light, an angel bathed in white light, with 12 pairs of wings on his back, slowly descended, surrounded Audrey with his wings containing mystical symbols, and then quickly disappeared. Audrey's vision quickly returned to normal. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at her personal maid Anne and the large dog Susie. They were completely unaware of the scene that had just occurred. Audrey's lips moved slightly, and her heart became unusually resolute. In less than half an hour, they reached their destination. Audrey's psychology teacher, Island, as usual, led Audrey to the living room on the first floor, while Anne and Susie were taken to the drawing room to wait. But unlike usual, Island came to the door of the living room and made a rather solemn gesture of invitation. Audrey entered the living room with some trepidation, and Island immediately closed the wooden door from the outside. Upon entering, Audrey saw an old gentleman sitting on the single sofa in the living room. He was wearing a blue-gray suit, his hair was completely white, and his demeanor was gentle and elegant. Audrey knew him. This was the royal advisor, Herwin Lambus. Of course, this old gentleman had another identity, a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists' Council. "Are you surprised?" Herwin Lambus asked with a smile. Then he stood up and said very gentlemanlike, "It's a pleasure to see you, Miss Audrey." Audrey did not hide her surprise. Then she said with a somewhat complex emotion, "I don't know how to address you anymore." Herwin smiled. "Just as usual." He pointed to the nearby sofa. "Let's sit down and talk." Audrey was very careful to control her micro-expressions. She took a small deep breath before sitting on the sofa, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close from the other party. Herwin picked up his teacup, took a sip, and smiled kindly. "There's no need to be so reserved. It's not your first time seeing me. I still remember 2 years ago, we had a very profound discussion on philosophical topics like pragmatism at a ball." Audrey maintained a faint smile and said, "I just find it hard to associate you with a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists' Council." Herwin smiled. "That's not worth bothering about." Audrey was about to say something when she suddenly felt a little dazed in her mind, as if she saw 7 pure lights containing countless knowledge, spreading high above, covering everything. This was the spiritual sky. It was the mapping of the spirit world in the spiritual world. Below the spiritual sky was a deep, dark ocean, and near the ocean were several islands, one of which belonged to Audrey herself. At this moment, on Audrey's island, there was an old gentleman with completely white hair, dressed in a blue-gray suit, who was Herwin Lambus. However, this Lambus had a sinister demeanor, with no smile at all. His eyes had turned into golden vertical pupils, staring at Audrey's island, observing the area below the sea level. Audrey frowned. Herwin Lambus was not polite at all, entering someone else's home without permission. At this moment, Herwin, sitting on the sofa, said, "Before our conversation, let's talk about another topic." He asked, "Have you told your boyfriend Hobert about the Psychology Alchemists?" "No," Audrey answered firmly to Herwin's question. As she spoke, she let her inner island say, "Are you so worried about me? Since I decided to join a secret organization, I do have some sense of confidentiality." "Very good," Herwin on the sofa said with a chuckle. "I'm just curious, Hobert should be able to tell that you are a Beander. Didn't he question where your potion formula came from?" "No," Audrey said firmly again, "we value each other's privacy very much." Her mind island, at this moment echoed. Speaking of which, Hobert seemed to have asked once, but didn't ask in detail, because he had more secrets than me. Herwin nodded with satisfaction, then inquired about Audrey's process of summarizing the acting method. Finally, Herwin smiled kindly and said, "You are very talented, you actually figured out the acting method on your own." He paused and continued, "However, before sequence 6, we do not advocate using this method to accelerate the digestion of potions, so we will not teach it." "Why don't you advocate it?" Audrey sincerely asked for advice. Herwin took another sip of tea before saying, "This will make Beyonders less like themselves, some will even be assimilated by the residual influence within the potion." Audrey suddenly remembered that, Little Sun had mentioned that the most important thing about the acting method was, "Remember, you are only acting." Then she felt that what Herwin said had some truth, but was not entirely correct, because as far as she knew, both she and Hobert had digested their potions very quickly, but their condition had always been very good. Herwin put down his teacup and said, "You indeed have the talent and qualifications to apply for the sequence 5 Feet Dreamwalker potion formula. I will gradually give you some tasks, which are both for fairness and for training your abilities." Understood. Audrey had no objection to this, What is the first task? Herwin smiled kindly and said, a simple but relatively long-term task. Each of your feedbacks will count as a contribution. At this point, he took a deep breath. Pay attention to Hobert's movements, including who Hobert met, what they roughly talked about, especially some actions of Hobert's organization. Even if you only know partial information, report it to me immediately. In addition, conduct long-term observation of Earl of Light, try to visit the power plant, and then tell me the internal structure of the power plant. Of course, do not take risks when doing these things. It's best if you can get some information, but don't force it if you can't. Herwin seemed to habitually pause again and said, don't worry, we won't harm Hobert, we just hope to establish some cooperation with the Creator. This last sentence actually had no logical support, it was just a promise. But as Herwin on Audrey's mind island raised his right hand and pressed his forehead, Audrey actually felt that what he said made perfect sense. Immediately, Audrey quickly sobered up. If it's cooperation, you can directly go to Hobert. Letting me secretly pay attention to Hobert like this is clearly asking me to collect intelligence about the Creator's forces. As this thought appeared, Audrey controlled her mind island, showing no suspicious emotions internally. Then she responded, I am very willing to facilitate cooperation between the psychology alchemists and Hobert. Herwin smiled with satisfaction, his eyes suddenly deepening a little. Given your identity and daily environment, you will forget our conversation. Any matters will be conveyed through Island and others. When there is an extremely important matter to report, you will instinctively visit me, using the excuse of seeking knowledge. As Herwin said these words, Herwin on Audrey's mind island also repeated them, causing some rocks on the mind island to change and rapidly sink into the subconscious ocean. But Audrey remembered the conversation just now clearly. She controlled herself and, in a daze, got up and said, yes, sir. After speaking, she quickly got up and left the living room step by step. At the moment the door closed, Audrey instantly felt two slightly different memories appear in her mind. One memory included Herwin Lambus, and one memory did not. These two memories instantly blended, causing Audrey several seconds of chaos, but having already advanced to hypnosis, she immediately sorted out the priorities and authenticity, reconstructing every detail that had happened before. Audrey sighed. Such powerful mind reading and hypnosis. Although blessed by the Fool's Angel, recalling some of the things just now still felt like looking at yellowed photographs, as if many years had passed. She was first a little proud. So the psychology alchemists care so much about Hobert and the Creator's forces. Just as Hobert said before, if he had come along, simply getting out of the carriage and looking at the scenery on the street would have put immense pressure on the psychology alchemists. Then Audrey felt a little down. She didn't expect the psychology alchemists' council to basely hypnosis her, making her help them collect intelligence. In the afternoon, Hobert was drinking tea on the terrace, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. However, he had only drunk 2 cups of tea when he saw a carriage with the Earl Hall family crest enter the Earl's mansion. Audrey, wearing a simple long dress and an ordinary hairband, yet still unable to conceal her beauty and vitality, stepped down from the carriage, followed by Susie, who also jumped down. Hobert stood up and smiled. Audrey, you've come at just the right time. I'm having afternoon tea, how about you join me for a cup? Audrey downstairs smiled, all right. Then, Audrey walked upstairs, while Hobert went out to greet her. The two met on the stairs. Hobert took Audrey's hand. How was your first day at work? Not bad, Audrey replied. The two returned to the study together. The moment the study door closed, Audrey suddenly showed some grievance. Hobert, I encountered some unpleasant things today. Hobert opened his arms. This time Audrey did not refuse and embraced Hobert. He held Audrey tightly and said, tell me, what went wrong? Hobert's strong arms made Audrey feel very comfortable and secure. After a few seconds of embracing, Audrey stepped back and said, I did indeed meet a member of the Psychology Alchemists Council today. Hobert led Audrey back to the terrace. Sit down and tell me slowly. Audrey sat on the terrace and glanced at the gardener who was tending the lawn outside. Her meaning was obvious. Our conversation will be overheard. Hobert smiled. It's all right, our voices won't carry beyond the terrace. Just by altering the propagation distance of sound waves, such an effect can be achieved. Audrey nodded before saying, "This afternoon, according to my previous agreement with my psychology teacher." She briefly described her encounter with Herwin Lambus to Hobert. After Hobert listened, he was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Have you ever thought about becoming the president of the Psychology Alchemists?" Ah, Audrey thought she had misheard. Hobert smiled. "Just kidding. I've met Herwin, he seems quite amiable, but I didn't expect him to be so insidious behind the scenes." Then he asked, "How do you want to punish him?" Audrey sighed. "I thought about it just now. Actually, it's nothing, it's just some hypnosis on me. It's not enough to punish him for anything. I just feel that some of the psychology alchemists' behaviors are gradually differing from what I imagined." Originally, she had always felt that the Psychology Alchemists was an academic organization, dedicated to researching topics in the psychological field, and seemingly not very interested in the struggles of the Beander world. But after meeting Herwin Lambus, Audrey realized that the high-ranking members of this organization also had a lot of utilitarianism. Hobert didn't ask what was different, but suddenly said, "I'm going to form a Demoness Research Society recently. Are you interested in being the president?" Audrey was startled at first, then smiled, "But I'm not a witch." "You don't necessarily have to be a witch," Hobert smiled. "This position needs someone I trust very much. I thought about it, and you're the most suitable. Although you're not a witch, those witches wouldn't dare to say anything." Audrey's appearance was already comparable to a high-ranking witch. In terms of beauty and charm, she could leave ordinary witches far behind. With such a lady serving as the president of the Research Association, no witch would have an opinion. Of course, there was another crucial reason. She was also Hobert's fiancée, which was the identity blessing Hobert gave her. "Sorry, Hobert. Although Audrey was very interested, she felt she didn't have the ability. I can't." Hobert raised his hand. "Don't rush to refuse, first, listen to my thoughts." Audrey nodded, looking at Hobert. Hobert explained, "I am a favored one heavily used by the Creator, handling most of the real-world affairs for the Great, the Creator. These tasks make me very clear that the current Beander force of the Creator consists of 5 systems, coming from 3 Beander families and 2 Beander organizations respectively. The recently concluded war made me realize that the traces between families and Beander organizations are too strong, which is an uncontrollable factor at times. So, the Creator hopes to introduce new Beander power among them to neutralize the traces of families and organizations." He picked up the teapot and refilled Audrey's tea. "The Demoness Research Society is a very crucial part of this plan. According to my observation, Helen, well, she's a witch. She and her companions try to bring pain to evil forces or evil people, bring pain to themselves, and bring joy to their lovers, and they can still digest potions. Currently, except for their lovers needing to take more tonics, these methods of digesting potions seem to have no other side effects. I believe these methods should be popularized, perhaps they will reduce many disasters in this world. That's why I hope to establish the Demoness Research Society, to cultivate Beander forces loyal to the Creator, while promoting such potion digestion methods." Audrey sighed. "This idea is very, very great." "Not great," Hobert smiled. "But it will indeed make this world develop in a good direction. I believe that the deities our own witches pledge allegiance to are not in as bad a state as the primordial demoness, which will, to a certain extent, reduce the negative effects of this sequence's potion. It should not follow the demoness sect's old path." He smiled, returning to the previous question. "The problem I am currently facing is the need for someone who deeply understands the acting method and whom I trust implicitly to serve as the president of this research association." Audrey hesitated, not immediately refusing. Hobert said, "You can consider it." "I'm afraid my abilities aren't enough," Audrey expressed her concern. "Initially, I only planned to recruit ordinary people to join this research association, at most some low-sequence members." Hobert already had a relatively mature idea. "Once you advance to sequence 5, then recruit sequence 7 members. In short, there must always be a difference of 2 sequences between you and the members. Additionally, if you have any management issues, you can come and ask me." Finally, Hobert said seriously, "Abilities can be cultivated." Audrey was a little moved. "Then what are we going to research?" "Research how to quickly and efficiently digest potions. Research the true meaning of witch," Hobert said. For example, the first research topic is, only females can join this research association. This should reduce the distortion between Beyonders and Beyander characteristics, making it more conducive for them to maintain a good state. This topic completely swayed Audrey. When will the research association be established? Whenever you are willing to be the president, the establishment process will begin immediately. Audrey smiled, then it can be established. Good, Hobert smiled. I will recruit the first batch of members for you as soon as possible, and you will recruit subsequent members yourself. As for the venue, I will first rent a villa to solve the members' accommodation problems. Once there are more members, we can rent a mansion in Empress Borough. Okay, Audrey continued. By the way, during my conversation with Herwin Lambus today, the acting method was mentioned. He said that if the acting method is used too early, the Beyander potion will be digested too quickly, making it easy to lose oneself. She looked at Hobert. Our potions are digesting quite quickly. Will this leave any hidden dangers? That old man's theory isn't entirely correct. Hobert said, he missed a very crucial factor. What is that factor? Love and emotion, Hobert smiled. Or rather, humanity. His eyes full of tenderness, he looked at Audrey. I had considered before that you played a huge role in the stable manifestation of my humanity, which also made my state very stable. I think such an effect is mutual. I should also allow your humanity to be expressed, which is enough to counteract the residual Beyander characteristic. Audrey smiled, feeling a little sweet and shy. But Beyonders below demigod don't have divinity, do we also need to express our humanity? In my understanding, Beyander characteristics are anti-life and anti-humanity, Hobert said. It is too cold and full of chaos. Therefore, below demigod, what needs to be counteracted with humanity is the Beyander characteristic. To be precise, it is to warm the Beyander characteristic with the warmth of life. Finally, he spread his hands. Of course, this is my own conjecture. Audrey nodded, finding this idea very reasonable. With the topic concluded, the two looked together at the Earl's mansion's vast courtyard. Today's weather was good. Although there was still some thin fog in the distance, the sun was visible, and the warmth of the sunlight could be felt. This made all the green plants in the Earl's mansion look vibrant and thriving. After more than 10 seconds, Audrey seemed to come back to her senses and said, Hobert, I encountered another matter today. She withdrew her gaze from the distance and looked at Hobert again. Today, £150,000 of funds from Roll of Light were withdrawn in cash, but I noticed that not a single penny was missing from the books. If I'm not mistaken, this fund should have already been spent through previous over-reporting of some investments. Hobert smiled. That's precisely why I had you go to Earl of Light. To make false accounts. No, to let you supervise whether this money was truly spent where I wanted it to be spent, Hobert said. Currently, this fund totals £500,000 and will be transferred in 3 batches. Audrey was a little surprised. £500,000. This was more than the inheritance she could receive, and her dowry when she married in the future would probably be about this much. Hobert then asked, Are you very curious about where this money is being spent? Audrey immediately nodded. Hobert stood up and said, Let's go, we're taking a trip to the South Continent. The South Continent. Audrey was a little incredulous. Yes, the South Continent. Hobert smiled and extended his arm. Audrey, with a pleasant surprise, took Hobert's arm. The space in front of them became illusory, and after entering the spirit world, they quickly disappeared from where they stood. After a transfer in biome, the two arrived in the South Continent, upstream of the Hodis River. Audrey saw a vast plain. She could also see distant mountains and rivers. This was a huge basin, with nothing else in it, only entire fields of crops. They looked neat and tidy, appearing to be on the verge of a great harvest. Audrey looked at the farmers toiling in the fields and suddenly smiled. It's a pity I didn't bring my paintbrushes and canvas. Hobert, however, said, Come on, let's go closer, look carefully, look closely. Audrey noticed the unusual tone in Hobert's voice. She held Hobert's arm, and the two once again used travel to reach the fields. The people around them had their thoughts altered by Hobert, making them oblivious to their presence. Upon arriving in the fields, Audrey immediately noticed something amiss. The farmers in the fields were too thin. And many of them were still in shackles. She looked again at the thriving crops around them, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Then, Audrey saw a few North Continent people sitting under the shade of a tree, smiling and chatting. Judging by their height and appearance, they should be Fursak people. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by the laughter of those Fursak people. Audrey noticed that a dark-skinned middle-aged man was working a bit slowly, so a Fursak man directly fired his gun. The middle-aged man immediately knelt down, speaking the local language, begging the Fursak man for mercy. Bang! But his pleas were useless. The Fursak man started using him for target practice. The middle-aged man turned and ran, but on the fourth shot, he was hit directly in the back. Thus, throughout the surrounding fields, the middle-aged man's wailing could be heard. Audrey wanted to save him, but Hobert held her back. Years of high-intensity labor and long-term malnutrition have already made him very weak, and he is nearing the end of his life. This is also why the Fursak people would mercilessly shoot him to death. Otherwise, slaves are quite valuable property and generally wouldn't be easily killed. Hobert paused and then said, "If you save him now, what about later? How will he live? What will he do when he encounters life-threatening danger again?" Audrey looked at Hobert with some surprise. "Let's save the person in front of us first." Hobert, uncharacteristically, interrupted Audrey. "Audrey, look around. The entire plain you see no longer has self-sufficient farmers. It's either Fursak people's estates or the local nobles' estates. Those working in the fields are all slaves. If you come back a year later, you'll find that 1/3 of the faces are new, while the number of people hasn't increased much." Finally, Hobert said, "This is a colony. You simply can't save them all." Audrey was about to say something, but Hobert spoke first. "During the Backland Smog event, I also felt that saving one person was better than none. Later, I realized that such efficiency was too slow. So I have been actively pushing for the Beander War with the Demonist sect, and with one battle, we beat them so badly that they could only hide in dark corners. Let's see who among them still dares to create a great smog event." Hobert pointed into the distance. "It's the same here. Saving a specific individual among them is useless. If I saved people here, I wouldn't even know where to arrange them to go." Audrey opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. She suddenly felt that the Hobert in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been wailing earlier had even his wails disappear. "I'm sorry, Audrey," Hobert said seriously. "I've shown you the cruel side of this world, but this cruel side has always existed. Think of the homeless wanderers in Backland, think of the children in the slums with their disproportionately large heads. I think you should see the cruel side of this world now." Audrey took a deep breath before saying, "You're right, I was too protected before." Hobert finally regained his smile. "It's this era that has a problem, not you." He said, "I plan to spend that £150,000 here. The Earth King here has already been controlled by our people, and these invaders will also abandon their estates here under pressure from the governor's mansion. £50,000 of that £150,000 is for bribing the governor's mansion. Of course, this £50,000 is only temporarily deposited with them. The remaining £100,000, I will use to purchase farm tools, establish some workshops for producing building materials, and so on, so that the people here will have houses that don't leak, so they can eat their fill, and in the future, they can even get a piece of land. Currently, the annual death rate here is as high as 30%, next year, it will not exceed 3%. Finally, Hobert said solemnly, "Audrey, in the future, we need to spend more money in places like this. I want to carry out large-scale construction and investment in the South Continent. Such investments may not yield returns for decades, but they can save countless lives." Audrey smiled slightly. "Hobert, as I just said, what you are doing is great. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.